Hey, what's up, everybody? Welcome back. It's time for another stream. Thanks for clicking. Clicking on whatever button brought you back. Hope you had a nice last couple days. However you chose to spend them. July is almost over. About to welcome in August. The year is already over halfway over. I'm not ready for 2025. Can we just keep it here for a while? Thanks for beginning of stream subs. Welcome, Falcris. 60 months is a big one, dude. Thanks for sticking around so long and dropping the prime. Cobra Blue's also here. Thanks for 71 months, Cobra Blue. What up? Welcome to stream. Drimbus, thanks for sharing your Bezos bucks as well. Drimbus and Amamili says, I started a new job. I've been real busy, but I finally made it to a stream. Here is my rent. You're gonna have to do some back pay, Amamili. Congrats on the new job. Hopefully it's a good busy, not the bad busy. And Icer Joker says, E. Classic chat message. What's up, guys? I got some coffee. I'm still trying to wake my brain up a little bit. I know it's like kind of late for a stream start, but I'm trying to wake the brain up. I've been awake for a reasonable amount of time. My brain, however, is not. Two completely different things. Okay, my body's on autopilot. I decided I wanted to play a little more Hearts of Iron for two reasons. Number one, we're gonna do a new campaign. Not continuing the same one we were on before. Starting from scratch, starting fresh, having a new beginning. But also, I don't know, there's just... It's either this or Man of War 3. Men of War, whatever it's... What is it called? People of War. Is it Men of War 2? I don't know which one it is. Maybe it's Men of War 2. There is not a Men of War 3. I got confused. The problem is, it has pretty bad reviews. Men of War 2 does. I'm still interested enough to at least try it out and see. I guess worst case scenario, it turns into a Steel Division 2 situation if you were there for that. Calamity. That was the worst start to a stream we've had in a while. And I was honestly surprised. That's the one that pivoted into Ultimate Admiral Dreadnoughts, which had many of its own problems. I'm just constantly on the search, I guess, for like a good World War II game, I suppose. And it's honestly not because I am the biggest, hugest fan of war history. I think it's just because for all of the settings for a potential war game, World War II has the most interesting team comps. You have infantry, you have vehicular armor, you have planes, and you have boats, and you kind of have like the most variety of units. No, don't get me wrong, I am interested in World War II specifically, but not like on a passionate daily schedule, you know what I mean? But it kind of has like the most stuff. There's a reason why there's a lot more World War II war games than like sci-fi tactics games, because once you introduce like lasers and faster than light travel, it gets difficult to make granular, interesting gameplay. So it's probably something to do with that. But yeah, we'll probably at least check out Men of War 2 at some point. soon. What's up, Scion Xenos with a duplicate E sub? Yo, thank you for the double E sub. And for 17 months, welcome to stream. But yeah, I tried kind of like just for fun a little bit last night. I jumped into a little off-stream Hearts of Iron and remembered a while back we had tried a campaign that did not go well and we abandoned fairly quickly. And I kind of want to go back to it because we never did it correctly. So I think I want to play Manchurian today. And see how that goes. It might take a couple of runs. It might take a couple of attempts because I think it's approaching the difficulty level of Ethiopia. It is a difficult campaign, so it might take a little while. We might have to go try it a few different ways. Because I gave it like 1 or 2 attempts yesterday and got tossed around a little bit. I got bullied. But I haven't decided whether to try it on historical or ahistorical. They both have pros and cons. Historical is interesting because it guarantees... Manchukuo's got a kind of a smaller focus tree. And there's only 2 ways to play it as far as I can tell. Like 2 or 3 ways. It's not a very big focus tree. And the way that I want to play it sort of depends on the AI doing things that it does in historical Hearts of Iron. So it's possible that going ahistorical, Japan might do something crazy, or China might do something crazy, and it throws the tree off. But historical being more predictable is more of like solving a puzzle, and ahistorical has the potential for a little bit more strangeness, which can be more interesting. What's up, Tay-Tay? Hello, Gina Prime. Welcome, Drimbus, Retrograde, Shywolf, Calandrel, and Trombone. Yeah, we played Call to Arms. That was a different game. Call to Arms, Gates of Hell, and Minowar 2 have like the same game engine, I believe, but they're by different teams. So they do look kind of similar. Cirrus, glad you're having fun. Thanks for joining us. My current playthrough of Soviet Union went into a civil war with one side being a Japanese puppet, which is interesting. Soviet Union has was the other one that I was thinking about playing because it has a lot of potentially interesting routes too. Is there a way to make AI countries take certain trees? I think that there are ways to set custom settings for the AI to do specific things, but I never actually like dabbled in that myself. I'm kind of all or nothing on ahistorical. What's up, Feng Shui? Thanks for dropping the beginning of stream sub. How's it going, dude? Getting down in chat. Welcome back, Commodore. Sub Burn Heat. Lukovsky. How's it going, dude? Welcome, one and all. Let's jump over to somewhere over here. I think I don't like being over here because it blocks the notifications. While the armies are small, we can be like down here. Or I can just block the army groups. Doesn't really matter too much. I don't think we're going to have a massive army group, but we'll see. But yeah, I'm itching to play some more. I'm always itching to play some more Star Citizen, but I'm waiting on the next update, I think. Because the servers have been bad. I don't feel like doing I wanted to do I might do one Hearts, like not Hearts, Star Citizen stream just to see. Because I had a little bit of unfinished business, but I'm kind of just waiting until the next update. And then, besides that, I'm sort of just hoping some new games come out. To be honest, I would like some new releases to jump into. But I'm having fun with Hearts. I kind of poked into it because it's a staple that we played a lot of. It's ironically one of the most played games on the channel in its history. And I say ironically because I don't think of it that way. I don't think of it as one of the top like 3 or top 5 most streamed games on my channel, but I guess it is. I don't know. I guess I like it. I got 700 plus hours in it now, so I guess I like it. Even though the South America DLC kind of left a bad taste in my mouth, I think the stuff that was broken has hopefully been fixed by now. The Byzantine Empire run was fun. That was a good time. Here's what that ended up looking like. When we... oh yeah, no, I forgot to tell you, I did do a little bit of this off stream. And I couldn't finish the war off stream either. It was so stupid. I didn't really do much. I finished taking over most of South America. I got to 1954 before even like off stream I threw in the towel. I couldn't naval invade Australia because it was just being a pain. And then Denmark ended up declaring war on me and joining the Axis for no reason. And so Denmark and what was left of the German Reich in Norway somehow started to attack again, and it was just huge pain. But yeah, we've got pretty much all of Europe and the British Isles, Turkey. Africa was also like they ended up putting like 70 divisions down here in Africa, so that's just ground to a halt. I did end up taking the rest of Mexico and some of Central America. But yeah, I couldn't naval invade Australia because they were just so far away. You have to island hop, so you have to like naval invade this, then naval invade that, then naval invade this. But the campaign was still a great success. We were by far the most powerful, and it wasn't close. But yeah, it was like 10 million casualties. I may have ground some people into dust. Even with the Navy, yeah, the thing with the Navy is, it doesn't matter how good your Navy is, they have a maximum range, and they have to have ports that they can operate out of to extend their operational range. So it sort of imitates how the US had to take the islands in the Pacific in order to get close to threaten homeland Japan. So you can't just have a port in California and support a naval invasion in Australia, for example. So you have to like hop your way over the Pacific. Thanks Headless 7 for 58 months and Dragobot. Man, you sure are into hearts. Okay, Drago, you tried. You tried. There was an attempt. I hope you didn't waste too many brain cells on coming up with that. Hearts of Iron has the advantage of like each campaign taking like a week to beat. Yeah, or hopefully less. We're gonna go pretty fast today. I'm still gonna explain everything, but Manchuria is definitely a 4 to 5x speed nation. And I've played it a couple times just to kind of get a feel for it because it is pretty hard. And I haven't succeeded at it yet. So hopefully we can find a way today. So we're gonna start a new campaign here. Hop in. Back in the gathering storm of 1936. Does anyone play, like, I'm curious, does anyone in chat play 1939? Do you just jump in here? This is my favorite part. I love the, like, 3 years of setup and making, like, deciding what to build, what to research, what production lines to put some factories on, all that stuff. That's what I enjoy. But dark times, once again, are coming. In Europe, Hitler has consolidated his power and his attention is increasingly drawn beyond Germany's borders. Mussolini's Italy continues to embark on daring military adventures, while the Empire of Japan stands poised to attack China and Asia. Almost 20 years have passed since the end of the Great War, and the world has yet again been doused in gasoline. A single spark may be all it takes. Muppenheimer saying, hey, what's up, Muppenheimer? Thanks for 53 months. I appreciate you dropping the new $6 sub. I don't know how much it costs now. Somewhere up there. But thanks for dropping another one. Welcome, Skewer. How's it going? How did the Greek run end up? You must have joined the second that not only did I stop talking about it, but that I stopped showing it on the screen. But yeah, the Byzantine Empire went from Europe to the UK to the Americas and beyond. Got those beginning of stream allergies. Okay, let's jump in here. So, pretty committed to just doing Manchukuo, so we don't really need to vote. Where is it? There it is. Manchukuo is kind of an interesting one. It's from the potential choices in East Asia, I think I would say it and what, Communist China and maybe Xinjiang are probably the three most interesting ones, in my opinion, from this group, from Jibei, Sanma, Shanxi, because a lot of these have this exact same, they're sort of copy-pasted focus trees because they're Chinese warlords. And so if you've played one of them, you wouldn't need to play both the Guangxi clique and Shanxi. I don't think. Like, they would just be slightly different geographical locations, like right next to each other almost. Never played the 39 star, just doing combat without controlling the build-up's less fun. Yeah, I think so too. I think it's just because all the other Paradox games have something like that. They feel like they have to have that choice. But yeah, we're going to be playing Manchukuo. The yellow flag here is Eisengioro Puyi. Fascist ideology. A history. Evicted from the Dragon Throne at the age of 6, Puyi was the last Chinese emperor and has been biding his time. While his former realm tore itself apart in the Chinese Civil War, Puyi found new allies in Japan. For Puyi, the establishment of the Empire of Manchukuo in 1932 was but the first step in the quest to reclaim his ancestral birthright. For the moment, he is dependent on the Japanese army to keep his rule, but in time, an opportunity may arise to cast off the shackles of servitude to become what he was born to be. So yeah, this is the actual dynastic emperor of China. So this campaign will be us trying to restore him to his rightful place. Leader of all of China, hopefully, and probably against Japan in the process. We'll probably try and claim the mandate of heaven. So that'll be fun. And by fun, I mean almost impossibly difficult. I think it's a really tough nation to play based on my experience so far. You kind of have to figure out the right order to do things. So we're gonna do Iron Man, obviously. No safes coming. And I think I'm gonna try ahistorical, because we always do ahistorical. If it doesn't work or we have to restart, I'll switch it to historical. I'm not sure which would be harder. Would historical be harder or would ahistorical be harder? It kind of depends. If Japan ahistorically breaks apart and releases Korea and its other holdings, I think it's harder for us. Because, yeah, I don't know. Like, there's definitely a couple situations. If Japan has a civil war, then it's easier for us, I think. But because it's ahistorical, the Soviet Union could get involved, right? Because I assume the Soviets can meddle in Manchukuo's affairs, given that we're on the border. So I think it's a coin flip. What if Japan does not attack China? If Japan does not attack China and doesn't civil war themselves, it's probably harder for us because then we have to fight the Japanese army solo. So that's way harder. In historical timelines, Japan attacks China and so has to face the united front of the Chinese warlords kind of banding together. And then when we attack, Japan's kind of caught between both. So Manchukuo ahistorical might be impossible, but let's just give it a try and see what happens. It might just be not impossible, but completely RNG dependent. It might just be super RNG dependent. We tried, you can see where we tried this before. It doesn't tell me when we made this save, but we tried this and we called it Puyi Puyi Tetris. That was the original attempt. And then we did the Spain campaign, and then we did 2 Chilean campaigns that were bugged when the DLC released, and then we just did Greece. So, Chad, can anyone come up with a nice, cool save name that isn't Puyi Puyi Tetris or the Manchurian Candidate? Probably not. I challenge you. You're asking too much. The Emperor's New Groove. There you go. Easy. See? That wasn't so hard. Nailed it on the first try. Why is the screen flickering so much? Okay. Welcome to a new Hearts of Iron campaign. The nice thing about this is our start is going to be quite straightforward because we don't really have a lot to manage, even compared to Greece. This is us. And here is our fearless leader of Manchukuo, Mason Jioropuyi. Now we neighbor Japan, who of course, at this point in history, also controls Korea and pretty much everything off the coast of China down to the Philippines, which they are famously not super happy with. American influence in the Philippines, you know, not something that Japan wants to ignore. Hello, friends. What's up, Elf? How's it going? So let's get started. Let's take a look at what Manchukuo has. Manchukuo only has 2 research slots to start out with, so we're going to be a bit behind there. It has 9 divisions to get started, so not a lot, and they're kind of spread out throughout. We got our blue, the blue cards are Japanese troops, and the reason that those are there is because we start as an imperial protectorate of Japan, which means Japan has completely puppeted us. We're a subject. We're a subject and effectively have to do whatever Japan says at this point. We are tied at the hip, so we have a lot of allied Japanese troops inside Manchukuo. And then you can kind of see some Soviet troops on the border. They're just kind of holding it down. And then some troops down here from China. So there's a few different Chinas, obviously, because we have China, and then we have Communist China. And then we have Yunnan, Guangxi Click, Shanxi, Minkakuo, is an imperial protectorate of Japan at this point also. But they're right next to us on the west. And then, yeah, you got Xinjiang over here, who's like full communist as well. And you can play Xinjiang kind of like ally with the Soviets. We haven't done a communist China run either, so communist China run might be fun. But yeah, only 9 divisions, and of those divisions, 5 of them are reserves, or at least that's what the arrows indicate. They have about 12 combat width. Not particularly strong. Just 6 boots, 6 army infantry dudes. Not very big here. And then we got some horsies. These horsies are even smaller, only 6 combat width. We got a lot of work to do and a lot of hopium. We are weenies in this start. We are, yeah. So what I'm going to do is take my infantry, assign them to an army, and then my cavalry and assign them to an army, and assign both of those to a field marshal. We got 4 generals that can be assigned. 2 level 3s and 2 level 2s. General Yoshiko Kawashima looks like a kid. These 2 are definitely older. Okay, so but he's got better stats and is a cavalry officer, so gains more XP toward cavalry stuff. So we'll go ahead and use you for the horse group. And then for the infantry group, this person is a higher level. Aizenjiro Zakia? I don't know how to pronounce your last name, but or that might be your first name actually. 3331, decent stats, bad supply consumption. Yoshiko's a woman. There you go. Gonna be in charge of my cavalry division, and this person's promotion cost is minus 25%. So I'm actually not going to use them as an army general. I'm going to use them as the field marshal, just because they're cheaper to promote and they have the best stats anyways. And I can't promote them until we have 30 command powers. So we're just going to use our infantry officer here, even though their defense might get us killed later. So, Yoshiko Kawashima was a Qing dynasty princess of the Aizenjiro clan, raised in Japan, and served as a spy for the Japanese Kwangtung Army and Manchukuo during the Second Sino-Japanese War. Died at 40 years old in 1948 in Beijing, China. I was just curious on the history there. So I decided to look it up. Okay, so we got the armies assigned. Let's go ahead and do our research. We only have 2 slots. So with Manchukuo, we're going to be doing a lot of grueling fighting against Japan in a war for independence, the way that we're going to be playing it. So we're definitely going to want the upgraded weapons and the upgraded support bonuses of these, like breakthrough and defense bonuses. We're going to need every single buff we can get. We don't even know how to make support equipment, okay? We have to learn support equipment so that we can use engineers. And we don't know how trains work either. So we're going to have to learn how does train work, how does truck work, how does support equipment work. We do have 1934 artillery. We don't care about boats right now. We don't care about manufacturing our own airplanes. It's all going to be kind of focused on this. Now, I am still me, and I'm still going to do production because we're going to need production long term. And we should have at least a couple years before the war, I think. Like maybe 1938. Just guessing. Depends on what ahistorical does. Which I guess I'll add to the title. Ahistorical. There we go. That way people understand. So, let's start with basic machining tools just so we can unlock our other industrial pursuits. Get the efficiency cap up, because how many factories do we have? We have one factory. Okay. Yeah, I can make that work. I got one. A single. Yeah, we'll make plenty of guns with that. How about to build other structures? Two. Cool. All right, yeah, we're gonna do great. Infrastructure is slightly better than I expected, considering. I mean, I thought it was gonna be 20% infrastructure, but it's 40. I'm just gonna start building at least one civilian factory. And we'll just plug it in here. Get them started on something. But yeah, for my research slots, I'm still going to do machining tools for the efficiency cap because our singular factory is already capped at 50%, so we want that to go up to 60%, which, as you know, because I say it every time, represents not just a 10% gap, but since we're at 50 going to 60, that's a 20% increase in that factory's efficiency and how many guns it's producing per day. And then for my second, I'm still going to go electronic mechanical engineering for, even though it's a small 3% research buff, it does open up radio, where reinforced rate and coordination are very, very useful for infantry. And also, I think we can get another research slot, so I do still want to have the bonus research speed. No divisions in basic training, that's because we have 3 guns in the entire country. I have 3 guns and 5 boats, and that's it. That's every single item I have to my name. We have decisions available. We don't care about propaganda. These are just generic things for buffing war support. Stability is 2%. We have 2 stability and 0 war support. And 474,000 manpower that we can recruit into our army. Okay, this is going to be a fun one. So here's what we care about: banditry. Let's look at our national spirits first. Banditry is here. We're engaged in low-intensity warfare with partisans, defectors, and Republican terrorists. We should focus on pacifying the countryside in order to hunt these bandits down. Minus 10% stability, minus 10% war support. And also, it creates all of this. The Kwangtung army shows little interest in helping the denizens of Manchuria, seeing it as a military occupation rather than nation building. The government of Manchukuo, such as it is, has been given few resources to maintain order by the Japanese. Into this vacuum of power pour all manner of bandits, sometimes self-styled freedom fighters, murdering and stealing in the name of abstract ideals like national liberation or proletarian internationalism, but more often without any stated ideology to mask their abuses. So lots of bandits, and we have 3 different options to handle them. We can either pacify them by having 6 divisions in a given region for a long period of time. And you can do that 3 times. We can hunt them down by using 1,000 manpower and 500 units of infantry equipment in each region. Or we can recruit them Every bullet spent hunting down bandits is one less available for the fight to come. Instead of fighting our own subjects, we should offer them a way to redeem themselves through service to the Emperor. Create 2 Manchu units per, so that's 6 total units. We're going to have bandit raids in 180 days. Raise troops and stop them. One of 4 things will happen. 25% chance we lose an arms factory, a civilian factory, a bridge is blown, or nothing happens. Okay, so this is like the main thing we have to contend with. We also have Kwangtung Veto, which raises the cost of all of our laws, because we start with volunteer-only conscription, but we still have a good amount of people. So there's a lot of manpower up here. Export focus. I would rather be on free trade, possibly, but we won't be able to afford that, I bet. And we're on civilian economy, which means everything we want to build is going to be as slow as possible. Minus 30% to build speed. And we're using the most consumer good factories, period. So we'll want to change that. But yeah, it's raising the cost of all those. And we have low legitimacy, minus 50% stability and war support. Emperor Puyi is a legitimate descendant of the Qing emperors who ruled China for 300 years. The Xinhai Revolution, which deposed him in 1911, was very popular, as the late Qing government was powerless against both the foreigners stealing Chinese land and the regional governors establishing themselves as warlords. Emperor Puyi's installation by Japan as Emperor of Manchukuo is not yet accepted by the Manchurian populace, let alone the rest of China. We'll have to establish the emperor's independence from Japan to rally the nation under him. Okay, so here is our focus tree. It's pretty big for this particular expansion pack compared to the other Chinese warlords. So a lot of them have this invite foreign investors thing, and you kind of have to be careful with this one, because it does lead to you doing missions to different countries, and they can have some nice benefits, like British and US cooperation can lead to being able to purchase fighters and getting a few fighters to give you some air support. They can lead to dockyards being built. They can lead to some off-map civilian factories or military factories. However, some of them are specific to other countries. For example, mission to the US says, as long as Sung Mei-ling is political advisor, the US can support our war against Japan. Oh, that sounds great. Why don't we take that and we can help fight Japan with the US? Actually, Sung Mei-ling is only available if you play Communist China. So whoever made this focus tree didn't edit it on a per country basis. So that is a political advisor who actually doesn't exist for us. But Communist China also has this on their focus tree. So it can be a little misleading, and you might have to play a couple times in order to solve some of those intricacies that you thought, oh, that sounds great, and then you do it and it doesn't help you at all. Oh yeah, let's go ahead and do this. There we go. So what we want to do is actually go our left path. This one's going to be the one specific to Manchukuo. And this one's going to have the most things that sort of help us get ready for a war against Japan. Now, granted, we're playing ahistorical, so it's hard to say exactly how this is going to go down. But we have one option, and it's pretty straightforward. Pacify the countryside. Ever since we've come to power, outlaws and rebels have tried to contest our rule in the more remote areas of the country. If we want to be taken seriously as a government, we need to root these terrorists out and show the population that we can enforce our rule. We unlock the bandit decisions and can start neutralizing them if we want. And then we have a mutually exclusive. So there's really 2 paths, here or here. On the left is obedience, which is what you expect. It's basically trying to talk to Japan and then ultimately, if possible, vassalize Manchukuo and then have the 2 emperors, which is basically becoming equal trying to become equal to Japan and not just a vassal of them. So you are obedient and inviting Japanese investors and sort of working with Japan, but you're trying to kind of become your own thing. Alliance with the Kwangtung Army. On the right-hand side, however, is the opposite of that. This is our claim the mandate of heaven and become known as the Chinese Empire and restore China's former glory, which is what we're going to try and do. So we're going to go down here, and we're trying to like rush assertiveness as fast as possible, because in the event that Japan declares war on anybody, we're going to get dragged into the war. However, if we get assertiveness before that happens, then I raise my autonomy and become an imperial subject that can effectively say no to going into the war. I don't know how that would work if this were real, because if it were real, I'm pretty sure Japan would force us into war, but because video game, we can decline going to war. All right, and with that, I believe we are ready to unpause, so let's send it and see what happens. Japan is moving all the ants around, organizing. I see fleets moving. I see troops moving. They're moving all their troops out of here. They're going somewhere. Less than 20 minutes paused. Yeah, I mean, Manchukuo, we pretty much know exactly what we're doing. We like I said, you only got 2 research slots. You only got 2 main paths here. It's not the most replayable place, but it is if you lose. It is the most replayable if you keep getting killed. But also, I don't know. I guess we could look and see what Japan's doing to get an idea. They're doing army expansion law first. And they've got 4 different political paths here. I almost never see them take the unthinkable option. Yeah, we never see this one. This is communist Japan. The ones that we end up seeing are probably the ones on the right. I see strengthen the civilian government. We haven't seen the Greater East Asian Co-Prosperity Sphere in a while from Japan. I feel like they always go strengthen the civilian government in my ahistorical runs, which would probably be bad for us. I think the ones we're hoping for are the center. Like Greater East Asian Co-Prosperity Sphere is probably the best for us. That's historical. What does communist Japan do? I don't know. They do start a civil war. Lots of civil wars. And then they either join the Comintern or they invite communist China to a faction. Japan hasn't had a rework like Soviet Union, so I don't think that its trees are as interesting. The Soviets have a massive tree after the DLC with lots and lots of stuff. You can see how much different they are just from looking. USA's tree is not very interesting either. They really started to make them more fancy. Like, look at this. It's got a few things, but it's really only like a couple of mutually exclusives. That's its entire political tree right there. And then the rest are like war plans to get attack bonuses on different places, and then your typical kind of like Navy, Army stuff. So the ones that have been reworked are way more detailed. Sultanate of Alsa submits to Italian demands. Perhaps unsurprising to many, the Sultanate of Alsa accepted Italian demands for subjugation. While the Afar government held out hope of avoiding occupation, it became increasingly clear the colonial powers of the region would not be coming to their aid, nor would neighboring Ethiopia be able to spare military personnel to support them. With the situation so bleak, the government bowed to Italian pressure to spare the people becoming the victims of unnecessary bloodshed. Italian forces are moving into the small nation to take up a position against Ethiopia. It's unclear whether the occupation will be permanent or how it will affect the wider conflict with Ethiopia. Good luck, Ethiopia. One day you'll win. So that's a historical Italian move, but we're in ahistorical, so we'll see how this goes. We don't even have one civilian factory right now. That's so funny. And we only have one infantry producer. US tree desperately needs an update. Yeah, I would like to see the US get an update. There's so much potential there. Yeah, I don't know why the USA always stays democratic and ahistorical either. They can do a few different things. We're playing Manchukuo. That's right, Robot Mystic. That's right. And I expect it to be challenging. We're negative 262 guns. How did we go negative? But yeah, we're going to up it to like 4 times speed here in a minute. Actually, we can go ahead and do it now because we're kind of just chilling. Will they finish revamping the majors before Hearts of Iron 5? I don't know. The thing about revamping the majors is that they have to pair it with something else. Like, the Soviets came with Poland and Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, right? Didn't they already say they're going to redo Germany? Or did I make that up? Pacify the countryside. I'm not surprised that they would redo the most popular ones. Ever since we've come to power, outlaws and rebels have tried... Oh yeah, I read that. We got the bandit decisions so we can start enforcing our rule. And then we're going to go straight, I think, to trade delegation and just try to get to assertiveness pretty soon. But we can also go down here, and this is 2 civilian factories, and then a research slot, and then another research slot, but to get this one, you have to have more than 50 factories. So this one, I think you could just get regardless. The remilitarization of the Rhineland. I'm pretty sure that I picked ahistorical, but I could be wrong. Germany has stationed troops in the Rhineland territory, close to the French border, in clear violation of the Treaty of Versailles. The local populace cheered the German soldiers on, while diplomatic reactions from France and Britain have so far been muted. It is no more than Germans walking into their own backyard, a political commentator observed. Turkey remilitarizes the Turkish Straits. Turkey and the Soviet Union have come to an agreement revising the Treaty of Lausanne. Turkey has complete control over traffic passing in and out of the Turkish Straits, and they have been remilitarized by Turkey. So if you don't do that, you actually can't put any combat unit in or around this like whole area. It's kind of crazy. Ahistorical, but it's role-playing historical. It could be. It could be. So, as far as the bandit decisions go, we could start pacifying them with our existing divisions, or we could start saving up 150 political power in order to try to recruit more units. I'm of the opinion that we need as many units as possible if we're planning on doing the civil war against Japan. So we should probably just try and recruit them and use that political power for this purpose. But we have to complete bolster nationalism in order to do that. And bolster nationalism is here on our tree. So it's a little further down. So we're going to have a bandit problem for a while. What's up, Cliche? Arian, welcome to stream. The Syurian, thank you for the half a year. Is that gold or butter? Or both? Thank you for the half a year of sub. What's up? Is this the streamer who plays Hearts of Iron at 4x speed? The thing with Japan is, war with Japan is quite difficult for us for a multitude of reasons. Number one, they obviously outnumber us by a lot. They got about 500,000 deployed manpower right now, which at this stage in the game is a ton. They're 10 times our deployed manpower at the moment. Just a casual 10x of our numbers. We do have a lot of manpower here, but no way to arm them. The second reason is because not just outnumbered, but we're outgunned. They have tanks. They have tank divisions. We don't. Their tank divisions are still kind of like that early war. The third reason is they have a lot of space. So we'll have to have a front line here. They'll call in Manchukuo, so we have to have a front line here. We have to fight in Korea, so they'll have a front line here. And they'll be naval invading us. So for all of those reasons, it's very hard. All right. Since we, you know what? I want to just keep doing research speed. I gotta play the long game, Chad. Just assume we're gonna be here long enough to use those research bonuses, because the earlier you get them, the more valuable they are. The later you wait, the less valuable they become. So let's give that a try. But yeah, we're still trying to make up our deficit in guns right now. It's gonna take a while. Japanese young officer coup. Oh no. Oh no. A group of young officers have succeeded in toppling the government and reinstating the emperor as the supreme ruler of the Japanese nation. It appears this was a reaction to perceived threats of widespread government corruption and adherence to hostile ideology, already referring to the nation even more consistently in imperial terms. The officers have announced purges will continue until all unsavory elements have been removed from the military and the government. Emperor Hirohito himself has released a brief statement assuming the leadership offered him by the rebels and made clear overtures of reconciliation with China and the Western powers. This is bad. This is really bad for two reasons. Number one, if they're not going to go to war with China, that means we have to fight all of the Japanese troops. Number two, they're picking the things that affect us, Manchuria, which means it's going to make it harder for us to stay out from under their thumb. Prepare for war with the Soviet Union is also not good. Isn't Manchukuo a puppet of Japan? Sure, yeah. We sure are. We have a little thing called War of Independence that we can do, you know? That's how that works. To claim the mandate of heaven is now going to be significantly harder if they don't go to war with China. They're moving up to the border with the Soviets right now, actually. Now, if you declare war on Japan, they will teleport all their troops back to the capital, I think. Delegations from Britain, France, Italy, and Japan, and the US met in December 1935 discussing a renewal of the First London Naval Treaty, which restricted the number and size of cruisers and submarines. Negotiations turned quite heated over Italy's war in Ethiopia and Japan's desire to be seen as equal to Britain and the US. With negotiations now at an end, the signatory nations have agreed on limits to the size of battleships and aircraft carriers in the hopes of preventing another ruinous arms race. It's possible that we might have to do... I think this is what happened to us last time we tried Manchukuo on Ahistorical, actually. This exact scenario. It's possible that we might need to do it on Historical in order for it to even have a chance at working. So, we'll see how this goes. We have time for multiple campaign attempts today. The AI is stream sniping you. They might well be. But we'll be going pretty fast through this because I'm going to pretty much stay at 4 times speed. Yeah, the Soviets have a ton of troops on the border, don't they? Wait, are they already fighting? Oh, is it just are these border skirmishes? In the yellow? These are just border skirmishes. The rest of the world is further ahead in industrial methods than we are. We should send a delegation to study their technique and find ways to improve. A 100% research bonus for industry. I do need to rush assertiveness, but I also need to rush a research slot. I think we just go for the research slot, and if we get dragged into a war with Japan, or like as a Japanese puppet, then we just re-roll. I want the civilian factories as soon as possible because we have like none, and I really want the research slot, so let's go for that. Bolivian generals blunder their coup. Following the largest strike known until now in Bolivia, the military under the young Lieutenant Colonel Herman Bush moved to overthrow the genuine Republican government of Jose Luis Tejada Sorzano. They claim that, unlike Tejada, they stand on the side of the Bolivian people and its socialist ideals. But as they failed to capture La Paz, the police and remaining army men have hunted their group down and imprisoned their leaders. I wouldn't have done that. I would have done better. Have you seen The Last Emperor? I have not. I have not. Production efficiency cap is up 10%, and we've opened up dispersed industry. Definitely not concentrated industry here for sure. However, since we have the 100% ahead of time bonus, do you think it makes more sense to just get the 1937 machine tools? Maybe. Take more advantage of that bonus. Just kind of hop ahead to another plus 10% for what it's worth. We have positive guns. I got 33 guns, dude. A royal wedding in Brazil. Today, Dom Duarte Nuno, Duke of Braganza, married Princess Maria Francisca of Orleans Braganza. Orleans Braganza, maybe. And the Petropolis Cathedral in Brazil. This marriage has not only reconciled the Portuguese and Brazilian brigantine houses, but also united the Miguelis and the liberal Braganzas, leaving behind the rivalries between the Portuguese royal family and stirring up the monarchist sentiment in both countries. It is said that following the ceremony, Dom Duarte engaged in several conversations with known Brazilian and Portuguese royalist ladies and gentlemen, where the words restoration and monarchy were openly pronounced. Monarchist Portugal popping out? They're thinking about it anyway. Events or decision timeout. We're about to get some bandit raids. They might take out a factory. We're so low. We have 0 civilian factories. By all means, take out one of my civilian factories. Don't you dare take out my single weapons factory. What's the other one that can happen? Like a bridge gets blown up or something? Something like that. But yeah, we're just gonna chill on at least like 4x. We could go 5x if we wanted to. We really have very little to have to think about for now. The Second Brazilian Republic. Portugal's trying to make some moves. Germany seems to be going historical. Japan is challenging the Zaibatsus to get factories and also some economy law bonuses. They haven't chosen which of these they want to do. Communist coup in Ethiopia. Members of the military and anti-fascist organization known as the Black Lions have orchestrated a coup against the imperial government of Haile Selassie. The emperor was due to inspect the troops when he was ambushed by them and placed under arrest. Meanwhile, in Addis Ababa, the Black Lions captured the key infrastructure of the city, including the emperor's residence. Many loyalists from the military and police have been killed in minor skirmishes, but what remains of the nation is now under the control of a communist-leading provisional government. The majority of the people, exhausted by war with Italy, have simply accepted the authority of their new government. Oh man. If they join the Soviets, then it might scare off Italy. If communist Ethiopia can do it before they capitulate, they might be able to win against Italy. I don't know if they're holding out long enough, though. On the 5th of November 1916, Wilhelm II of Germany and Franz Joseph of Austria signed the joint declaration that out of the Polish-occupied territories in Russia, a new kingdom would be born, the Kingdom of Poland. However, the young state failed to find a king in its time, and the then president declared the Second Polish Republic. However, it seems Poland has found herself a king in Michael I. With a long-standing friendship and alliance between Poland and Romania, it seems the Polish Regency Council has ambitions much closer relationship with Romania. As heir to the Romanian throne, it's only a matter of time before the two are intertwined irreversibly. The Kingdom of Poland, reborn under Michael I. Okay. Where were we? Lots of kingdoms. This could be the like monarchy run. Monarchist Portugal. Let's see monarchist UK as well. Oh no, not my civilian factory. Reports have come in from one of our factories in blank. Reporting that a major fire broke out last night. Firefighters are tackling the blaze, but are confident they'll have it under control by the end of the day. The damage appears significant, and the fire appears to have started in a storage area for highly flammable chemicals. Military intelligence has started an investigation. First leads indicate arson. 0.6 levels of damage to our civilian factories, so now we have to fix. Now we have -1 factories. Wait, why do I have 3 military factories? Did Japan just do something? Where did these come from? Why do I have 3 military factories suddenly? I'm gonna start making towed artillery because I think adding some support artillery will be a huge boon for our troops, even more so than a support company at the beginning. There are many trees to invest in you. Yeah, I know, but you can see it right here that nothing has been picked. That's why I was just looking at it while you were typing that. But you weren't looking at the screen, you were looking at your keyboard for letters. KO Fishy, I'll add you to that list. Try, you guys need to learn how to type on the keyboard without looking at each letter. I'm gonna send you all to typing class. Okay, so what do we got? We got 2 civilian factories coming out of the oven. Our textile works have long been the mainstay of our industry, and will be the easiest way to acquire foreign capital to expand our industrial base. Yeah, I have no idea where those factories came from. It says we have 2 military factories here and 1 military factory here, so we do have 3 factories. We weren't getting to use them because of our status as a puppet. Now I'm just a puppet. Maybe we got some more freedom. Freedom! I think that's probably it. That's the only thing I can come up with anyway. Maybe we got some freedom points. Our tech, yeah, okay. 2 civilian factories. Lovely, lovely, lovely. Let's grab the 3rd research slot, so at least we can have a normal quantity. Of research slots. How do we want to spend our political power at first? We can't even change mobilization without war support. You need 25% war support for partial. We do have some 187. Those are expensive political advisors. We're definitely going to want a chief of the army. These are the same person. These are the same. This guy's cheaper, I guess. And then we're going to want all of the army people that we can possibly get in order to win. The games of the 11th Olympiad. The 11th Olympic Games were recently held in Berlin, attended by athletes from 49 nations across the world. The 1936 Summer Olympics were the first in history with limited TV coverage. The Games were a significant propaganda victory for the German regime, spending lavishly on the event. German athletes saw the most success, winning 33 gold medals, while Americans came in second with 24. 4 of these were won by Jesse Owens, the single most successful athlete of the Games. We're 1 whole tungsten short. Close down the factories. Close down the factories. I have no idea why this is considered the reserve unit when they have the stronger infantry group. I have no idea. We're gonna call these dudes boots, because it's just gonna be exactly what it says. It's going to be our default grunts. We can just call them grunts. The Olympics are happening now! And then these guys should be the reserves, because I don't even think we have any of these dudes trained at the moment. And then we got the horsies, who we're going to call... the neighbors. Good neighbors. Hearts of Iron has predicted the Olympics. We're gonna have to upgrade this. There's only 3 divisions. It's pretty sad. No template. Don't worry. Just start making the artillery. Let me worry about the template. Okay. I don't want to modify the officer corps yet, and we're not taking any of these decisions because we're going to try and just save our political power to recruit all these bandits at the same time, because that should be 6 more units. We're going to need so many units. In fact, we're going to have to focus on a large quantity of small units. So we're not going to go for 25 combat with super troops, because we need like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, actually 9, 10, 11, 12? 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. That's at least 30. We need 30 divisions just to control the front lines here. And then we need more than that to guard the coast. This is going to be tough because they are going to be coastal in naval invading us. There is actually not a coast here. Unless we take this land in Korea. Dude, we are so screwed. They're not going to do war with China. This is going to be very difficult. This is going to be very, very difficult. If not impossible. Ahistorical Manchukuo. Because here's the thing, if they go to war with China, they're already fighting almost by this point. Like, shortly, they'll start pushing in, and then they'll have to fight a war on 2 fronts. 1 versus me and 1 versus China. But now it's just gonna be me! So they got all these dudes just chilling inside Korea. All right, another 10% to production efficiency cap. We definitely need dispersed industry. Room to build factories, but mostly the factory output and the retention. We're gonna have to make, we have so much to do. Wilhelm assumes the Hungarian crown. Is this actually the monarchist game? Seeking a king for their nation, Hungarians, after long negotiations and preparations, have officially invited the Swedish Prince Wilhelm, Duke of Södermanland, earlier this week. Today, amidst much fanfare and celebration, he was crowned King of Hungary in a solemn ceremony at the Royal Palace in Budapest. It is said the new king takes the well-being of his people to heart and that he strongly supports their democratic rights. Furthermore, he advocates dialogue with Hungary's neighbors over hostility. The new king may thus well prove a welcome aid to reducing tensions in the region. How does a monarch support democratic rights? Another weakling rises. Spoken by a fascist. Law University. Oh, our country is still young. We have a real opportunity to make an entirely new system of laws based on the most modern understanding of government. To do so, we should make a special facility to bring together the brightest minds in Asia. Finally, we have 3 research slots. Okay, so with that 3rd research slot, do we do construction or do we... No, I think we say screw construction for now. We're on research. Here's what we need. We need to learn how to make support equipment and also trains. We're not going to have any logistics if we don't have trains. However, there is also a way to commandeer civilian trains, but you have to have researched the trains to do that. We also need to start manufacturing support equipment. So let's do support equipment, then trains. We're way behind on tech in Manchukuo for sure. And a new national focus. We just got the research slot. Let's go assertiveness so that we become an imperial subject and kind of become slightly more free. We're asserting ourselves to Japan. And by becoming slightly more free, we'll be able to prevent ourselves from getting dragged into war when they inevitably go to war with somebody. Do we want industrial research speed plus 15%? Could be good. Or do we want to save all of our political power? Tough. It's 150. I don't know. What do we want more? Depends on when we start unlocking these. We're getting, what, 0.61 political power per day? Not very much. You know what? I say, let's go for it. 15% research speed. The reason why is because we're going to have manpower up to our eyeballs. We're only on volunteer only. We need to have guns to put in their hands. And if we can get guns to put in their hands, that's how we win. So I feel like if we can just manufacture a massive amount of firearms. We got 713 right now. Maybe we start training some dudes? Maybe we start training some dudes. How many rifles do they need? 600? There's the Spanish Civil War. All right, is it time for a channel point bet? It might be time for a channel point bet. Hey, Toss, what's up, Jack Sack? How's it going, dude? Gluten Pale, thank you for the 68 months. Welcome to stream. Almost nice. Almost nice. So close. Channel points. I gotta start a prediction. Who will win the Spanish Civil War? I'll give you guys 10 minutes. That way people can come back from the toilet. Republican Spain, the current 2 people at war. This is Republican Spain. They are like the Democratic / communist. Nationalist Spain is fascist. Then you have anarchist Spain, who spawns around Barcelona. And then you have Carlist Spain, who spawns up here. So typically, Republican Spain or Fascist Spain, Nationalist Spain, typically those win. I forget last time who won. I think Republican Spain won last time, if you're curious. What's up, MB Saturn? Put your channel points on the line, dude. The war has begun. People arrive. Bet. It is time for a bet. Late nighting here in Denmark. What's up, Denmark? We did a Denmark run. Denmark run was fun. I think we ended up beating the German Reich as Denmark in around the time where that DLC came out, which feels like it was just yesterday. But now we're trying some Manchukuo. We've tried it before and failed miserably. I'm not certain that this is going to be any different, but we'll see. But yeah, we got 2 factories. Actually, we had 0. Now we got 2 factories building. Baby steps. Norway has declared war on the Norwegian People's Republic. Democratic Norway versus Communist Norway. Democratic Norway out of Oslo. They got a long way to go all the way up through a massive amount of land. Communist Norway going to Bergen. Democratic Norway, you may want to defend your capital. Oh. Uh-oh. Democratic Norway, this is the most embarrassing resistance I've ever seen. Mechanical computing. Constructing machines capable of advanced differential analysis will give us 4% research speed and the ability to make bomb sites. Let's get our very necessary trains. 134 days to learn how civilian trains work. We're trying to catch up. It's 1936 in Manchukuo. Oh, it's kind of over. It's kind of over, dudes. Last holdouts in Fredrikstad, gone. Norway was annexed. That was fast. Welcome, Communist Norway. At least they're not, like last ahistorical, they were Fascist Norway. We're only 100 years late for trains. That's true. However, based on what I've seen, our infrastructure is amazing. I'm assuming Japan built this up for us because Korea has level 4 rail going all the way through. We have level 4 rail going up to Mudken. Or Mukden. I guess it's Mukden. Kind of read that dyslexically. And then level 2, we do have some supply hubs. The Japanese continue to rule over us with an infuriating arrogance. We should remind them that we too are an empire worthy of respect. Modify our low legitimacy, which is our national spirit, by plus 10% stability and plus 10% war support. So now we have 9 whole stability and 3 whole war support. But most importantly, we become an imperial subject of the Japanese shogunate, which also changes our name to Qing China. And they have to recognize that. So that changes our relationship a little bit. We're still a puppet, but we can like have a little bit of autonomy. We won't automatically get dragged into the war if they start one. So what's next? Infrastructure, it's pretty good. We can also start inviting foreign investors. Normally I would just go all the way down here and try to like take the fight to Japan while they're at war with China, but there is no war with China. So we're probably gonna end up having to take our time a little bit. So we go infrastructure, then we have to choose either staff the court with Manchus or 5 equal peoples. Okay, yeah, let's get the infrastructure and building slots up. Those are nice. And a new decision to divert machine tooling, which, if my memory serves, allows us to get some civilian factories with political power, I believe. Okay. Logistics-wise, we have started training our first divisions, but we're not able to manufacture enough guns for 2 simultaneous divisions. So we'll probably just, like, train these 2 and then start training 1 at a time. We got to get industry up in big ways. Gluten Pale says, yo, a storm is here. I can't sleep. Storm is the best time to sleep. You know? Like a little, when I'm in the bed and it's a little cold, you know, a little chilly, and there's like some thunder rumbling outside, and the rain just pitter pattering against the window. Ooh, I'm cozy, man. But yeah, you can also, you know, pulling out your phone and just seeing who's streaming at that odd hour of the night. There's nothing wrong with that either, because then you could just like watch a stream and you're like in your bed just chilling. We've learned how to support our troops. We've learned radios, jeeps, pontoons. Apparently we stole the technology for jeeps. 80% reliability. Can you get support equipment to be more reliable? Okay, the thing with support equipment is we have to actually manufacture it. So to do that, we need a factory. So one of the factories got stolen. I don't know what's going on. We had 3 military factories. Now we have 2. I really do want some artillery, but I also need support equipment. I think we take the artillery. Man, it reset my production efficiency on this. Come on, man. We need to start making all of these things. I need everything, man. All right, what can we start researching? We either do construction, or it's January 1937. Radio is good. New type of guns. We can start manufacturing the new gun. Trucks, a support company, lots of stuff. Let's just get construction in there now. I don't think we're going to be declaring war on Japan as early as you might historically, because we're going to have to bulk up if we're the only ones fighting Japan, and that's going to be an interesting challenge. All right, channel point betters. There's a bunch of smoke over Spain right now. The front lines have been split. But oh dear. Italy agrees to peace deal with the People's Democratic Republic of Ethiopia. In a remarkable turn of events, Italy has agreed to a ceasefire with the People's Democratic Republic of Ethiopia. Italian troops have begun withdrawing to their original borders, surrendering any territorial gains they achieved. The Soviet Union's apparent willingness to go to war for Ethiopia doubtless played a part in Mussolini's decision to withdraw. It remains to be seen how the public will react to this humiliation. Italy signed a white peace. Soviet Union demands an end to the Italo-Ethiopian War. The threat of major war erupting has startled leaders across the globe. Soviet leader Stalin has demanded that Mussolini end Italy's illegal war against the People's Democratic Republic of Ethiopia. Stalin made clear that if Italy does not comply, he's willing to use force to make them. In recent months, the Soviets have been keen to aid the Democratic Republic of Ethiopia with equipment and advice. It's increasingly clear they now consider the country part of their sphere of influence. That's because there was a coup and the People's Democratic of Ethiopia created a communist coup and joined the Comintern. So we have Comintern Ethiopia, which is a fun one. And we got 2 divisions and the grunts that just popped out. We're going to need a lot more than that. Lithuanian Civil War as well. We have a communist. Oh, they joined the Comintern. Comintern Lithuania. In Comintern, Ethiopia. They're making plays. A new run? Yes, it is a new run. We've been running. Do any factions exist at the start of the game? Yeah. The Comintern... I'm pretty sure the Comintern just exists and the Allies exist. The Allies are just the amalgamation of the UK and the Dominion. All of the UK's holdings. And then the German Reich is in the Axis to start the game. So, there's definitely a couple. But most of them are created as a result of different choices along the national focus tree. But yeah, we're gonna need to get a hand on some more, dude, these factories. We have 2 civilian factories. I'm working on it. I think we'll start getting some more with divert machine tooling. It is going to upgrade our infrastructure because we have like 2 out of 5 infrastructure, so that'll help us build a little faster. Let's start training like 1 grunt at a time. We gotta start pumping some units out. And at this point, I want to save political power. But we're going to spend it on some, we got to spend it on a few different things. In a country as big as ours, controlling the rails means controlling the country. And the Japanese control the railroads. That has to change. 4 infrastructure and 4 building slots coming out. And then we got 2 choices here. Staff the court with Manchus on the left and 5 equal peoples on the right. So on the left, we have ensure that we follow the Qing dynasty's example as closely as possible. 10% stability, and you get 4 units that each have 7 infantry and 2 artillery. Elite soldiers in the Imperial Guard join you. You get local arms procurement, which is 4 military factories and underground workshops decision. Or you go 5 equal peoples and you get war support instead of stability. And then you get White Russian advisors, gives you a recovery rate, attack, and defense bonus. Pretty good bonus. You also get recruitable population 2% and a decision to raise the banners. And you get 7 units with 3 infantry battalions. Those are very small. But I think the units you get from Raise the Banners are pretty juiced. They're pretty big. And you get Empower the Legislative Council, so you get 150 PP, 10% stability, 10% war support. So it's like stronger, 4 decent units of infantry and 4 military factories versus a permanent attack buff. They're both interesting. What do you think, chat? What do you think? I can't resist recruitable population bonuses. I think it's going to be a while. Yeah, I think 5 equal people sounds like the long game, and Imperial Guard sounds like the short game. Yeah, Empower the Legislative Council is good too, because its stability, war support, and the injection of political power is useful. Alright, we'll try 5 equal peoples. The days in which one people could rule supreme over all others are over. Manchukuo will be a new type of nation in which 5 people, Russians, Japanese, Mongolians, Koreans, and Manchus, will live together in harmony. But yes, we do have divert machine tools now. With the railways under our control, we can ensure that some shipments of machine tooling get lost in an administrative error Active for 90 days. So it's 50 political power. When removed, we get a civilian factory. It's pretty good. So let's definitely lock that in and get it started. Because that's a good way to get some civilian factories, but it's going to be political power expensive, but also we're going to get empower the legislative council. And then we have bolster nationalism down here to recruit the bandits. This is the war. So once we do this, the war is on. And we're not going to do that. We can't do that anytime soon because they're not at war with China. So I can't take on... Japan's got almost 500... They got 565,000 manpower. They have 10 times our manpower at the moment. So we got some work to do in this ahistorical run. Max factories and state up 20%. I'm mostly interested in the factory output going up. And it is 1937, so let's just go back to back. On dispersed industry, 2. Because that'll also leverage the Steelworks industrial speed bonus for research that we already took. Try to get those factories to be the most productive they can be, considering how few they are. But yeah, we're struggling to even get like one grunt unit of 12 combat with training at a time right now. So sad. But having 3 research slots is nice. The problem is we're learning how to make trains, we're learning how to make this and that, but we don't have the factories to do it. To even get started on it. But researching trains is valuable outside of manufacturing them yourself, because then you can at least use the like commandeer trains. Whoa! Communist China joins the Northern International. Earlier today, the Norwegian People's Republic and Communist China issued a joint statement that the latter has been formally granted member status in the Northern International. Whether this partnership will be used for offensive or defensive purposes remains to be seen, but undoubtedly extensive joint military planning is already underway. Never seen this one before. Paraguay joins the Northern International with Norway. Xinjiang joins the Northern International with Norway. And the League of Nations has come to an end thanks to the declaration of war on Sweden by the Norwegian People's Republic. The League of Nations has failed its attempt to preserve peace. Olav Scheflo openly mocked the League's inability to do anything, and with that took his country out of the League. With other world leaders also questioning the point of the League of Nations if it can prevent conflict, the days of the League are de facto over. While the Council continues to meet, nobody expects it to actually do anything anymore. Norway is making moves. It's only 1937, dude. Lithuania was annexed by Lithuanian independent SSR and has joined the Comintern. Chat, what's going on in Finland? Is that a communist revolution in Finland? Big communism in this run? 2 different communist factions. Trains! A civilian train, but a train nonetheless. All right, let's start researching all the other stuff that we can't, like guns. I don't want to use political power to research because we need the political power to keep doing divert machine tooling if possible. So we'll research better guns. Which is important for another reason, because look how much better they are than... It turns out 1936 guns are way better than 1918 guns. Who knew? Double the soft attack. That's night and day. The other stuff's nice too. More breakthrough, more hard attack, more defense, but mainly that 6 soft attack is just same price, same amount of steel. May as well learn how to do that. We have our own train. Well, actually, we have 0 trains. We have to make our own train. by making a production line and getting a factory. So easier said than done. Norway, I'm starting to think maybe you didn't think this through. Did you guys bite off more than you could chew? Maybe Hungary and Sweden have formed their own faction of House Bernadotte. With Miklos Horthy. Huh. Communist China will save them, and Sin Kiang will save them, probably. How bizarre. What? What? This is a weird one, even by ahistorical standards so far, I think. I'm ready for Big Sweden. Finland's going off too. The Socialist Republic of Finland, but they haven't joined a faction. Neither has Karl G. Mannerheim. The days in which one people could rule supreme over all others are over. 10% base war support. That war support is going to be super handy to get out of civilian economy. To partial mobilization is what we want to get to. Now we could bolster nationalism and recruit bandit remnants. But I think right now, we need bolster nationalism and we need to empower the Legislative Council. I don't think it matters which one we do first. So let's get the Legislative Council first. Stability, war support, and the 150 political power is huge. What are we shooting for on this one? The Hindenburg not to blow up, but we can't always have what we want. Manchukuo is going to be very much lucky to have even one support group in their army. So we probably won't have anything except some basic support artillery, if I had to guess. Rip the Hindenburg. Due to the scarcity and expense of helium and the US ban on exports, the Hindenburg was engineered to use hydrogen, providing greater lift, but is also flammable. This could be the end of an era. Chat did this. How could you do this? I think this is all your fault. Does the Hindenburg always go down? Nope. It is random. I'm not sure if the Soviets can just invade us for fun. Japan doesn't really seem to think that they're a threat because they haven't even put anyone on the border with them. All right, let's do divert machine tooling again because that just gave us a civilian factory. The reason it didn't appear is because we're actually having to give 1 to our overlord and 2 for consumer goods because of civilian economy is taking 35% of our factories instead of 25%. But still building them, they will be ours long term, so I think it'll be worth it just for that alone. War blimps would be pretty sick. I would enjoy that. I don't know how useful they'd be. I feel like you just shoot them once and then they pop, but I don't know. Plus 10% construction speed. One day that'll matter when we have more than 2 factories building a single other factory, huh? But let's just go again. 1937 construction 2 and just try to get up to date on that for the future. Because I think we're going to be dug in here for a while before we declare war. Because Japan is going to kick our ass. What's up, recent subs? Thanks, Boom You, for 39 months. What's up, Boom You? We're trying to boom as the Qing Dynasty today. Thanks for tier 1 sub. And Wabbit Requiem says E in chat. E. The Regional Defense Council of Aragon has declared war. The anarchists are here. The mostly independent acting anarchist communes in northeastern Spain have given into full-blown infighting on the Republican front. Initially limited to street fighting and low-scale clashes between militia and government or Stalinist forces, the unwillingness for either side to compromise means the conflict has escalated rapidly in just a few days. The reallocation of military resources to deal with this threat means the front lines against the nationalists have been noticeably weakened, and we have a three-way Spanish Civil War waiting on Karl. We are waiting on Karl. Meanwhile, the bandits are just going to keep doing bandit things for a bit. Hey! Amelia Earhart circumnavigates the globe. Known to many as the Queen of the Air, has completed a flight around the world together with navigator Fred Noonan. After a brief scare when they temporarily got lost approaching Howland Island in the Pacific, the flight proceeded without incident, and this morning their Lockheed Electra touched down in Oakland, California. A ceremony is to be held in the White House next week, where Earhart is to be personally congratulated for her feat by the president. Congratulating her for her feat is kind of weird, but it was a different time. Stop telling me I can modify the officer corps. I cannot. Okay, maybe I... Can I? Yeah, I guess I can. Chief of the Army. %, stability up from like 0 becomes 19 and 22% war support. We're moving up. The Legislative Council is currently little more than a ceremonial body that agrees to whatever our Japanese overlords put before it. If we want to become a real sovereign nation, we must have full autonomy in our legislative matters. So low legitimacy is getting better. It was -50 and -50. Now it's 30 and 30. Let's do bolster nationalism now. That'll be another 10% stability and war support. And some nice attack bonuses. We have 256 political power. So we need to save some of that for recruiting the bandits. And I say we just skip early mobilization and go to partial. Let's just save all of our political power for now. I think that's a great idea. And it probably uses our limited resources more efficiently. China has declared war on Xinjiang. Huh. The Northern International is fighting again, I guess. Paraguay. How do you say this name? In, I don't know. I want to say like Higinio Morinigo. I don't know. After growing dissatisfaction with the leadership of the nation, the military took action and has installed the General Higinio. Or is it Higinio? As the new president of Paraguay, he's sympathetic to the fascist cause and is likely to approach Argentina for mutual protection and aid, which will likely turn to Brazil, attempting to strengthen their own alliance to secure themselves in case of Paraguayan or Argentinian aggression. Interesting. China declared war on Shanxi. What is going on in this timeline? Reports that a fire broke out in one of our factories. The bandits strike again. The United Mexican States have declared war on Mexico. The forces of church and revolution have once again come into conflict in Mexico, with the government renewing its attacks on the church. The embattled Catholic parties and social movements are launching armed rebellions to seize control of Mexico. Cristero militias are reforming after a decade of inactivity, supplemented by defectors from the federal military. They've taken over several rural states and are using these as a base for operation. The first Cristiada ended with a settlement negotiated between senior revolutionary and church officials thanks to intermediation by the American government. But it looks likely that this violence will end only with the complete destruction of one of the belligerents. The situation is too complex for an outsider to understand. Yeah, so much happening, the world tensions at 8%. That's because they're all like mostly internal conflicts. The German Reich is actually the biggest one right now for some reason. Soviet Union was 1.6%, sending divisions to Finland. 2.4% for declaring war on Sweden. Minus 2.5% for peace, a peace treaty. Norway's getting strangled a little bit. Carl has arrived. Wary of being increasingly sidelined and having their influence over the National Front more curtailed, the Carlist forces under Manuel Falconde have renounced their affiliation with the nationalist cause, declaring their own independent insurrection. Carlist riquetes, predominantly in the north, have turned on their erstwhile allies, while at the same time continuing the fight against their Republican enemies. The effects are being downplayed by national leadership, but it's evident that chaos is presenting ample opportunity. Oh, this is, I mean, Republican Spain looks like they're winning to me. Lots of chaos. China has declared war on Yunnan. Now they got a three-way war going on. All right, chat, give me 1 sec. I'm gonna take an early BRB. My allergies are killing me right now, so I'm just gonna step away for a minute, try and take care of that a little bit, and also just take a bathroom break. Be back in just a couple minutes. Thanks for watching. Thanks for hanging out. This should be an interesting campaign, as long as we don't get squished like a bug. Yo. What's up? The straw is very tall. I think I grabbed the wrong straw. It's like twice the size of the glass. Listen, you got to make your Diet Arizona iced tea fancy by putting a little lemon in there. Got to make it fancier. It just tastes better. Also, how come I leave, take the dog outside, everything feels fine, I come back and I immediately need to sneeze? Is it you, chat? Or is it this? What is this? China is declaring war on everybody. It could be the mic. Maybe I need to do like a mic cleaning. I'm definitely allergic to you guys though. That one's not even a question. China declaring war on the rest of the Chinese warlords, like, look at me. I am Japan now. I will unite the warlords. Dispersed industry 2. All right, we should have a good amount of room for factories. If only we could have more than a couple building them at any given point in time. It's 1937. We need radio for the reinforced rate and coordination. We need the weapons and equipment buffs. We need trucks. We need support companies. And we need artillery buffs. We need all those things. So, I'd say, let's go with the basics. Start getting some weapon buffs. And we're about to get like the 1936 era weapons here. Leal Type 13. And I'll also research trucks, just so that when we do have factories, we can start making these. Because we will want them to keep our troops supplied. And let's go ahead and just flip over the basic infantry equipment. We only have one factory anyways. Plus 3% production efficiency cap with this, but we have to start building production efficiency up from scratch. King Zog submits to Italy. An ultimatum has been delivered to the Albanian government by Italian diplomats, demanding they submit to complete military occupation. King Zog has abdicated after realizing the futility of resistance. Albania will now be ruled in a personal union. Italy looks to the Balkans. Where's Mussolini? The Grand Council of Fascism is operating in place of Mussolini. Is there ever reason not to go dispersed industry? I think yes. When you're playing a power that isn't gonna have to, like, if you play as the United States or the Soviet Union, and you, like, especially like the US, I think concentrated industry is better because they start with a ton of factories. So it depends on what you start with and who you start with. We have no faction. Communist Finland has just won their war. And Norway seems to be losing theirs, but it's hard to say. But yeah, If we were playing the Grease run and Zog submitted, that would be our warning. Alarm bells be going off. We'd be putting troops all over here. For sure. All right, give me a sec while this continues. Oh, we need to check. I need to divert machine tools and get another civilian factory. Yeah. I know it doesn't look like we're actually getting them, but we definitely are. My nationalism is bolstered. For too long, people have considered Manchukuo an artificial construct made up by the Japanese. But every nation was once just an idea. We need to establish a sense of Manchu identity, and the people in turn that idea into a reality. This is kind of a big one for us for a number of reasons. Number one, we get another 10% stability and war support. We're going up from 0 stability to 29. Each time our stability goes up, we get a little bit more factory output. And we also are getting war support, which is helping us get to choose a better economy. So with more than 25% war support, which we just hit, we can take partial mobilization. I think we go ahead and just lock that in. Because civilian economy sucks. Minus 30% build speed for military and civilian factories, and this transitions to a plus 10% buff to military factories, and it should free up some factories for us. So now we have 4 civilian factories to be building with. Take that. This seems like a 0 to hero. It does feel like a 0 to hero, yeah. Very much so. We do want both of these. We also could have taken this, and that would have saved me some political power on the laws, but I already clicked it, so it's too late. It would have saved me like 30 political power, which maybe would have been worth it. Too late. I already clicked it. Let's just do both of these first anyways. The U.S. Congress passes the Neutrality Act. Everybody act surprised. Congress has been the scene of intense discussion on the role the U.S. should play on the world stage. Many members are concerned that President Alf Landon might secretly be planning to intervene in a European or Asian war. Some still remember the role the country played in the Great War and are anxious to keep the U.S. out of foreign entanglements. Alf Landon, yeah, you don't remember President Alf Landon? Eager to shore up support for his proposed programs of economic reform, President Alf Landon has signed the Neutrality Act into law, placing heavy restrictions on trade with nations at war and specifically prohibiting the president from offering any support to other nations. Ask the Belgians how well neutrality helped them. Yeah, we are out of resources. We are definitely out of resources. I do regret not doing Purge the General Affairs Council before changing our mobilization law. But it's too late. That one mistake is going to cost us the entire game. Because, yeah, we need 150 political power just for these guys. Recruit the North, the West, the East, and the remaining bandits. We're gonna need all those dudes. All the help we can get. Every bullet spent hunting down bandits is one less available for the fight to come. Instead of fighting our own subjects, we should offer a way for them to redeem themselves through service to the Emperor. Let's start with the north. And then the west, we just got 50 PP. All right, so that's 6 horsey units. The Redemption Army, they come out at level 3. Not bad. 12 combat width. Listen, it's 4 divisions we didn't have a minute ago. We're having trouble even training anybody. I'm having trouble training anybody to protect against the invasions to come, like the EJ raids. Yo, what's up, EJ? The panels are back. Rockets and Redstone, what's up, weather guy? McCheeto, Boca Chica. Hearts of Iron, my favorite. Yo, welcome, EJ. Glad to see you, dude. Thanks for 14 months, man. I appreciate the sub. We just started a new run like an hour and a half ago. So you guys are here just in time. This is part 1. This is part 1. We just started a Manchukuo playthrough. So we got the Manchurian candidate here. The actual Manchurian candidate, this is Aisenjiro Puyi. He is the last dynastic emperor of China by bloodline, and we're trying to reinstate him back as the Emperor of China. But we're playing on ahistorical Hearts of Iron, which means that things don't always go to plan. And normally, if you're playing historical Hearts, Japan goes to war with China, and China unites all of the warlords in order to fight against Japan. We're attempting to bulk up our forces in order to try to get out from under the yoke of Japan, because we are a puppet of Japan at this point. However, in this ahistorical, Japan did not go to war with China. And therefore, we're going to have to fight Japan by ourselves unless something else crazy happens. EJ was doing China Hearts of Iron last week. Who are you playing as, EJ? Where in China were you playing? So you guys are already kind of familiar with this theater then. If you're in my chat and you haven't already followed EJ, please give our friend a follow. I was wearing your shirt the other day when I was playing. Last doing some science and tech. I was hanging out yesterday on my day off while I was doing some stuff on the computer, listening to the react to the press conference. That was fun. I enjoyed watching all of the expressions of disbelief when you were trying really hard not to call people stupid idiots for asking dumb questions. You were giving it your best to not just outright call people out too much. But yeah, click that link in the chat. EJ plays has been playing some Hearts of Iron recently, and has been playing some Workers and Resources and other cool games like that. I don't even know how to play Workers. I should learn at some point. But catch him live for the next one. Ended up teaming up with Imperial Japan and Nazi Germany. Ahistoric, though. Sounds fun, yeah. I've tried Manchukuo before, and I got crushed. Stomped Mao and everybody else. So you're playing this guy, Chiang Kai-shek? Like actual China? Or a different dude? So far, what we've been doing, we don't have any cool planes or anything like that. What we do have is some cool bandit guys. We just recruited 4 bandit armies that are just some dudes on horses. Hoping for the best. We're in the process of trying to deal with the banditry that's running rampant in Manchuria by offering jobs to the bandits and putting them up on horses, giving them some guns. We've been working on getting our stability and war support up. I would say that Manchukuo is as close as you can get to like a 0 to hero in Hearts, because they start with literally 1 military factory for guns and 2 civilian factories. And technologically speaking, they don't even know how support equipment works. So I had to research support equipment, which very few nations in Hearts Actual China. Uh-oh. I mean, like, the nation that is called China in the game. This is the only China, for all intents and purposes, in Hearts of Iron 4. It's quote search in Google China. It's the only one. Communist China is Communist China. China is China. You know? They also have, yeah, we had 2% stability and 0% war support. Correct. Calling upon the bonds forged during the Great War, France requests a formal alliance with Britain, citing unspecified threats against the stability of Europe. Today, the request was approved by British Parliament and France has joined the Allies. Who's winning the Spanish Civil War? The Spanish Civil War looks like Republican Spain is winning. They seem to be doing really good in our campaigns recently. China is China. Will he ever tone down his controversial comments? I blame you for my new Star Citizen mining addiction. It's pretty fun, isn't it, Sabbath? By the way, EJ, if you got place to be, things to do, thanks for stopping in, dude. You sent your people over at a good time because this is like the beginning of the campaign. So what you see is what you get. We have 9 basic infantry divisions, and by basic, I mean basic. 12 combat width, no support companies, no artillery. That's it. And then we have some horses, some of which are 6 combat width, and the more recent ones are 12. So it is that basic right now. So far, we've pursued the focus tree far enough to be able to assert ourselves to Japan and raise our standing from Manchukuo to Qing, China, which is our dynastic lineage. And we're still puppets of Japan, but we have just enough autonomy to be able to reject, at least in the game, I don't know how real life would work, we can reject calls to war. So if they go to a war, we can sort of work around that a little bit. We're kind of hoping that Japan goes to war because our ultimate goal is independence war against Japan, declaring war on the Japanese shogunate, but they outnumber us 10-1 right now. So it might be a little while unless they go to war before we go to war. We're going to have to dance around for a bit. So I've been getting our industrial and production lines researched. We just got construction 2 for a little faster build speed. And then we also have been researching some support weapons to give ourselves some little infantry buffs. Wouldn't mind getting some mountain infantry, get some specialists in there. We also need some support companies, especially engineers are going to be vital. And we're going to want to pump up artillery. So either of those are good. Let's go engineer company, start that down, get some entrenchment lock in, because we're going to get naval invaded a bunch. And having some Engis, I think, would help a lot. So we barely have 4. We don't even have 1,000 guns in our stockpile. I've just been training like 1 division simultaneously. That's about all we can muster right now, but we have a ton of manpower. And I have 2 more groups of bandits that I want to recruit, so I'll work on that too. This game has been equal parts monarchist and communist, which is a change of pace from the last campaign. We just did a Greece campaign where we reformed the Byzantine Empire and basically did a world conquest as the Byzantines. So that was fun. That was mainly like fascist forces and some democratic. This one's got all communist and monarchist, which is a bit different. The ongoing turmoil in Argentina spiraled out of control, leading to civil war. Led by the once exiled Rodolfo Gioldi and backed by many left-leaning members of the Argentinian Congress, the communists have broken away from the government in an attempt to wrestle control and enact radical change throughout the nation. Many in the region are concerned a communist Argentina will trigger a domino effect across the continent of South America. This has been there's been more civil war than usual, and that's saying a lot for ahistorical. White Russian advisors. After the Russian Civil War, a number of Russians preferred exile to whatever fate the Soviets had planned for their defeated enemies. We could use these people to train our army and rebuild. So we get a new national spirit that gives us a 5% bonus to recovery rate, attack, and defense on core territory. And then the 5 people armies will give us some battalions and a new decision that we can use. At the moment in the world state, Finland has had a successful communist revolution. Norway had a successful communist revolution and then immediately declared war on Sweden. Norway formed their very own faction, which they lovingly invited Communist China and Xinjiang to. So they are all part of the Northern International. Spain is having its normal civil war. Republican Spain is kind of the boring candidate to win. They're pretty strong, but they do seem to be winning again this time. And now we've got civil war brewing in South America. And we already have a civil war in Mexico between Democratic Mexico and Lázaro Cárdenas. This seems like it's the US puppet version. Yeah, Germany is just going regular Axis, I believe. And then we actually have the traditional allies, the United Kingdom and the US, which is sort of abnormal for my ahistorical runs. Oh yeah, and of course, don't forget the Hungarian alliance between Miklos Horthy and Sweden in House Bernadotte is the name of their faction. So that one's weird also. The Type 3 heavy machine gun. It's just a pretty simple 5% defense and breakthrough bonus for us. That's pretty good. And it is January 1938. So I'm going to start on computing machine. I need to like plan for the future. So the earlier we get the research bonuses, the better. Because this might be a longer campaign than I expected, because we're going to have to bide our time against Japan. I'm going to go ahead and recruit the Eastern Bandits. Throw them in the horse group. Was it the UK and France? Yeah, France joined. The US did not join, sorry. It's the UK and France, that's what I meant to say. Forming traditional allies. So once we finish recruiting the bandits, it actually looks like bandit raids, yeah, bandit raids are now concluded, so they won't harass us anymore because we just got done hiring all the bandits. The new Hungarian king was from Sweden? Yes, that's why they formed an alliance. But it looks like, yeah, it was Carl Wilhelm from Sweden, but Miklos Horthy is still kind of leading things. From what I can see. But if you came over from EJ's raid and you got any questions about Hearts or our campaign so far, feel free to jump in and ask. Our biggest challenges are going to be the fact that we have no trains. I can commandeer some civilian trains and trade some stability. That might be our best choice. I'm going to start making some military factories now. Now that we have a more respectable 6 civilian, we had 0. We had we had 1 and then 2 civilian factories. And now we have 6. We're doing our best. Argentina's gone. Communist Argentina. Oh yeah, Paraguay joined the Northern International also with Norway. Polish and Romanian crowns enter a union. In a strange turn of events, both the Provisional Kingdom of Poland, Romania, and the Kingdom of Poland have come under the rule of Michael I. Though the two nations remain separate for now, the shared head of state means they are inseparably tied diplomatically. It seems likely this personal union will soon evolve into the unification of the Romanian and Polish states, but for now, it's purely diplomatic. Carol II of Romania, Michael I of the Kingdom of Poland. If every citizen is equal, then every citizen must be equally ready and willing to defend it against foreign oppressors. Add five people armies, which is a new national spirit force. We get a 2% recruitable population, which is kind of huge, because right now that will double our available manpower. New decision and 7 tiny little units. Look at this. They are level 5 veteran gods, plus 75% modifiers in combat, but they're only 6 combat with each. So they're fighting as if they were like 5 divisions strong, or 5 units strong, which is weird. I guess I'll throw them all in this. However, it did unlock a new decision. Raise the banners. In the days of old, the Qing emperors could call upon their bannermen to fight their wars. Although the times have changed, the same principles apply. The House of the Qing requires the services of their banners once more. 5 bannermen will answer your call for 25, but you have to be at war for that. And then we can purge the General Affairs Council. And then the next step is war, which I'm not ready for. The Anschluss of Austria. After a successful coup by the local Nazi party in Vienna, German troops have crossed the Austrian border and taken control of the country. No fighting's been reported, and the German soldiers were greeted by cheering crowds in the cities. In a speech before a massive crowd at the Heldenplatz in Vienna, Hitler announced the Anschluss of Austria, annexing the country into Germany. The oldest eastern province of the German people shall be, from this point on, the newest bastion of the German Reich. Truck. We learned how truck works. And learning how truck works means we get field hospitals, logistics companies, if we want. I think now is a good time to... I'd say go ahead and get radio. We've been putting this off. 5% reinforce rate, 4% coordination's nice. How make truck when no factory? Look at this. This is so sad. I'm working on building some military factories, but easier said than done. Now, since we're not going to declare an independence war immediately, we just got like 1 division training every so often out of here. We need a lot of divisions, a lot of small divisions. We're probably going to invite foreign investors next. That's a 70-day. So let's recruit the bandit remnants. Our prisons and work camps are filled with those who once fought against us. We need every soldier and every rifle in the fight for freedom. The Emperor could show legendary mercy and grace by giving these criminals a way to redeem themselves through service. Press them into the military! The prison corps! 3 Manchu units of 12 combat with the peace. There you go. They're in. All right, we got all the bandits in our armed forces. Now we have 30 divisions, but they're all pretty small. And there's no support companies as of yet. Even just adding a support company to our grunts would cost us too much military, too many military points. We do have enough artillery to give them all something. And we'll eventually want engineer companies too, because that's the only way we're going to be able to hold out against Japanese naval invasions. We're going to have to guard our coast religiously. Let's start beefing our... These are just basic infantry buffs, 5% attack and stuff, but it adds up. So we'll queue that and go. It worked in StarCraft. It did. It... Listen, Marines. I'm gonna inject some Marines with some serum and throw them in some power armor. So their tiny little head is the only thing sticking up. You know what's crazy? If StarCraft didn't exist and it was like created now, I think everyone would honestly write it off as a cheap imitation of Warhammer. Not that I think StarCraft is awesome, but I feel like we are more sort of sensitive to things that are a bit derivative of other works, whereas back then we were just like, yeah, this is badass. I accept this because this is cool. Like, why were we more accepting of derivative works, but now everything is like, meh, this is just like other stupid game. By the way, where did I just get 150 political power from? It's because of volume. We didn't have much back then. Now it's too much. Maybe. I don't know. Yeah, where did I get 150 political power from? Because we haven't finished... Oh, Japan might be doing a focus. They did. They did Manchurian project. They just gave us 10% base stability, war support, and 150 political power. Now they're fortifying the border. What they don't know is I'm going to declare independence war. That's what they don't know. All right, well, let's use some of that political power. Divert machine tooling will give us a new civilian factory in 90 days. It's probably the fastest way we currently have. We're basically stealing resources from Japanese train infrastructure since the rails go through us and we sort of have control over them. So we're taking that and somehow a factory spawns out of that. So it's the best way we have to get new civilian factories at the moment. But yeah, that's all them, which is so funny. We're testing the listening comprehension of some of the people in chat. Swaraj movement makes gains in provincial elections. British civil servants woke to a rude shock this morning as the results of the recent provincial elections came in. It's clear that a large majority of Indians have given their votes to pro-Swaraj candidates. In provinces across India, calls have started to turn this limited amount of local government into total self-rule as quickly as possible. A spokesman for the British government stressed that now is not the time to discuss such measures, and that any transfer of further authority to Indians was out of the question. The British will never stand for it. Earlier today, the Soviet Union and Argentina issued a joint statement. The latter has been granted a member status of the Comintern. Yo. Communist Party's going crazy. The General Affairs Council was put in place by the Japanese to ensure they had full control over our government. This cannot go on. We must eliminate anyone whose loyalty to our government is even slightly suspect. Prepared to seize Japanese arms depots and plus 10% stability. So, the next step is independence war, but I think reform the civil service is respectable. 10% base stability, let's just go for that. While we try and build up. Now, here's the funny part. We have to have command power. Okay, I thought it was going to be like a political power thing, but it's command power. The depots and supply dumps spread around the country are poorly guarded. A well-planned and timed assault could take them with a minimum of casualties, giving us access to modern arms, and at the same time depriving the Japanese of ammo and supplies. Spending more time and resources on this allow us to seize more depots. So we have 104 command power. So what does that give us so far? Strike swiftly for the Emperor! So far we get 10,000 guns? 10,000 Type 38 rifles to the national stockpile. That's pretty good. I mean, it's basic weapons. It's the old weapons. So, could be better, but 10,000 guns is going to let us train some troops, man. Okay, what about we do it again? Prepare to seize the Japanese arms depots. Now we're going to get 10,000 Type 99 rifles. So 20k total guns that's a lot of guns, considering we have 0. Japanese shogunate gains ammo shortage in Manchuria, which gives us an attack bonus. Or they'll have a minus 10% attack bonus against us and defense bonus for 60 days once we execute the plan. We can do it again! Seize more. Yeah, we've been saving all of our command power this entire time. I haven't assigned a field marshal yet. Now we'll get 500 units of Type 95 75mm added to the national stockpile. Chat, what's Type 95 75mm? Is that an anti-tank gun? Anti-tank? We could add an anti-tank support group with that? Or is it artillery? It could be artillery, I guess. Okay, well that'll be good. Here's what we need. We need some army experience so we can actually modify. Let's add a chief of army. It's going to cost us 100 political power and also 20 command powers. So the question is, we need to do this as many times as we can. Where did I just get another 150 PP from? Wait, no, we already had that. We already had that. I just didn't spend it. I need command power. Spain joined the Allies. Oh my god, it's so spicy. The war's not even over yet, channel pointers, and I think the channel points has been decided. I've never seen... Maybe have we seen this ever? Before the Civil War is even over, Republican Spain joins the Allies. That means anyone who didn't vote for Republican Spain is about to get France and the UK and the rest of the Dominion. So it's pretty much over. Anarchists can still win. One day, that may be true. All right, you know what? Let's actually have all these dudes start training. We're going to shift left-click the exercise button, and that means they'll stop training when they hit their maximum training level automatically, but we really need some army XP is the issue. Conscription looks good because we already have the bonus manpower from that 2% buff that we just got. Political advisors, maybe? Military factory construction speed would help us right now. Land forts, infrastructure, and civilian factories. Lose political power and stability to get attack speed or division speed. Conversion costs. I'm going to say let's throw down 150 on the war industrialist for the construction speed bonus. Because that's what we're making right now. We need to use 50 political power for diverting resources from their trains, and we need to make stuff for our manpower. The problem is, here's the issue, right? We have 20,000 guns coming from this plan that we can execute, which is enough to train a bunch of different divisions. But I can't train them before getting the guns for them. You know what I'm saying? So we're going to be really far behind. The Bulgarian government has signed a commercial agreement with several German companies to strengthen ties with the German Reich. They seek Hitler's protection. They may well do. Spain took 3 states. Oh dear, chat. It's almost over. Karl was annexed. And Uruguay declared war on the Kingdom of Brazil. What's happening in this campaign? Like, is the... Okay, could you... How much do they have to be trained in order to force deploy them? 20%. The People's Volunteer Divisions. These are so sad. I wish they would split these evenly. I guess I'd only do one at a time. It's tough. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know exactly what we're gonna do there. Uruguay has capitulated. That was instantaneous. Bold move. Yeah, bold move. They got checked immediately. All right, let's do another 30 command power. See some more. Now we get 5,000 units of Type 99 rifles. That's 25,000 guns, and we can do it again. Uruguay and the Kingdom of Brazil signed a white peace. Well, didn't you just lose? The 3-day war. Oh yeah, they're gonna send us 50 units of basic light tank chassis. How do you even use 50 units of light tank chassis? That's not enough to do anything with, right? Like, I'd have to make a whole new division. Light tank recon, but then once that recon is dead, you can't replace them. I guess. Okay, so we're about to reform the civil service. We're actually getting very stable now. Now, granted, some of that's actually coming from Japan. 1 tank per garrison. Sell the tanks. I mean, I have to be at war to get the tanks. That's the problem. I have to be at war to get all that stuff. But yeah, 69% stability now. And Soviet Union Civil War. What is going on in this one? The General Affairs Council was only a tip of the iceberg. The Japanese effectively ran large parts of the civil service completely outside of our control. We need to put our own administrators in place. 10% stability. All right. Now it's only Independence War, or we can, invite Japanese settlers. I didn't even see this one. If you have gotten rid of banditry and you're at peace, you can get 2 building slots, increase local population, and get 2 civilian factories. Let's do that. Hello? The Bulgarian government supports the IMRO. According to the Minister of Interior Affairs, Bulgaria needs to cooperate with this organization to liberate the many Bulgaria Macedonians living in Yugoslavia and the Hellenic Republic. A bold statement that will undoubtedly reignite the Balkan conflict. The Soviet Civil War. Once again, there's open fighting in Soviet Russia. This time, however, not a war between Bolsheviks and whites, but rather a war between rivaling factions within the Communist Party. Stalin holds the capital, while rebels, led by Grigory Zinoviev, are based around Tashkent. Rumors are circulating that Grigory Zinoviev's rebellion is sponsored by foreign powers, but the validity of those rumors remain to be seen. Indian calls for independence have intensified. Now things have come to a head, and the radical Quit India movement has called for the UK to leave as soon as possible. British authorities were quick to react and have cracked down on the movement, arresting several leaders in dawn raids. Reports prepared by Special Branch indicate many sympathizers are still at large. Yet another doomed attempt at freedom. The SSSR. Grigory Zinoviev. It is a busy day, yeah, very busy. Very busy. RIP Norway. Yeah, Norway's not doing so good. They may have bitten off more than they could chew. Also, it looks like we have seized as many civilian factories from the train yards as possible. That thing is gone now. But we can still do the command power 1. So perhaps we spend our points on the Chief of Army so we can actually modify. We don't have any Army XP. Unless we do more exercises. We don't have enough troops to generate a meaningful amount of Army XP from exercises. So I think it's a good time for a Chief of Army. But it's going to cost us that command power. But we'll get it back. We're not going to be going to war yet. We got some other things to do first. So I'm going to hire him. 0.3 Army XP daily will be huge, and the 10% division attack is nice too. Radio research, 5% reinforce and 4% coordination. Coordination is reducing the spread of damage when you're fighting so that it constantly knocks out one enemy group at a time, so it's really good. And then reinforce rate kind of speaks for itself. 1938, we're good on industry. Could do radio. Probably just need to do the type 11 for another 5% defense and breakthrough. And then there's improved infantry equipment for 5% soft attack. A little early for the next gun. Let's go ahead and catch up on our interwar artillery, because I think we're going to be relying on those artillery buffs. Oh, they got like little pockets of resistance all through here. Look at these little pocket battles. Okay, we should have enough to start training our single groups again. We started making support equipment. The military factories are coming in, but we still only have 6 civilian factories. We're going to have to make more. We don't really need the gun factories as much if we have 25,000 guns coming in. We're going to need artillery, support equipment, trains, and trucks for supplies, though. But yeah, making another civilian factory seems like we gotta get them from somewhere. We can't just live with 6 factories, because the more military factories we add, that's gonna count toward our consumer goods issue as well. 5% research bonus. What's the next most important support group for us? Probably logistics company or recon. Recon is going to take, to do engineer and recon together is going to take a lot of support equipment. And the problem is we can't have that many support companies because we have small divisions. So like we only have 60 org right now. If we add Engis, we have 54 org. If we add support artillery, we have 47 org. That's getting low. So like a third one is going to be even lower. So I feel like 2 is all we can even afford right now. Though, yeah, we'd have to have a bunch. Artillery would lower org even if it was line artillery. So it's hard to say. That I don't really know if we can afford more companies. But I do like recon, and if we take recon, we might be able to get, like chat said, those tank units might give us the ability to make some light tank recon. So maybe we should take recon company just to have the option. Okay. Well, the Spanish Civil War is technically not over, but for all intents and purposes, it's over. Stalinist victory in the Spanish Civil War. What? They're in the Allies. After a long and grueling civil war, the Second Republic has defeated their anarchist and nationalist enemies and secured full control over Spain. Though isolated pockets of nationalist troops continue to wage guerrilla war that may well hamper the exertion of local Republican control in the nationalist areas, it's unlikely that further coordinated resistance of any significance will materialize. The Civil War saw the peaceful transition of Spain to a communist government which secured extensive Soviet aid. But they're in the Allies. As the nation focuses on rebuilding war-torn cities and industry, Spanish-Soviet ties appear to be strengthening, and the Soviet Union is expected to be heavily involved. Oh, they leave the faction. What? They left the Allies somehow because of that focus? Huh. That is weird. All right. Republican Spain wins again. And they're getting a 3.5 to 1 payout. The most people voted on Republican Spain, but not the most points. Nationalist Spain voted the most points. There are the channel points for you. By the way, thanks again to EJ Do for the 14 months of sub. If you're out there somewhere for rating again. Private Pile says happy 2 months. Or hey, 2 months. Yeah, that is 2 months. That is 2 months. What's up, Private Pile? And Coob, pumping that iron. We are pumping the iron. We're trying to bring the Emperor back to China. And see if we can muster an underdog victory. What's the value of recon in this game since there is no fog of war? Well, there is fog of war. I actually can't see what... If I had people or intelligence in this area, I would be able to see specifics on these battles. The other thing is there's spy agencies where, if used, can let you go to intel and see specific troop counts, how many soldiers are deployed, how many boats are destroyed, the exact layout of their boats, the exact layout of their planes. Secondly, having recon in your troop support companies gives them a reconnaissance stat buff, which basically, if your side has higher recon and intelligence than the other side, they get a combat buff to their attack or defense. Would be the short version. So having an intelligence advantage is a tangible buff in combat. A number of communist delegates from around the world met in Paris today for a founding conference, laying the groundwork for what's become known as the Fourth International. Calls for its formation have existed for years, with supporters of Trotsky's theories taking the lead. Stalin has responded to the growing support for Trotskyism abroad by ordering additional assassinations and increasing propaganda against his old rival. With the past purges of suspected Trotskyists in the high ranks of the Soviet military and leadership in recent memory, this is unlikely to be met with any resistance. There's a lot of stuff happening in this game. The Sudeten crisis! German demands for the Sudeten border territory in Czechoslovakia, home to a considerable German minority, have intensified. At a summit held in Munich, Germany, Britain, France, and Italy sought to find diplomatic solution to the so-called Sudeten crisis. A rift has formed between France and Britain, with Britain accepting the German claims as reasonable, while France is not. The French have formed a new alliance with the Czechs and threatened Germany with war should its troops violate the Czechoslovakian border. There will be war. Brazil and Portugal have established Commonwealth. Following deeper relations and collaboration between the Kingdom of Brazil and Portugal, the two countries have decided to jointly establish a Commonwealth to further increase their cooperation. Well, France has left the Allies and formed the French alliance with Czechoslovakia versus the Germans. Good luck to both of you. Also, the Kingdom of Brazil and Portugal are uniting, and we have invited Japanese settlers. We have far more space than we have people. Large areas of the country remain essentially wilderness. We should settle people in these areas for new communities to allow for economical development. We've got 2 building slots and 2 factories. We can get additional building slots. We can get army XP. I think now it's time to start inviting foreign investors. I'm not ready for an independence war. There's no way that we can do it right now. 2 off-map civilian factories. It's pretty good. That is pretty good, dude. Okay, well, in that case, let's build another military factory first before this other civilian, since we're going to get 2 more factories. We need to start thinking about who we want to do missions to. Now, just because you do a mission to a place doesn't mean you're suddenly allied with them. It just means that they might help you out. Like, Germany can, for example, let us purchase tanks. All France is going to do is give us an infantry weapon research buff. Or get a mountaineer research buff. Ooh, 3 off-map military factories. However, I can't do this if Yunnan is not me, or a subject of me, or in a faction with me. So we can't do that anyway. Likewise, Burma Road requires Yunnan, but we can get fighter purchases. I don't know, these don't seem that good. Light cruiser research bonus, who cares? The Soviet volunteer group. Joint tank development. I assume that these are the ones you actually want to get to. So if we did a mission to Germany, we get a new chief of army option. We've already got a chief of army. Add Chinese general staff. Small buff to your generals. Maximum command power up. These are kind of weak. Like, this is the best one. It's just 2 building, 2. You got to go all the way down here just to get 2 military factories. Well, you can feel the age of this focus tree. You really can, yeah. You really can. They're way more powerful now, for sure. I don't really know which direction to go. I'm thinking try some Soviets, since they're closest. And then we also have the Soviet volunteer group might be useful. We get a new general. Enact a non-aggression pact with the Soviet Socialist Republic. So this is all with the SSSR, assuming that they, if the SSSR doesn't win, then neither do we. Max entrenchment +5. I guess that's good. Yeah, that one's good, but we can't do this. How do we get into a faction with Yunnan? How many fighters do you get? If you go US and British, you get 100 total old fighters. But I need to start, like, appeasing somebody now. I'd say let's do Germany, because at least they get to the 2 military factories. We don't have to do closer ties. And a potential non-aggression pact with the Soviets could be good. We just can't do this one for the French. I wouldn't mind having, like, mountaineers, though. I did enjoy them before. Definitely not collaboration with the Japanese. Maybe we just do the US, the British, and then get fighter purchases. But is that better than Mountaineers and support artillery? I don't know, dude. These are kind of all funky. Because I think these fighters are like really old. And I think Japan is just gonna slap them out of the sky. Is it mountainous in your area? Yeah, I mean, especially if we're gonna be fighting in this territory, that's all mountains. This is all mountains. There's mountains. Korea's got mountains and hills. Heaven forbid we want to fight in the Soviet territory because they got a lot of mountain ranges up there too. All right, you know what? Let's try that out. Let's try reaching out to France. So we're just going to improve relations with them for 10 political power and start bolstering the opinion. This is the country I picked after getting bamboozled by Ital into playing Hearts of Iron again. Did you? How did your campaign go for you? The German Reich wants to resupply in our ports. Sure, why not? Because Japan's definitely not going to want to be our friend after they find out what we're up to. Though right now... Are they building 2 civilian factories for me? And expanding my railways? Down here, right? Because they did build a level 1 railway in Liaotung to Dalian and East Hebei. That's East Hebei right there. So yeah, they must have just built a rail somewhere. And did they build forts? They built, oh, they built forts for us on the north border with the Soviets. Yeah, that's super nice. They think they can reduce your autonomy manually. They don't know we're about to circumvent them with a focus. Czechoslovakia is the inverse of our last campaign. They're super dead in 1938. German Reich just said Sudeten Mountains? Psh. Barely an inconvenience, bro. And now it's France versus Germany. But France doesn't have any flank. So as long as France isn't stupid, they should be able to hold with their forts. But if Germany starts getting the Netherlands and Belgium and Luxembourg, then they've got other problems. It's still crazy to me. I'm probably oversimplifying, but it's still insane to me that France was like, you know what? We're going to make these mountains in Alsace-Lorraine impenetrable. But like the border with Belgium and Luxembourg? Nah. Why should we worry about that? What could possibly go wrong? Like, didn't they outright refuse to do it and had the opportunity? The depots and supply dumps spread around the country are poorly guarded. Yeah, so we got another 30 command power. It's not like they'll go through that side twice. They would never go through the north again. They didn't do this before 20 years ago. Blame the Belgians. They wanted to appear neutral. The Belgians were getting offended. All right, what are we gonna get this time? That was the last one. We get 50 units of the KI-2 added to the national stockpile, 100 units of interwar small airframes, and I think that's everything that we get for executing the plan. Uruguay declared war on Argentina. Didn't you guys just lose a war against Brazil? What are you doing down here? The Belgians were supposed to build forts to cover that border, but then backed out after not completing them all. Ah, Belgium. What are we gonna do with you, Hubert? Freaking Hubert. Humiliating though it may be, the best way to industrialize our nation is by approaching the very people who've been exploiting us. 2 off-map factories. Wait, why does everyone already like us? Normally you have to, like, go seek them out. All right, we were gonna try and reach out to France instead of the British. Not sure if that's a good idea or not. Even though the French have repeatedly humiliated us and forced new concessions on us, in the current situation, we may well end up needing their help. Have they? Or are they talking about just, like, China in general? Not necessarily Manchukuo. The Mexican Soviet Republic now borders the United States. Yeah, I think the Comintern is the big threat in this game. But the German Reich just declared war on Soviet Lithuania? Did they not cede Mamel? Like they demanded Mamel? Well, that was a busy news day. The dawn of the Soviet bloc. Despite the recent Soviet focus on communism in one country, the internationalist roots of the movement transcend borders. This solidarity with workers around the world was a key element in Stalin's speech today when the Soviet bloc was announced. Going beyond a political international, this is an alliance that binds the countries militarily, with both regimes promising to aid each other against outside threats. To be fair, in this timeline, it's hard to blame the Soviet bloc because Germany really did just be declaring war on Czechoslovakia and it, by extension, France, and then it's like, you know what? I'm taking Mamel by force. Soviet Lithuania rejects German demands to return the territory of Mamel, once belonging to East Prussia but was annexed by Soviet Lithuania following the Treaty of Versailles. Ah yes, Soviet Lithuania famously getting to keep Mamel. It was the integrity of the treaty Antanas Sniekas said was necessary to protect when the Lithuanian government announced their rejection. International observers expect Germany may attempt to take it by force. China annexed Communist China and Xinjiang. The Democratic Party, AP, has been put in power in Norway. The Norwegian People's Republic has capitulated. Sverre Vilberg. China, how did you annex Xinjiang from all the... What? They're all the way back there. And then Soviet Lithuania joined the Soviet bloc instead of the Comintern. So People's Republic of Ethiopia, but they're at war with the SSSR. And then Poland, Romania has formed without a news article. They were separate last time we looked at them, and Poland, Romania, led by Michael I, is big. And World War II is starting in November 1938, a whole year before it was historically supposed to in this ahistorical run. This is probably one of the earliest times I've actually seen World War II pop off in any ahistorical game. Recon Company 1. Okay, so we have the option of adding a recon support group. It is November 1938, which to me says, let's just go ahead and get started on our 1939 tech. Let's get advanced machining tools. I'm starting to starting to build the efficiency cap earlier. So we're actually making trains now, for whatever that's worth. We have 10 factories here. I'd say let's just go another military factory first. Type 11 LMG and Type 10 grenade discharger, plus 5% defense and breakthrough. Now let's do dispersed industry 3 for factories. And then we got another one. Interwar artillery. Yeah, let's just go all in on industry first. Max all those since we don't have to be at war yet. Those are going to take a little while, but that's why we took this Steelworks plus 15% research bonus speed. And we got partial mobilization for the building and construction. The reach out to France is only a 35-day. Even the Germans IRL were surprised they could capitulate France so quickly. Yeah, I think so. I remember that. But it's still wild that in a different timeline where they weren't worried about upsetting the Belgians that they could have like fortified up here, and then who knows what would have happened. Like in the event that France actually holds out longer against Germany, how does the rest of the war change? Even though the French have repeatedly humiliated us, we're going to say, yo, teach me about small arms expertise. 100% research bonus for infantry weapons. I don't know how useful that is for a 70-day. 70 days, bro. It's a lot. We'll never get down here without going through China first. But getting a Mountaineer bonus is nice, and getting the support artillery bonus might be nice. What if we reach out to France and Germany? All right, fine. We have a free military factory? Where did we get that from? Well, this is kind of unfortunate. We need support equipment just as much as we need guns, because we have 25,000 guns waiting for when we start the war. What was your longest Hearts of Iron game? I don't know what the longest one is, but the last one we did on the stream was till the 1950s, so that's got to be up there. Took 4 streams to try and form the Byzantine Empire. And we succeeded. We did form the Byzantine Empire. We were able to get the entire historical Byzantium. All the way from Italy around up to Tunisia. So we definitely don't need to change conscription laws. We could add political advisors. It'd probably be better. We don't really need base war support. These are just going to tank our base stability. Yeah, I don't really know. I think we just save our political power for now. Yeah, we took a lot more influx than just that, but I'm saying to form Byzantium was our goal, and that's the region around the Mediterranean. So that's what took so long. Uruguay is dead again? I thought they already died. Did they not? I guess they didn't already die. We got 56 army XP, so I can actually modify my groups now. Oh, we can train additional dudes. Because we have a little bit more infantry equipment. We have a lot more artillery. So let's go ahead and start sending that out. Support Artie will have 487 left in storage. Look how much this changes just this small 12 combat with division, right? It's going from 37 soft attack to 55. That's the big thing. Our organization tanks hard, though. And our average reliability goes down. But breakthrough goes up a lot. Defense goes up a little bit. Piercing goes up 10%. Very much worth just for that insane soft attack bonus. We want a bunch of kind of small combat with because we're going to have to guard a lot of territory and push a bunch of territory. We can always upgrade later, but we need to be able to spread out. So not 25 combat with. I'm just going to stick with the default for now. So grunts, you get that. Neighbors, you're too small to get one. Same for you guys. Actually, they have 10. They have 60 org. That takes them down to 45. It's crazy. Ding, 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 ding. I probably just want to change these dudes to be at least 12 combat with also, and then give them support Artie as well. Because that goes up 37 to 55 soft attack. Poland refuses German ultimatum. The Kingdom of Poland and Romania would be forced to cede Danzig to Germany, and a Polish plenipotentiary would be sent to Berlin to negotiate terms. Michael I pointed to the German Reich's recent actions, stating it was obvious Germany would not be satisfied with Danzig alone. German and Polish forces are prepared for war, and reports are coming in clashing on the border. There is war in Europe. Well, Poland, you're going to have... At least you don't have Hungary to worry about this time. But yeah, you got all of Czechoslovakian territory like Slovakia down there. But Romania can help you shore that up. And then Soviet Lithuania is already pushing in to the German territory up here. This one's going to be spicy. Yeah, Poland's got some friends. Aftermath of the Chilean earthquake. After a magnitude 8.3 maximum Mercalli intensity of X has left the Chilean cities of Chillán and Concepcion in complete ruin. A death toll rising above 28,000. Reconstruction and relief efforts are on the way, but many have been displaced, and the countries in the region are unsure how to solve this issue. Japan wants to give me a bunch of guns, but I don't have convoys. I have 4 convoys. 4 whole convoys. That's funny. Ding, 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 ding. The war in China seems to be going in China's favor. Japan is just hanging out, I guess. I don't know why that noise went so many times. Let's start training the horsies and the grunts simultaneously. Why are we negative 1.5k guns? Where did the guns go? Oh, they went because I upgraded the horsies. I upgraded a few of the neighbors to combat with 12. Yeah, so they had to fill in. All right, let's train these guys up to their max. Well, it was probably worth it to not have to ride around with like some 6 combat with horse divisions. That would be embarrassing. Also, we've got 2 factories on support equipment, which I think is going to be huge. We have the bare minimum we need. So focusing a little bit on civilian factories is okay for now, but yeah. Because 10 is not very much. It's not great. Did Poland already... Oh, German pressure toward the Benelux. Following the breakout of war with France, Germany has applied stronger diplomatic pressure than ever on the countries of the Benelux. With French and British backing, however, they refuse to give in to the pressure. There's reason to believe that if the Reich is unable to get what they want by diplomacy, they will take it by force. So Poland is not at war with Germany yet, which is weird. Didn't they just reject an ultimatum? Peru has declared war on Ecuador. Why is South America so spicy now? Well, the game is wondering that too, as China takes Shanxi. Stemming from disputes that have been happening in the region of Napo Pastaza and Santiago Zamora on the border of Peru and Ecuador, ever since the dissolution of Gran Colombia, skirmishes have started to occur between the two countries' forces. Due to the recent settlement in borders with Colombia, Peruvian soldiers feel confident in pushing their claims against the weaker Ecuadorian state, and the skirmishes have escalated into open conflict. This will test the stability of the region as other countries may attempt to intervene. The individual rifle is still the decisive weapon in our army. We should focus our modest resources on keeping this as modern as possible. It's a research bonus. We can get a research bonus for Mountaineers as well. Add an elite Mountaineers national spirit. This can have, we need to actually research them. I might start researching Mountaineers 1 so that we can get the ahead of time bonus on the next one. We have an ahead of time bonus here as well, but it's already 1939. We're kind of just all in on industrial stuff at the moment. Chat, is there ever going to be a good time to declare war on Japan? Their manpower just keeps going up and up and up, while ours is only slightly going up. They're not at war with China. What am I supposed to do? I guess we can do the civilian factory construction speed buff guy because we're building that right now. So may as well build it faster. I don't know what else to spend political power on at the moment. Captain of industry. Get him in here. What's up, Sly Fox? How's it going, dude? Yeah, I don't really know what our play is. The longer we wait, the stronger Japan gets and industrializes. Or we just wait until they go to war with someone else. We kind of need them to be at war with someone else. It'd be funny if that was what they said. The Kingdom of Poland-Romania joins the Allies. Earlier today, the United Kingdom and the Kingdom of Poland-Romania issued a joint statement. The latter has been granted status, member status in the Allies. I love how they're like, France left us. My best friend France is gone. Poland-Romania, you're invited. We need a new friend. Yo, they're with Denmark as well. Denmark getting involved. Germany is potentially in trouble, depending on how this goes. They haven't, as long as they don't declare war on the Allies, they could probably hack it. The thing is, that won't the Netherlands and Belgium join the Allies if they get declared on? Italy is the Kingdom of Italy also. What is this monarch communist run? The SSSR is still doing its own civil war with the Soviet Union, though. But yeah, this is a weird one, huh? Kind of want to alternate doing a civilian factory, military factory, civilian factory, just to kind of keep things rolling. because we actually have a reasonable amount of towed artillery. I don't even think we have any reserves. We're going to need them. Maybe we start training those now, actually. Hold that thought, machine tools. Hold that thought. Because I think the reserves can be... We'll give them the pawn and let them be the Coast Guard. So we want them to dig in. But we haven't even trained these guys yet, so... Engineer company just for the entrenchment alone. And the defense buffs. But they'll need support arty too, but that lowers their org. So maybe we add 1. 43 org is not much org. It's only 8 combat width. But this almost doubles their soft attack and adds 6 more defense. Probably better. But they will be very disorganized. Lock that in and start training some reserves. We're just short on guns. Guns is hard. But efficiency cap is up another 10%. How is it? Dude, it's already 1939. That's crazy. We can do the new type of guns, which we're not really manufacturing very quickly. I said I wanted to do Mountaineers #1, so that we can get the ahead of time buff on Mountaineers 2. Dispersed industry giving us some more space and 10% more factory output. It is 1939. If we're going to start using engineers, let's get those to have more entrenchment. And then 10% faster construction. How about 1939 artillery? Since we're starting to put support arty in everybody. Seems like reasonable choices. China has annexed Jibei Sanma. Oh dear. Big China. Big China. Alpine warfare is an entirely different beast than combat in the plains. We should train special divisions in this art to make the best use of the terrain. So we can have more special forces, and we got a research buff for mountaineers. This is a research buff for support arty, which we're already researching, but we'll come back to this. Let's do a mission to Germany instead of the Soviets. Oh boy. The Netherlands continues the Zuiderzee works. My favorite. A large-scale land reclamation project has been undertaken in the Netherlands, continuing a series of such projects known collectively as the Zuiderzee works. After the closing off of the Jesselmeer with the Afsluitdijk, the reclamation of the Weerdegemeer and the Noorderspolder, the project now focuses on the reclamation of the Flevopolder, the largest area yet to be reclaimed from the sea. Though the full project will undoubtedly span many years, draining has proceeded enough that smaller areas are now already accessible, and the benefits to Dutch industry are palpable. A brave gamble. I guess it's not impossible that China declares war on us, right? So let's go ahead and hire our field marshal. And I feel like we just need defensive doctrine here, actually. And then division recovery rate plus 10%. Give you both of those. Eisenjoro Zakia? Zakia, maybe? Okay. We'll have these elites go in a separate group. General Zheng Haiping. He'll hold the Beijing border. And then we'll go to the border with Minkakuo. And the border with Korea with the horsies. Start moving all those dudes around. The what? You heard me, pooping astronaut. Did the land-sea border of the Netherlands change on the world map? I don't know. I don't know what it looked like before. Is it this? Or is it something else? I don't know where it is. But yeah, research is coming along. Construction's coming along. We're actually making, we have a fair bit of progress here. We got 12 factories now. Step in the right direction for sure. And we're actually making some trucks so that we can have, we don't need a ton of trucks. We mostly are gonna need guns and support equipment, but also artillery. So let's go ahead and add support arty to each group. Because I think it's just worth... And we still have artillery left over, which means we can always change that to line artillery if we want. The pariahs of Europe have made great strides reforming their country and returning to their former glory. We can learn much from them. All right, Germany... I forgot that you have to have, like, higher reputation. So I'm a little behind on that. What to do? Well, we can just go ahead and do the Soviet one. And we can do both, maybe. We'll start working on it. What's up, Young Riles? Thanks for gifting a sub to Excessively Salty. Hello, Salty. Welcome to stream. Back, but now with a sub. Much appreciated. So yeah, that military factory, I think, just got yeeted into toasters. Unfortunately. I think it got toastered. So we'll make another civilian factory that might free it up. Chat. I don't know what to do. I guess I just gotta be patient. I guess we just gotta chill. I'm already just cruising through. We've done 3.5 years so far. No, we've done 2.5 years. And we're on 4 times speed. This is definitely a 4 times speed campaign where we're just gonna leave it at that. If we felt really comfortable, we could do 5x. Time to build tall? Maybe. We could actually just justify a war. Just go to war with all of China, right? They only have 800,000 troops. Soviet Lithuania has capitulated to the Reich. I'm kind of surprised by this because I thought they were winning. And then I look again and they're losing. The Soviet Union's pissed. China has annexed Yunnan. Big China. Big. The Soviet Union has expressed an interest in China, mainly to create a counterweight to Japanese expansionism. We should send a mission to Moscow to see if our goals align. Before we do that, joint tank development. I feel like this is just better because we get a civilian factory, 2 military factories, Panzer research, and we can purchase tanks if we want as well. Let's go ahead and line up closer ties with Germany. And while you're doing that, I still want to see about the Soviet volunteer group. And the SSSR has to have good opinion with us, but they're in a civil war, so what if we just ignore them for a bit and just focus on the other things? Yeah, we'll just pick Germany out of here. All right, chat. I'm gonna take a BRB. I'm gonna give the doggo a snack and start planning our next move. Today, we're gonna, like, even if we have to throw the bodies and say we tried, there is going to be a civil war with the Japanese shogunate today. I didn't see that they named themselves that. They're led by Hirohito. I'll be back in just a minute, though. Listen to this. Thanks for hanging out today. Hope you're having a nice kind of start to your week. It's Tuesday, close enough. But we have the mandate of heaven. How could we lose? We'll be asking ourselves that later. But thanks for chilling. Hang tight. I'll be right back. Yo. Thanks for waiting. Appreciate it. I'm feeling a little funky today, so I had to eat something. Get a little food in my system. And we're off. So we only need to beat both Japan and China as Manchuria. No problem. Is that all? That's all we gotta do? It sounds easy, to be honest. Piece of cake. Look at this. What are they gonna do when I bring this level 2 artillery in? Roll over and die. Honestly, 50% more defense is huge. Might help us actually survive against Japan. 30 soft attack is just good. It's also the exact same price, like resource-wise. So getting this going as early as possible. Even if we take the production efficiency hit is good. All right, what comes next? Let's just get this like ahead of time bonus on like a nice little % upgrade, because we're already caught up on all the industrial stuff, all the research stuff. We're getting caught up on engineer companies. Got artillery. It looks good. Didn't we try this and got flattened by Japan? Yeah. What are we doing differently? I don't know. This is a long time ago. Who knows? But ahistorical is ahistorical, you know? Different things can happen. What's up, Swaganini? Thanks, G. Franco, for the sub for 69 months also. Nice. Yo, nice. Norway declared war on Finland. So for context, Norway already had a communist insurrection that took over, then declared war on Sweden, lost that war, had a democratic government installed, and is now declaring war on communist Finland. So they've had a real change of identity. Big change of identity. I think it's just a good idea to go ahead and start spending some political power on these guys. Division attack and defense up 10 and 15% respectively seems big. Greater Portugal has declared war on Portugal. What is going on, dude? And Jedi Master, thank you for gifting a sub. to Apple TV. Why Apple TV? I actually watched some Apple TV recently. Anybody in chat seen the TV show called it's called Sunny? With like Rashida Jones, is that her name? Our very first Garrison boys are popping out. We don't have a general for you. They just started a trial for any gift sub. Wait, what? You gifted a sub to them to get an Apple TV trial? Any gift sub equals 3 months of Apple TV. Well, that'll give you plenty of time to watch Severance. I actually just watched the Scorsese movie. The extremely depressing, but I watched it anyways, Killers of the Flower Moon. I decided to watch that. And that was definitely one of those movies where I'm glad that I watched it, but I never want to watch it again. You know what I'm saying? Like it was long. It was like a 3.5 hour movie. 3.5 hour movie. I had to watch it in like 3 chunks. Scorsese does not believe in editing anymore. It's like no deleted scenes. It's got to be all in. I liked it a lot. Didn't feel like it was as long as it was. Yeah, it didn't necessarily feel like it needed to be shorter. I would say it didn't necessarily feel like it needed to be shorter. However, the problem with it, it's not really a problem, is if it wasn't almost all real, you would be like, okay, I get it. You want me to be sad for another person who's dead. Like there's so many funerals in that movie and so many characters who are sad about the deaths of other characters that if it wasn't real, you'd be like, okay, I get it. Like this is too much so as to be unbelievable. But the fact that it's real makes it much more interesting. And the funny thing is, it's not even as extreme as its real life counterpart. Because the movie only concentrates on like one group, one family that was actually charged with the murders and not the other like hundreds of people who died also. And the ones that were never followed up on. So it was even more severe than it was presented in the movie. Which is crazy. 50% more entrenchment? Okay, we'll need every single ounce of that stuff. What are we researching next? What will actively help us? I guess there's no reason not to research this from 1939, so we can at least get this in 1940 for a little buff, because I don't know if I'm going to make these weapons or not. I will start using my manufacturer for a little soft attack bonus and a research speed bonus. All right, before we make this next civilian factory, can you make me some military factories? So we can start pumping out more guns. I don't know at what point we should make a move. The thing is, I can't even defeat the soldiers that are here in Korea, much less the ones that are stationed on mainland Japan. So I think we just have to, like, wait and see if Japan gets locked in a war somewhere. Yep, I think that's the only way. Minkakuo makes it a yeah, it's a big front line. Add 1 off-map civilian factory. That's so generous of you. Purchase tanks is nice. Annex war goal against China. That's funny. Base war support. I think we just do citizenship, and then we can at least get the 2 military factories down here. And then we get a general. Yeah, Minkakuo's front line is very big. And also, look at these poor supplies here. 10% attrition from lack of supplies. Oh my god. Well, this is why we've been building trucks. It's for exactly that purpose, because if we switch it to truck motorization, the trucks can get these supplies mostly to the front and save us a bunch of attrition. I'm primarily making trucks just for that. That one doesn't quite reach. Mountain infantry. I'd like to start training some mountaineers, and we have a 100% research bonus for the next group. The question is, how many mountaineers? About 7 with our current manpower. So maybe we just make them 12 combat with, also give them a support artillery, give them an engineer company, because that support already cranks them up by 50% soft attack. 55 org. The climbers. Okay, so we only have enough for 2 divisions at a time right now. We'll start training some mountaineers, which would be advantageous when fighting here, because there's at least hills, right? They get good bonuses in hills. They could be fighting in Korea. Do you need to man that? Why not pull back a province? Because I don't know if you knew this, but when we declare war, we have to win. We can't just stand our ground. We have to actually push, because I think that there's a mechanism by which you can get peace. But you have to take Korea and the other places here, and then they maybe can give you a white peace. If I'm not mistaken. Guangxi Click has capitulated. China is just winning. China is just won, actually. The war's over. Big China. That's probably bad for us, but it might be good if they just declare war on Japan. I got my divisions here just in case to make sure they don't cross over. I love that we have 1 tile away from Beijing. Like, imagine living here and you got Japan on the right and then Japanese puppets on the north and west. Yeah, Chiang Kai-shek did some work, for sure. All right, the Type 99 LMG and Type 94 mortar, which is a fancy way of saying we have another 5% defense and breakthrough. And it's almost 1940, so I'm going to get started on improved computing. Because I don't know what else we really need to research. We have to kind of research as if we're going to be here for a very long time. We got 3 factories on guns. We're slowly spooling up. Probably just cram another military factory and slowly spooling up. Where's the next factory gonna go? Probably just guns and support equipment. 4 infantry, 3 support. We're making 2 trains a month. We need 13 trains and we have 20 in stockpile, so we actually caught up on that infrastructure. Lovely. We have 400 or 500 artillery in stockpiles, and we got 270 trucks in stockpiles. So if we want, we could repurpose the trucks factory and put it on something else for a bit. The German advisors have rendered stellar service in rebuilding and modernizing our military. We should ensure that they can stay no matter how the political situation might change. New chief of army that we could have hired, but I hired a different guy. However, that dude becomes available as just a general. Alexander von Falkenhausen, 2233. Not bad having an extra general. Probably replace him here. And then put the other guy in charge of who is going to become my Coast Guard. That's the only coast we have. Denmark declared war on Norway. What? Why would a democratic allies nation declare war on a democratic other nation? The player is not allowed to do this. So how come the AI is allowed for democratic nations to declare war on other democratic nations? That's like the player literally can't do it. Denmark declared war on the Socialist Republic of Finland. What? Denmark. What are you guys doing? Now you're in a 3-way war. Okay, so we have to purchase tanks as well. Add Chinese general staff. Add planning skill +1. All right, let's purchase tanks then. We'll receive 100 old light tanks. And then we can get some free factories out of the deal. We're kind of running out of space to build. Argentina declared war on Costa Rica. I don't know what to tell you, bro. Okay. So here's the play right now. We got some more training going on. We got 4 regular divisions. We just buffed our mountain infantry. 5% soft attack and some more org. It's almost 1940. We're definitely gonna have recon, so let's just up the recon. Argentina declared war on Honduras. Why is South and Central America at war? Argentina's going for Central America. Germany is too scared to declare war on Poland, which is hilarious to me. I've never seen this. Where Poland denied them taking Danzig, Germany ostensibly issued an ultimatum to try and take Danzig to connect up these 2 territories, and Poland said, no, you can't have that. I've never seen Germany go, oh, okay. Oh, all right. Well, when you put it like that, I don't think I want to go to war. anymore, actually. The Bolivian Republic. Argentina's going to war with everybody right now. All right, our Coast Guard getting trained. I wanted to add a couple more divisions of Coast Guard. I don't know if we have enough guns for that. We definitely don't. However, I might just do it anyways. No Lindleys. Banned. Alright, we have 247 political power as Argentina is continuing to declare war on everyone that they can see. Land fort construction speed. Realistically, we just want one of these guys. Like, division recovery rate plus 8% is pretty good. And division attrition minus 8%. Just get all of our infantry guys set up for max buffs. Can you fit enough factories for the 4th research slot? Nope, I don't think so. You have to have 50. Costa Rica just joined the Northern International. Wait, who else is in the Northern International? Wasn't it like communist? Who's in the Northern International? Didn't all the members get removed? Paraguay. Wait. Why is it just Paraguay and Costa Rica in the Northern International? That's like the worst alliance that there is right now. Honduras joined the Northern International. The Bolivian Republic joined the Northern International. Panama joined the Northern International. Nicaragua has joined the Northern International. They are reforging the Northern International from scratch with Bolivia and Paraguay. I like how I'm like, that's the worst alliance, and chat's like, ooh, Nicaragua just joined? You were saying? Like, somehow Nicaragua and Panama joining the alliance changes the fact that it's the worst alliance currently. I guess the French alliance is the worst now because there's no one else in except France. It's just them. Venezuela has joined the Northern International as fascists. This is so strange. I've never seen anything like this. I will say that Hearts of Iron does continue to surprise and do weird things in each of these campaigns. All right, slow down, slow down. Slow down, everybody. The Imperial Japanese headquarters have decided on a fundamental shift in their strategic outlook. In a conference with the Emperor, the army minister presented a new plan that assumes that war with the Soviet Union will break out in the near future. To prepare for this, the Imperial Japanese armies decided our military must be able to defend parts of the front. For this purpose, a large amount of only slightly outdated equipment has been made available. 2,000 infantry equipment. Old ones go first. How nice of them. The fools. The fools. And we've got interwar tank development automatically researched. Armored vehicles have formed the spearhead of modern warfare. We should make a modest purchase of tanks in preparation for forming the first armored units of the Chinese army, or the Qing army in this case. Light tank targeting the German Reich. Oh, okay, so this is a subsidy that we probably will never be able to use. We'd have to go... Subsidies are cool in theory, but does anybody ever actually sell them? So we have to go to buy, subsidy, light tank. The countries that you have market access to are not selling equipment that match your subsidy. So a subsidy lets us buy 500 industrial value worth of light tanks from Germany, but they have to be selling them for us to get value out of that subsidy. So it's a really cool idea on paper, but I've never actually been able to use it because the other people don't sell the thing that I have the subsidy for. Weirdly enough. I think in our case, like I really want, maybe we should just spend the army XP. And we're going to be on the back foot, I think. So tenacious defense, let's do 50% chance of plus defense on level up. And then I'm going to spend the rest on static warfare, I think, for max entrenchment, 10% and speed. I think I like division speed a lot, but I think we're going to be needing the entrenchment. Chinese panzers. Armor research bonus. And let's get the 1940 improved infantry equipment. Now, do we want to upgrade gun type? We only have 2 spare steel, so we might not want to shift to the next level of infantry equipment because it is going to be more expensive. 3 versus 2. And we don't have enough steel for that without trading. Maybe it's worth trading a single factory for, possibly. We also lose that production metric, like the production efficiency. Our first Mountaineers! Yo, the Mountaineers are here. I'm gonna put them with the Horsies, actually, because I think we'll need them on the border with Korea the most. Let's do some exercises with people, just to make sure they're brought up to max. And our first military-industrial organization will do another defense, but we have to upgrade that later. The Empire of Brazil and Portugal declared war on Bolivia, who is inside the Northern International, which means Brazil is now about to be at war potentially with Venezuela also. And things are popping off in South America in 1940. There they go. They just got called in. And then the Germans are still in a stalemate with France. It should let you put a buy order out and then sell them to you. Yeah, that'd be cool. That would be really neat. The interwar heavy tank chassis. Light, medium, and heavy. I just don't know how we can even make that. See, if we do armored recon, we'd have negative 200 light tanks in storage. So I'm not really sure what buying 100 tanks does for us. I could put it in the climbers as long as I don't train anymore. I have to start making my own. A pact of mutual assistance between the Soviet Socialist Republic and France was signed yesterday in Tashkent by diplomats from both countries. This agreement is part of the policies of collective security proposed by the Soviet People's Commissar for Foreign Affairs, Maxim Litvinov. Under this pact, the Soviet Socialist Republic and France pledged to defend each other in the event of aggression by hostile powers. Interesting. Okay, so we're actually still doing pretty good on surplus equipment right now. And I see that we're slowly accelerating the number of troops that we're training at any given time. These are going to be the last Mountaineers. We've got 200,000 manpower, up from 50,000 manpower deployed. Wait, they went from having 10 times more troops than us to only 4 times more troops than us. Well, 4.5. That's an improvement. But it is already 1940. And we have to fight Minkakuo as well, who has almost 200k themselves. I'm doing my best. German tanks are without a doubt the best in the world. We should learn from their example and develop our own tanks on their patterns. We get a new heavy tank designer. New military industrial org. A bonus for armor research. It's kind of mediocre. The South American Socialist Republics declare war on Guatemala. Okay. I don't know what's going on over there. But I did all this so I could get 2 military factories. So maybe we should start building tanks? All right, 1 horsey in that division, 1 grunt in that division, and now we're gonna start training 2 of each, grunts and the horse neighbors. Sideline all your production for heavy tanks. I'm thinking about just doing some light tanks so we can have some armored recon to give us a little backbone. Could be sick. Or it could be a waste of time. It's hard to say. We're running out of room, chat. The rubber's gonna meet the road sooner or later. If we do get recon companies, we have plus 200% reconnaissance. Okay, for the tanks, we have a research bonus here. So we'll get the light tank chassis. And then we'll start getting some armor and engines. Because what else is there anyways? We got perfectly caught up on infantry. Caught up on our 2 support companies. Caught up on industry, research, maybe just radio, and 1940 artillery, and that's it. Tank strong. Tank strong. Anti-air? You can't do everything. You gotta choose. You only have 10 factories. I would rather have light tanks than anti-air in this case, I think. You gotta choose. Cuba has joined the North International. Cuba has had war declared on it also. It's crazy, man. I don't know what's going on in this campaign. I've never seen this much action. Most of World War II is happening in South America right now, it feels like. Heavy tanks, heavy tanks, heavy tanks. See, I don't really care about this. Like, I don't even think... The Sino-German Technical Mission. I think that's the designer that was just opened up, probably. Are we exporting anything? Yeah, they're buying steel. That's why we're getting some extra... We're getting extra, civilian factories. So if we change our export focus, we're gonna lose those. Chad, do you think it's worth improve worker conditions just to try to raise stability up right now? We're gonna have to give up some civilian factories and some factory output, but it's gonna raise our weekly stability. Because when we go to war, we're gonna lose that stability. Or it could be worth just doing some anti-communist raids or something. We can also just outright ban it, but that's minus 12% base stability, which doesn't seem ideal. Might be better to do raids. No, improved worker conditions is a flat bonus to stability. It just goes up for 180 days. 0.5% per week. So 180 days divided by 7 times 0.5. It'll be plus almost 13% stability from this. I think that's worth. I'm going to do it. So yeah, we'll have to lose a little bit here. But stability going up equals better factory output, better political power gain, and it improves your consumer goods factories factor long term, which is nice. The United States has declared war on the South American Socialist Republics, aka Argentina. Argentina is now at war with the world. The pre-Cold War scare. Yeah, that's effectively what's going on here, it feels like. I've never seen this before. I guess that you wouldn't have without the Argentina DLC, and they just picked an interesting, like, ahistorical path. Okay. I think our time for declaring war is probably going to be when we run out of room to build in. Maybe. Or somewhere thereabouts. 8% to global research speed. And we've pretty much peaked there. And I said I wanted to start researching some tank stuff, yeah? So let's get a little armor. I want the fast tank designer, but I should have... Oh, I should have hired the Soviets then. Oops. Whoops. I guess we could just do both. Light tanks for recon, heavy tanks for actual tank companies. Well, we got to do the engines and stuff anyways. That way we can actually customize them a bit. Heavy tanks in China just feel like a terrible idea with all these mountains. I don't know. All right, 2 more Mountaineers. We got 18 divisions on the coast with Korea. That's pretty good. However, the Manchu Redemption armies do not have any support companies, and you can't change that. So a lot of those are just support companies that we can't really affect as such. But yeah, we're training 4 regular divisions and then 4 reserves simultaneously. I'm trying to bring things up, dude. I've actually got some Coast Guard right now. That's crazy. We also need to take Dalian immediately in the war. We need to go boom, boom, and just kick him out of here. Hold the port. We'd have to... Normally, you would try and rush Korea, but you can't rush Korea when they've got, like, 14 divisions there. So best case scenario is like, put some strong dudes over here, lock this in, go bop, 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 take that, because we wouldn't be at war with China. And then we need enough Coast Guard to hold this entire little, this peninsula and this little cove. This is going to be the tough one right here. We have to push west and Korea simultaneously. I thought I was on pause this whole time. My bad. We can actually do some anti-communist raids while we're doing everything else, and that'll result in net gain in stability also. With research into new tanks progressing, we can now invest in a dedicated plant to build them, +2 military factories. Gain a division with 2 light tank and 4 motorized battalions. Okay, it's not bad. Seems potentially potent. So we got 5 on infantry equipment, 3 on support, 1 on artillery. Obviously, we're going to need a couple of these just to make tanks, but I say let's just focus on the basics for now. 1 more on infantry, 1 more on support. And we need to upgrade all these units a little bit with some more support companies. Motorized, we actually have enough trucks for motorized recon. And enough support equipment, that's pretty cool. Only takes our org down to 47, which isn't very high, but we need the engineer companies also. Dear God. Definitely can't do armored recon right now. Chat, what would be your minimum organization at this point in the game with no land doctrines available? I don't know how low to push the organization. All right, we're all caught up on infantry, +5% soft attack. Let's catch up on artillery bonuses. 40 if I was feeling spicy. I concur with 40. 30, definitely not 30. That's too low. I was thinking 40 also, because you have to imagine that motorized recon is worth more in its 3.5 reconnaissance and its slight buff in soft attack, hard attack, 25 defense, 5 breakthrough. That's got to be worth more than like 3.5 org. The more soft attack, the less org you need early on. Yeah, that's fair. So, like, we actually have enough trucks. And if we throw in the NG company as well, extra 4 soft attack, 1.5 hard attack, another 25 defense, 6 breakthrough, and of course, they allow us to get entrenched and dig in. Oh yeah, we have enough support equipment, we have enough trucks. That is, it's pretty solid. Okay, what about the horsies? Got enough for the horsies to get entrenched. Horsies are more offense than defense, but it still would behoove them to have some shovels. And we have enough trucks for them also. So yeah, let's just do the same thing. They get to keep 51 org. They have an org bonus. Yeah. I like that. The people volunteer divisions, they're very small. And we don't have enough to power them up anyways. Let's go ahead and train these dudes. Since we just kind of inflated their numbers with more troops, they probably lost a little bit of XP. We want them to be at level 3 if possible before we go into combat. I like reliability up. We're not making these guns because we don't have enough steel. Maybe it's worth doing a trade for steel. Actually, the steel won't matter if it's getting taken away from trains and trucks. Maybe it's worth just going ahead and flipping this, because this goes from what? This goes up to like 29 defense. Old on the left, new on the right. Yeah, I mean, it's 50% more soft attack. It's probably worth just using all of our steel to get the new hotness. Reliability stays the same. Yeah, the volunteers start pretty high up. They do. All right, I'll try it. Gonna have to build that production efficiency back up, though. And then we're now out of steel for Arty. I could give up one civilian factory to trade. I think it's probably worth. The death of Tsar Boris III of Bulgaria. A few hours ago, Tsar Boris III was leaving the University of Sofia after attending the annual National Congress of Byzantine Studies when an individual swiftly approached the Tsar, drew a weapon, and fired multiple times at Boris before being shot down by security forces. A few minutes later, Tsar Boris III and his assassin lay dead. The National Security Service has opened an investigation to find those responsible for the regicide. According to official reports, the criminal was in possession of Bulgarian, German, and English documentation, which only complicates the investigation and fuels speculation. Most Bulgarians blame Hitler, the NKVD, or the British, but there are also some who dare claim the government itself was involved. The Byzantines. The Byzantines. What could it mean? So what's the difference in these two chassis? Speed, 7.4, and more armor, and more reliability. Okay. The reliability one's huge. So I don't really need to make a tank. I can't afford the army XP. It changes anyways. The Netherlands caves to the British. Dutch attempts to maintain trade neutrality have failed, and recent measures implemented by the Dutch make it clear they'll be embarking on a UK-favored trade policy. I can't believe the Axis is still just stalemated with the French and hasn't made any other plays. Meanwhile, Brazil is at war with a bunch of people, Argentina's at war with a bunch of people, and the US just got involved against Argentina, but not Brazil. I see, I see. All right, we have 6 gun factories, 4 support equipment factories. We're gonna need a second artillery. We might even need a second artillery more than we need 4 support equipment right now. It's hard to say. I think this is pretty solid the way it is. How are we doing on deployed forces? We're approaching 300K. We got 4 more regular divisions coming out and then 4 reserves. I don't know how many reserves we want. So the real question is, do we want to design a 1936 tank chassis or go hold out for a 1941 tank chassis? It is cheaper in steel to make the 1936 one. Hello? Uh-oh. The shogunate joins the Axis. Earlier today, the German Reich and the Japanese shogunate issued a joint statement. The latter has been formally granted member status of the Axis. Whether this partnership will be used for offensive or defensive purposes remains to be seen, but undoubtedly extensive joint military planning is already underway. Huh. Theorists in Europe have long debated the best way to employ tanks. It seems that a unit combining mobile infantry with quick tanks is best. We will raise such a unit. If that's true, developers, then how come you only get quick tanks when you pick Soviet and heavy tanks when you pick Germany? Explain. Gain a division with 2 light tank and 4 motorized. Add a subsidy with the Germans. Mechanized research bonus? That sucks. What does that even lead to? Remove 9 power treaty. Chat. We don't even have... What is 9 power treaty? So that's useless. Annex China. Integrate Tibet. Renounce the McMahon line. Or McMahon. Demand Mongolia. So these ones are pretty spicy. This is for, like, if you're actually China. Manchukuo's in a bit of a weird spot here. So we could go back and do heavy weapons. Mission to the US only helps us in as much as we can get, like, a few fighters. It's not really that good. Or just declare independence. Or, I guess it wouldn't be the worst to just get building slots. We are running out of building slots, and that adds 4. Yeah, that's worth. Well, here's our tank division. There's just 1? 2 light tanks. It's 120 Panzer 1s. And then a bunch of motorized. So here's the catch. I need another force here. But we don't have another general. I could promote somebody, but they have literally no XP. So they'll come out as like a level 1. Also, come on with the reckless. Reckless. Somebody needs to be on this line also. Hills. Could take the Mountaineers. 2 Mountaineers. You guys come over here. Don't mind the fact that this is red, they'll figure it out. No. Oh, a call to arms! The Japanese shogunate wants our help in their war efforts against the France, the People's Democratic Republic of Ethiopia, Czechoslovakia, the Soviet Union, and Soviet Lithuania. Well, well, well. How about definitely not? This is where, if I hadn't done assertive, I don't think I would have a choice. Obedience would require me to join all these wars, but because we asserted ourselves earlier, I can actually decline. No, I don't think I will. Because, yeah, that's bad. Yep, that's pretty bad, dude. All right, we have 12 Coast Guard, which is probably still not nearly enough. But, like, let's just slow that down a little bit until we catch up on weapons. We do still have weapon stockpiles that we can take. Well, the good news is we got what we wanted, and Japan is at war. However, they're not gonna move that many of their troops, probably. We did get what we wanted, though. I'm just gonna keep pumping out military factories for now, because we need to start making tanks shortly. This is our time is coming, chat. Our time is coming. Rip that one encircled troop. Japan, do you guys want to maybe hold the line here? What are you doing? Improved RD upgrade plus 10%. It's October 1940. That means it's almost 1941, but not quite. I'm probably not going to do too many points in engines at first. We will eventually need these other support groups. I think we'll end up needing anti-air probably. I don't know. Is there something better? I would think with your mountains you need the max engines. Maybe. Wouldn't hurt to have it. Yeah, a logistics company will be helpful. The problem is I can't keep adding infinite support groups because we have low org, because we have small combat width. And the reason we have such small combat width is because I need a bunch of units spread out over a huge front line to hold all the spots. May as well let them start formulating some kind of battle plan here. The return of Tsar Ferdinand I. Following the death of the Tsar of Bulgaria, Boris III, the Bulgarian government made the unexpected decision to meet with Boris's father and former Tsar Ferdinand I to ask him to take command of the country. After a long conference with Prime Minister Georgy Kyosevinov, Ferdinand won, the warmongering ruler who was forced to abdicate in favor of his son after disastrous defeats in the Second Balkan War and the Great War, agreed to return to Sofia to be crowned Tsar of Bulgaria once again. South Africa assumes responsibility for African colonies. JBM Herzog signed the treaty that will give his government control over the British dependencies in Africa. The territories of Bechuanaland, Rhodesia, and Kenya will be administered from Pretoria. Whoa. Speaking before the House of Commons, Winston Churchill denied that the move weakened Britain's position, calling it instead a most sensible change to allow a more efficient administration and defense of those areas. South Africa is big. They still have less than 1 million manpower, and we're up to 327k. So if we played our cards right, 3-1, well then again, these guys have manpower too. Mikakua has manpower also. So holding this line is sort of the most important one. And I've got 7 divisions here that could kind of help us push into this and this simultaneously. What to do, chat? What to do? And when do we strike? When do we strike? This is what sucks about Iron Man. If I screw up, there's no saves coming. If we screw it up, there's no save scum. It's so funny though, they're like, hey, we need you to help fight against the Soviets. Just open all your borders. It's easy, bro. Just open the borders, man. Look at how much space. Don't you want to go fight the Soviets? So we'll have the initial advantage for like a few days before they reposition. Right? Like, they had a bunch more units in Korea that are not in Korea anymore. They're moving some of them up here. They've sort of doomstacked these divisions. Paraguay has capitulated Argentina won? They're winning right now against the US. How much of Korea can you take in a few days? We could go like this is why I have all my cav on the border, so they move the fastest. So we could probably take maybe down to the river. They'll take the train though. And it's like a pretty high level train, so they'll take the train and they'll get there pretty fast. These guys are a problem because they got 6 divisions here. My dudes are still training. We'll give them at least a little bit longer because we're doing a little bit of tank research here. I don't really want to do any more armor. Let's start doing 1941 industrial stuff. Or we could just do only 1941 stuff that's actually gonna like buff us. Like the artillery upgrade, that's concrete 10%. Japan will get a debuff for like 60 days. In that 60 days, we have to take this port, and we have to hold against their, the hard part is gonna be the naval invasions. The system of individual farms owned and operated by a single family is backwards and inefficient. Combining all the manpower and land of a village into a single entity allows for a more efficient development. We get 4... How many building slots did we just get? Oh. Did we just get 7 building slots? Wow. That's good. That one's real good. That one's legit, dude. The thing is, I don't have anything else to do except army modernization. How about we do army modernization for 70 days, then Independence War, and whatever happens, happens. You know what we could do? We could start building coastal forts. That's actually a great idea. And then we could use political power to get the fortification engineer for the 20% build speed for forts. Huge. That's a great choice. We're also going to have a few more divisions when we raise the banners, and we're going to get our bannermen. 5 units are going to spawn in Manchu. Or 5 Manchu units are going to spawn. That's what I meant to say. Free military factory. We need to make tanks. Kind of waiting on this improved tank chassis. So until then, maybe just guns. We're out of steel? Even with the trade? We're getting 4 factories from trade, and I'm giving 2 back for trade, so it's a little bit not as valuable. The grand plan is Holg. If they take Vladivostok, the longer they make this border, the harder this gets for me. Do you know what I mean? So we need the Soviets to, like, push them out. And actually do some combined attacks here. But they're just chilling in the forts. This is heavy tank. Production efficiency. Cavalry attack plus 5%. Supply combat penalties on core territory minus 20%. That could be interesting. Or we could just take entrenchment speed up. Engineer XP is pretty good. Yes, this is Man of Medan now. How are the Soviets losing when they have a port? No one knows. Chad, would you take proper heritage for cavalry and supply combat penalties? Or would you take engineering for entrenchment speed and engineer XP? Those are, I think, our 2 best choices. I like horses, usually engineering if we're going to hunker down. Engineering, horses. Supply is brutal. I think they're both good, but let's take proper heritage because I think the supply combat penalties might be good. Yeah, take Cav and then switch later is also good. I think that makes sense as well. Oh, we're building these pretty fast. Faster than I expected. Now, granted, we're going to have to defend more coast than just that, but that's a nice step in the right direction, giving us a 30% defense buff. All right, we're just waiting on the lights. It's 1940. Let's start industry. It's almost 1941. Probably dispersed industry. Help us if they start bombing us. We have no anti-air. That's what I'm kind of worried about. How many air bases do they have down here? Not really any, huh? President Hernan Laborde of Mexico's Partido Comunista Mexicano has announced the formation of a new bloc of nations in the Western Hemisphere. The Bolivarian Alliance takes its name from Simón Bolívar, an independence fighter who helped win freedom for many of the Latin American nations now joining together in an alliance. Their declared goal is to seek an end to the continent's domination by old European and American empires by building strong socialist states linked together. That they do. Chilean Socialist Republic joins. The Netherlands has joined the Allies. Oh dear. Why would the Netherlands join the Allies when Germany hasn't declared war on them yet? Well, goodbye, France. Because we know who comes next. Portugal declared war on Venezuela. So Mexico and Chile in the Bolivarian Alliance. They probably joined because of the trading pressure from earlier. That makes sense. Greater Portugal joined the Northern International. So there's a fascist Portugal who joined Venezuela. And friends through the alliances here are getting funky. Now, here's the thing. Will we be able to take enough of this territory before Japan can repopulate? We're about to get some more divisions popping out. And I want to start training more. Because we can go into a gun deficit, and that's fine. So we're going to add a unit to both. Improved light tank chassis. Okay. Let's get the tank design ready. And simultaneously, let's go assembly line. So we have 16 divisions on the west with Minkakuo. We have 22 divisions on the Korean border with 4 mountaineers. And then we have 14 divisions in the Coast Guard, which are 8 combat with each, with Ingis and support artillery. And we're making them coastal forts. Like, if this doesn't win, then it doesn't win. You know what I mean? I think we're doing the best we can with what we've got at the moment. So here's our 1936 tank chassis. I don't know if we have enough army XP for this, but we are about to have army modernization here. Maybe we just wait for that. But we're doing pretty good as far as the supplies go. We need more support equipment by a lot. We're going to get a ton of guns. We have okay amount of artillery spare. There we go. Our army is both small and outdated. This is unacceptable. Plus 30 army XP. Max command power up plus 20. That could be useful later. Okay, gamers. Unless anybody has any objections, I think we say time to declare war in 70 days. I would like to have started making tanks first, but I really think it's going to take too long for us to spool this up. But we can try to get a little bit at least. So we have non-track suspension, which is wheels, minus 40% hardness and minus 20% reliability, but it's cheaper to make. Or we have a track. The bogey, simple, fairly cheap, can be replaced if damaged. The Christie suspension, developed by an American, this allows for exceptionally high speeds. So it's much faster, but costs more to produce. By overlapping the road wheels with the interleaved, most of them can be fit to the same length, thereby improving mobility and providing additional protection. So it's got 4 breakthrough, but it costs even more to produce. The torsion bar, fairly reliable suspension system of metal bars that provide a smoother ride. This adds 15% reliability, which is a chance against random failure. It's basically the less reliable, the more they just go boom. I think we want to go for max speed. Actually, do we care about max speed if they're only being used for recon? Does faster speed translate to better recon if we're not using them in the line? Because they're probably going to end up wanting reliability so they don't go boom. So if we're using them in recon, torsion, I would assume. It's gonna be smooth. So we got cast armor, riveted armor, and welded. Cast armor is plus 20% production cost, takes longer. Riveted is minus 20%, but it has less defense and less breakthrough. And then welded also costs chromium. So I think we're going to be limited to riveted. Limited to riveted. Bolted to a frame held together by rivets, a very proven tech that is fairly cheap, but the riveted edges provide weak points and might hurt the crew. Yeah, but it's what we got, isn't it? It's about all we got. And then we got diesel, gas, and petrol electric engines. This is maximum reliability. This is fast speed. And then this is the petrol electric combination that increases production cost. We probably want diesel. We don't care about speed for these. And it's pretty cheap to make. Okay, so what about the structure on top and the armaments? We have a light fixed superstructure, a 1-man turret, 2-man turret, 3-man turret. The fixed superstructure only allows the main armament to traverse in a small arc without turning the entire vehicle, but it can mount a larger gun while being overall smaller. 3 defense, minus 25% breakthrough, 20% just super reliable. A small turret, barely enough to hold a single member. We probably just want a 1-man turret. But the breakthrough is much lower. I'd say 1-man or 2-man. The thing about 3-man is only slightly more to make. It's only 0.25 to production cost, but we're only at 3.28 right now. It's pretty cheap. All right, let's try 2-man turret with 10. 2 crew members share the work by operating the armament and observing the situation. It does not allow for an effective division of labor. 10 breakthrough. And then we can do small or flamethrowers. But this requires a superstructure. So we have close support gun, heavy machine gun, small cannon, and improved small cannon. Close support has very high soft attack, very decent hard attack compared to a machine gun. Lowers your max speed, has 10 piercing, so bad piercing, lowers reliability. So this is your anti-infantry. And we also have secondary turrets, special modules, and radio. Lots and lots and lots of things. What does allow artillery roll mean? It means that if you put a fixed superstructure, you could throw a howitzer on there for artillery. Most units are infantry, that's right, Psycho Steel, but Japan has a lot of tank divisions. So, we do have to worry about that. Lots of light tank divisions in Japan. So these are the most expensive production-wise. 3 production, 1.5 production. So if we want to roll these out fast... I'm debating. Because, yeah, you add an extra 3. 0.5 is super cheap, yeah, but it's also, like, not good against tanks at all. Whereas this is 1.5. And has 25 pierce. I'm thinking about just doing a small cannon as, like, a medium step, because it's 1.5. And then for backup, if anything, you can have... See, I feel like 1.5 production cost is not worth that, but it might be. 0.5 for additional machine guns. The dozer blade for entrenchment, more fuel capacity. Extra ammo storage. Defense and breakthrough. Sloped armor. Is Dozer Blade any good? It's okay. Probably not for, yeah, not for support recon, I don't think. And these production costs are pretty high. I feel like... in my heart of hearts... In my heart of hearts, we just go small cannon... Save 1.5. We go 10 soft, 6 hard, 25 piercing. See, that's an extra 4 soft attack, but because it's 1.5 production cost, if you're gonna add that, you may as well upgrade the small armament to an improved small cannon. Right? Because it's 1 plus... I think the value here is pretty good. If you wanted to add anything else at all. I'd leave it there. Yeah, you could leave it there, but what is 140% reliability going to do? Like, is there a benefit in going over 100%? There's no benefit over 100 anymore? That's what I thought. See, these start to get expensive. This is pretty cheap, though, for additional machine guns. It's only like 0.5 production cost to add 2 defense, which we currently only have 2. See, this costs 10. That's way too much. And this is production cost 2 just for 5 breakthrough. Production cost 1 for more reliability. Smoke launchers is 0.5 production cost for defense and breakthrough. Stabilizer's great, yeah, but not for not support, yeah. Yeah, we can also just add armor. That's true. Okay, what if we just did small cannon and then we don't really need speed, but for 0.2 production cost, we can get plus armor plus breakthrough. How high can this go? 9. So it's at 4.6 production cost right now. Probably ditch the torsion bar. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. May as well up the max speed with the Christie. And now we have 121% reliability. So, like, in theory, more armor and more breakthrough equals fewer tanks that we need to replace, right? So I'm thinking chuck on additional machine guns for higher defense and soft attack for only 0.5. And then another 0.5 is smoke launchers. A battery of pyrotechnic devices that can be triggered from inside the tank to make a thick cloud of smoke to hide. Useful when on the defensive or after driving into an ambush. Plus 1 breakthrough, but it's raising our defense from 2 to 6 for 1 total. And then we still have 115% reliability. So even at 9 armor, we still have 108% reliability, and it's about 7. Are we getting too expensive here? I'm glad I got to catch you early in a Hearts of Iron run. Yeah, we're about to go to war, I guess, with Japan and probably get crushed, but we're gonna try our best. Extra ammo's not bad. 4 defense, 2 breakthrough. Additional racks of ready ammo allow the tank to stay in the fight much longer without resupply. However, if the armor is pinned, the results are likely to be catastrophic. So minus 10% reliability. I think Cav is 6.4. At 9 armor, what's the bonus when sloped? It goes up by plus 10. For a plus 10% production cost. Yeah, we don't need it to go faster. This is going to be a recon tank, so speed, I don't think they calculate speed for tank recon. I guess you can have multiple smoke launchers. I didn't really think about that. It's basically like extra ammo is 2 smoke launchers combined. What if we did this? Is this bad? 101% reliability. We go 2-man turret, small cannon, kind of the medium choice, an extra bit of defense and soft attack, extra defense and breakthrough, extra defense and breakthrough, 8 armor to give it 40 armor, 28 breakthrough at less than 7 production cost. I picked like the cheapest ones. I like how it's called the Ha-Go. I think I'm just gonna leave it at that. The Ha-Go Mark 1. How much is the suspension? It costs 1. It's pretty cheap. Okay. So let's say we wanted to make some of those. I kind of want to listen to this song a bunch, you know what I mean? Let's take one. Are we building? No, we're not building more. I don't know what I can part with here, other than like trains. But then we're gonna need trains again when they bomb them all. Maybe support equipment temporarily, and then just bring it back. Just to get, we need at least 2 factories on tanks for now, to try and start catching up. Just steal more trains with PP. Yeah, but stability goes down, but we can try it. Alright, we got 3 on tanks. Best I can do. What about the national focus though, chat? Do we want to wait on tanks? One more time? One more time or just go? I'm scared. I'm scared. How many tanks you need? Probably, it depends on which ones I upgrade. If we wanted to throw them in here. 328. We have 100 in storage though. From the deal. It's kind of a lot. Here we'd have negative 109, so we need 109 just for the horsies. So we need quite a few to upgrade everybody. All right, it's 1941. Let's get construction and just... Yeah, I guess we'll just do this military academy, then war. That gives us time to research all of our industrial things without any pressure. Soft attack and reliability upgrade here. The more you wait, the more space Japan takes from Russia. They have to win. Do you think they're winning? Kind of looks like they just have 1 tile. They are getting naval invaded in Vladivostok, though. But don't worry, the Soviets will figure it out. But the more troops they have committed to naval invasions, the better for Meade. All right, we've got 16 Coast Guard right now, which I never have Coast Guard this early in the game, so. I got level 2 coastal forts all the way around. Let's make another military factory since we got some open space here. I think we're just all in on military factories at the moment. Trying to maximize our war machine. cancel a couple of it. We'll still be training some reserves. The Mexican Soviet Republic is going rogue on El Salvador and Honduras. El Salvador is joining Venezuela. The Empire of Portugal and Brazil. It's finally happened. Following the restoration of the monarchy in Portugal and Brazil, the Portuguese king and the Brazilian emperor attended several meetings discussing the necessity and the potential benefit of the reunification of both countries once again. After long negotiations during the last Brazil-Portugal summit, the rulers agreed on officially re-establishing the United Kingdom of Portugal and Brazil. Today, with the blessing and the gathering monarchist crowds, Dom Duarte Nuno has been crowned Emperor of Portugal and Brazil. The Emperor has thanked his subjects for their loyalty and stated he will rule on their behalf. Brazil is united. They need help getting rid of fascist Portugal. The United Kingdom of Portugal and Brazil at war with Venezuela and the other northern international nations who are at war with a bunch of other people. Look at the Northern International all huddled together here against the Mexican Soviet Republic, who is ironically not in the Soviet bloc. They're in the Bolivarian alliance with Chile. So weird. Kingdom of Italy being led by Alcide de Gasperi. Germany's still not at war with the Netherlands, despite the Netherlands joining the Allies. Stalemating. Poland is still at war with Finland. They're going to war. Denmark and the Allies are trying to take out democratic Norway and also communist Finland. And then the Soviets are still trying to fix the SSSR, Japan, and also Germany, but they don't share a border with Germany yet. Bulgaria just declared war on Greece? Yo, imagine we were in that timeline, chat. The Greater Bulgarian Federation, led by Ferdinand I. Look at this dude. I like that art. And the Hellenic Republic. The Allies are not at war with the Axis. Correct. I'm gonna leave them on read. I am not joining your war against the Soviets. Sorry, bros. Not gonna happen. All right, we started to manufacture the Hago Mark 1s. We're supposed to be making 1.18 per day, so I believe we have begun by replacing the tanks that are already in this division. Yeah, we got 69 so far, so we've already made 69. That's pretty good. Those are getting put out faster than I expected. Our army needs good, loyal officers to lead it if we ever want to rely on more than just mass to achieve our objectives. Max command power up plus 20. Okay. Salute, chat. If we die, we die. But the time has come to throw off the shackles of oppression and fight for our ancient freedoms. Manchukuo will be the first part of China that breathes free from all foreign oppression. Except for, like, you know, we did the 5 people army so we could be equal, whatever. Anyway. Aizenjiro gains nationalist symbol, plus 5 stability, war support. We're at 83% stability because of what we chose earlier to do the anti-communist raids and also stabilize our industry. We become free, we leave the Axis, and declare war on Japan. I'm scared. I'm scared, chat. Okay, this is where we need to make sure all of our ducks are in a row. We should get these dudes popping out before then. Yeah. So we're going to get 6 more divisions just before then. We're going to get 5 more divisions from raising the banners. Really what it's going to come down to is just eliminating the Minkakuo threat first. And they have like a bunch of divisions here. That's what worries me. I'm not sure if we have enough forces committed. Meanwhile, we have 22 divisions on the Korea border. We do need some let me take like 2 of the Mountaineers and move them over. Because right, I think Korea is going to be the more difficult border in the medium term, but in the initial, like, Minkaku is going to be the most difficult. We cannot allow this spot to be taken. We need to rush these dudes down, take the ports. We do have some tanks here, which will be helpful. That's the tank division that we picked up from Germany. The troops on the north border won't be there once we declare war. They'll get, like, teleported back to Japan. And then they'll redeploy to Korea and give us problems. Many problems. So you don't need to worry about them. Guatemala has capitulated to the Mexican Soviet Republic. Our industry should be mostly done before the Independence War begins. Do you need to set a plan for Port Arthur? We've got a plan here. Is this Port Arthur? Or is this... Where's Port Arthur? There's a plan at every spot, I believe. Like, we just got to get in here fast. Because they'll be coming in to reinforce this port. Get in here fast, then redeploy. We got 5 divisions to redeploy here. Then the Coast Guard just has to hunker down, bunker in. We have a spare 194 light tanks. If I wanted to change to armored recon, we're gonna need a lot. It might be easier to get the neighbors with armored recon first. Then we'll only have negative 21 in storage. So what's the big difference here? If we change motorized for armored recon, it actually does slow down my forces. That's okay. If we lose 0.5 reconnaissance, our soft attack only barely goes up. Our hard attack goes up by like 2.5. Our defense goes down, but our breakthrough goes up by 5, and we get a bunch of armor and piercing that we didn't have before. So defense is worse, which is why I think putting them with the cavalry is good, because they're not really supposed to be defense anyways. They're supposed to be offense. The horses are really bad at defense, actually, compared to just infantry. And they still get to keep 51 org. So for only 21 in the hole for this, I think this is a good change. And let's go ahead and, like, slot them in. Kind of change that out while we have time. And not all of our horses are neighbors. Some of them are redemption armies here. We have about 9 divisions that'll have those armored recon helping us out. Honduras has capitulated. They'll figure it out. But yeah, the factories here need to spool up a little bit more. 43% efficiency. Negative 81 tanks in the hole. I guess that's gonna go higher, huh? In a minute. Once these dudes all train. Okay, we got... Dude, it's already 1941. We're actually flying through this campaign because we've been on 4x the whole time. More room for factories. Factory output going up at a very nice, necessary time. And at 1941, what are we most interested in? We got 1941 era artillery bonuses. I guess maybe we want to have somebody researching logistics for later. We've also got a stockpile of political power, and we have all of our infantry dudes. Okay, 3 horsies to the front line, 3 grunts to your respective front line. The Mexican Socialist Republic is going crazy. We got 21 divisions on the western flank here. Now, granted, those are 12 combat width, but they do have artillery, motorized recon, and engineers. So, it's pretty good. But I am worried that once these other divisions kind of piece together, might have a harder time. Oh dear. We're over halfway there. We're over halfway there. Naval invasion defense is going to be clutch. So we'll worry about building up the forts. We could take a doctrine. I think it's a good time to. It's 50% off. I don't think mass assault is the play. I actually think this could just be a grand battle plan and chill. Living on a prayer? We are kind of living on a prayer, yeah. We could also take... mobile warfare if we planned on going more into tanks. You can play Mexico? Yep. You can play Mexico. If you have a DLC, Mexico has a full... This is not even the full focus tree. They have a focus tree that's like twice this size. Yeah, you can play as any nation that's in the game, but if you want the custom focus trees with their own, like, unique decisions, a lot of them are behind a specific DLC. We could just take trench warfare and go max entrenchment if we're... I think we do grand battle plan if we're scared. Or mobile warfare if we're confident. Grand battle plan it is then. Yeah, mobile warfare has plus 15 infantry org, which is crazy. And there's plus 10 org here. Because Grand Battle Plan gives us an amazing amount of entrenchment speed, more max planning, and more org. At some point, you have to push through, and the combat penalty Japan gets won't last forever. Yeah, I think if we really want to win, we just go Grand Battle Plan. I think it's solid for us. 25% bonus entrenchment speed, and plus 10 to kind of illuminate how much plus 10 max entrenchment is. Our entrenchment right now is only 3.7. Okay, so 10 is kind of an insane number. We're now... Actually, does it go up reflected on this? Surely it's not 10%, right? Plus 10% to production efficiency cap coming in just in time for us to get some more infantry equipment. Oh yeah, it needs some time to tick. You're right, you're right. We're all caught up on industry. We could just do basic radar. Actually, let's keep doing anti-air. Anti-air, or we could do 1941 tanks. Yeah, that's a good idea. We won't be short on steel forever. Okay, we're negative 118 tanks in the hole, which is a little worrying. Part of that is because of this. I think it might be a good idea to just stop training these for now. The gun shortage is not going to be a shortage once we actually start. So let's do like 6 divisions here and then 4 reserve. Japan wants to give you stuff. Yeah, but I don't have convoys, so it doesn't matter. We only have 7 days. It's happening! Ah! It's happening. 3. Why are they all moving? It's like they know. They're all taking the train home like they know. 2, 1. We've declared war on Japan! The time has come to throw off the shackles of oppression and fight for our ancient freedoms. Manchukuo will be the first part of China that breathes free from all foreign oppression. And now... Yo, let's try and create, factions? Is China in a faction? That's not a bad idea. Let's go reclaim the empire. And see what happens. Non-aggression request from the Soviets. Yeah, of course. France wants to resupply in our ports. Of course. Think about that. Japan's at war with the Soviets, and we're just like, surprise, new front line. France is at war with them too. Now they have a port here if they can just get in. All right, we need to slow down. Because first things first, it is time to execute the plan. Strike swiftly for the Emperor. So we did all of our preparations. We did every single prep. We'll secure 25,000 guns. They're a little old, but guns are better than no guns. 500 Type 95s, 2,000 Type 100s, 50 basic light tank chassis, 5,000 Type 99 rifles, 100 interwar airframes, and 50 units of KI-2s. I don't know what KI-2s are, so let's find out. And in the days of old, the Qing emperors would call upon their bannermen to fight in their war. Although times have changed, the same principles apply. The House of the Qing requires the services of their banners once more. 5 have answered the call. Yellow, red, white, blue, and black banners. 30 combat with each, with support arty in tow. Thick, huge banners. The real question is, where do we want to send those dudes? Okay, my thoughts are 3 of them handle in Manchukuo. 2 of them, surely we can handle this with all these divisions. I don't know about this though. 2 of them go down here and help this. Now, when does Manchukuo go to war? This is already at war. So we just start going boom, boom. Boom. And if he starts going up, we just back cap the port. Right? That's like the best case scenario. And then I'm going to take... Actually, this is better. And then we can just take one of these purple boys and move him in. And then kind of surround the port and take it as soon as possible. Maybe we just go tank plus 2 reserves and just see if we can, like, push them out fast. You guys... Yeah, you're just gonna have to brute force this with overwhelming numbers. Now, the team horse needs to be micromanaged. Because we need to cut this off fast. And this is why I have the cav on the border. With Korea. Actually, you go there. And then over here, we just need to get these 3 dudes to try and push. Hopefully, I don't know if that's enough, but we're gonna find out. Take that spot. And then maybe just occupy this dude. Okay, might be a little sloppy here. I think that's everything at first. Well, because we're free now, we don't have to give our overlord any of our factories. So we just found some military factories. 4 of them, in fact, that we didn't have a second ago. So let's go 8 infantry, 6 support, 4 improve light tanks. And I'll put 1 back on trains. Okay, when does Minkakuo go to war? The advance has begun, chat. Oh yeah. There's no way they'll be able to respond fast enough. But they're gonna call Germany in. They will call Germany in. So that's gonna be a thing. Okay, this dude has been completely cut off. Can't really get what we want there. The German Reich has joined Japan. What about Minkakuo? Actually, just cut this off. Actually, I'd rather you just beat him and then let this guy cut him off. Okay, we'll have one of the Coast Guard go here. Kind of fill that in. We're gonna have to pause champ micromanage this for sure, dude. The Manchurian War of Independence. Following a period of internal power struggles between the Japanese administrators and the government of Aizen Joropuyi, the fight for supremacy in Manchuria has finally reached a boiling point. Reportedly, the confrontation was set off by an incident in the imperial household, in which a Japanese general supposedly insulted the Emperor of Manchukuo by demanding that he bow. Outraged, Aizen Joropuyi replied that the Son of Heaven does not bow, and struck the general with his cane, before ordering his military to remove all Japanese soldiers from Chinese soil immediately. We finally know what this news article is about. We got to do it ourselves, because we definitely read it before. And we're like, huh, well that's interesting, but I don't really know exactly what it means. France wants to move troops. You got it. Okay, we took Dalian. That's great. They can't reinforce that naval base now. They are going to be reinforcing the other naval bases, which is why we got to get this dude out from East Tibet as fast as possible. And we're trying to close it down. The other thing we're going to have to do is extend the area defense to that coast. And likewise, start building forts here. Especially to defend that port. Okay, the good news is that these guys are going to get to redeploy to the Korean front. They still haven't called Minkakuo in. All right, now that we're kind of like, we got Pyongyang, I want to continue. Maybe if we can just rush to Seoul. See, they've already started to get some troops here. And we need to cut that off. Also, we eliminated one of the units. That was 2 units, actually, were stuck here, so we just surrounded them. Let's see what the, like, few days in, we've lost 300 troops, and we've inflicted 23,000 in casualties. Now that is a first strike. That's a first strike for sure. Okay, this is proving problematic. Because we are like out of supplies down here. Because we just took a supply hub and we need a few days for it to be connected to the capital. Also, great success here, taking East Bay. Minkakuo is our enemy. Okay, lads, the time has come. We have already done attack plans, and those plans have been maximum 37% attack bonus, and we are getting an attack bonus for 60 days, however long that lasts. I don't know how long, it hasn't been 60 days yet. It's not selected for the defense order. It's okay. We'll get to it. We got a lot of things to do. Also, we gotta like find a way to get down here without sacrificing all of the Coast Guard. They're suffering attrition. Non-aggression pact with France, Soviet Lithuania, Ethiopia, and Czechoslovakia. Sure, you got it. All right, we have planes available in reserve, but we have no airfield. Which is kind of funny. I never built an airfield. Oops. We got one here. I guess we'll take these planes out and do pilot exercises. So we have a bunch of horses repositioning to this front line. We need to try and wrap this up and move the front here, basically. Moving a bunch of horsies up. All right, I gotta micro this one. If they have weakness, we're gonna push in with or without supplies at this point. Especially here. There's no reason not to move into that tile. Now down here, we'd have to 1v1 them. Now, these 6 divisions don't have anywhere to go yet. Do I trust the 24 divisions we have on the west to take Minkakuo by itself? If I do, then I should send Team Purple down here, because this is where I think Japan is really going to be reinforcing. And I'm a little concerned about naval invasions. Because these guys are going to do their best to dig in and entrench. What's your supply like? So there is no supply in Minkakuo. So we're going to be without supply until we take this spot right here. Which they're guarding. But we'll have a nice first push. All right, I don't want this dude's gonna get caught out if he's not careful, so let's just hold. And we're gonna like kind of flank this guy and take these dudes out and then move everyone to the border with Korea. Got one retreating. We got 3 divisions that are just gonna chill here that I don't feel like burning out all of my organization on. Try and encircle that guy. All right, we got a lot of horse boys responding. I say we keep pushing down here if possible. Oh, how'd they get another unit here? Were there 2 units here the whole time? I don't remember that. All right, finish that guy off. I'd say nice job so far. Let's keep this dude busy and keep rolling it around the top. They've kind of taken over a few spots that are a bit obnoxious for us to go for. Would have been better to take your cav west. Nope, I disagree. Completely disagree. The only reason we're even this far down and we cut off the neck of Korea to encircle 5 divisions is because cavalry speed. Otherwise, they would have kept this entire front line open. And they're able to reposition across the longest... Like, Japan cannot reinforce Minkakuo, so all we have to do is hold our ground and hold the coast. So we have isolated Minkakuo with infantry, and then we use our cav for this, basically. Boom. Okay, I have some people who don't have orders right now. It's these guys. So what I'm gonna do is like manually move them into positions. That I perceive to be weaker to defend against a naval invasion. This should arguably be double defended. Construction 4. That'll help us build. We're building a bunch of forts right now. 1941. Maybe just get radio. France wants us to join the French alliance. How about nah? No, nah. I'll pass, bro. You could just build your own supply hub close to Minkaku and use the decision to 300% speed it up. Yeah, I mean, that's... might be necessary. I don't understand how we're losing these defensive battles here. With 52% entrenchment. Just combat width alone? They have fewer than 200,000 manpower. Air? Nope. Never heard of it. Gonna leave it pause for a second while I think. Maybe take Team Purple off here and put them right there. Put them on the train so they get there faster and they can rebuild org. South American Socialist Republic took 4 states. Try to send some units over to manually reinforce if possible. Sometimes manual reinforcing is worth it just to hold out long enough to get these dudes in. I don't know if they can actually walk there fast enough. Costa Rica is dead. And so is this pocket of resistance. So now all horse boys are gonna be going to the front with Korea. I say we initiate a push of our own. And make it aggressive. Send it. Now that we got all these dudes moving together. Oh god. They ain't gonna make it. They ain't gonna make it. We can try and push back and that's about it. I really wish the AI would do a better job of, like, if they see a battle losing and you've got 3 divisions on one tile that's not even being attacked, do something about it. You know what I mean? I can try a little counterattack here for whatever that's worth. So we are breaking even on light tanks. Got 1,000 extra support equipment. Trucks, 24,000 guns. That's what we need. Use some of that manpower. We got all those guns. Let's start training Omega divisions, dude. I don't know how many that is. Let's see what it updates to. I don't want to go too ham here. I like what I'm seeing here with the Cav. I'm gonna expand. Oh, we're gonna have to hold this entire... Oh dear, we're gonna hold this coast? Oh no. Chat, they won't try and go in... Yeah, okay. We need 34 divisions minimum. Oh dear. I forgot that we have all this now. Okay, as far as supply goes, we can take their supply if we can just take this one depot, right? What if we just took the depot? Has anybody thought about that? Has anyone considered just going in? Just going deep? Maybe they left it undefended. No one considered this. Did I not see 99 a second ago on this tile and then they stopped attacking? But yeah, we need to keep these dudes from getting entrenched. Put all of our cavalry into it, if possible. All right, we just took 400 support equipment by putting like 12 grunt divisions in training and 8 Coast Guards, so maybe we just leave it there for a minute. Okay, that seems like it's going well for now. We took the damn supply depot. Okay. But then they pushed us out immediately? If I'm seeing this right? But then we got another dude in. And then we're getting more dude. We got nobody over here though. Why are you giving this up? Up top. No supplies. But maybe we just deprived them of supplies. Have you thought about that? Chat, we got the supplies, bro, don't we? No supply. Do we have to have this too? How long to build this? Maybe it's too recent. Is this something I should be even doing? Maybe. Is this something I should be doing? Probably not. But somebody's got to hold these spaces, man. If we take both of these, then we'll be set. Oh, they're doing like last stand over here. We're actually pushing into Seoul now. 20% defense, 25% entrenchment. We got plenty of manpower. We got plenty of guns. I say we let that ride. Okay, somehow these dudes are holding out. So we haven't been able to take Seoul, and they got 4 divisions here, but we're about to take this topmost spot. Sweden declared war on Norway, and they've got some grudges, don't they? They've got some grudges. These guys have supply. Guess what time it is? Trucks, trucks. Trucks, trucks. I forgot trucks. I'm gonna let all these dudes get supplied too now, because we change our logistics. All right, all you gotta do is go in there. If we just take this, this is a difficult tile to hold, to be perfectly honest with you. No matter how we cut it. It's gonna take all hands on deck to dig in here. But really focusing on these two and then pushing up and around is gonna be huge. Especially if we grab this one. So maybe we go bam, 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 send it. That'll weaken his attack. We get to keep the supplies. These guys don't really have supplies, but then again, these dudes don't either. All right, how we doing in the south? We're making some very aggressive pushes. Because we got to get all the way down to this naval base down here, and it's gonna be tough. But I think the horse boys are making some progress. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I don't understand how these dudes are so entrenched. Did he finish the 0 to hero? I've been away for a bit. Yeah, that was a while ago. Yeah, that was a while ago. But hey, we're here now. Welcome. And our general is leveled up. He's level 3, 4 defense, 2 attack, and can either get plus 10% attack or plus 5 max entrenchment. Normally I pick plus 10% to attack. But maybe we just play to his defensive strength and go entrenchment. Might need some fuel from the Soviets. Yeah, I can always trade if I need to. Right now we're building coastal forts with what few civilian factories we have left. The problem is... Oops. Well, I just canceled the one that was almost finished. We need to really focus on at least getting, like, level 1. They probably won't naval invade over there, but, like, you never know. It only takes once. Alright, we're kind of starting to grind to a halt in Korea, and they have air superiority now in both places. That's not ideal. He says, this is a pretty good plan, sir. And I'm noticing that they're losing organization down here. And we seem to have an advantage, so... I might say send it. And let's just try a balanced attack. And see what we can round up. Because maybe that's what we need to crack this open, is the general leveraging his own strengths. Air superiority with 10 planes. My planes can't... Actually, we don't have that Beijing spot. But yeah, my planes can't reach. They can't do anything. And I'm not going to win against 500 other planes, so... But we'll save some fuel if we stop doing pilot exercises. I like what I see so far, but just, dude, just taking this one tile is going to simplify 1, 2, 3, 4 separate tiles that we have and let our troops spread out better. Okay, he says this plan might not be going well, but I say if we have green numbers in the south and can push through and kind of close this up a little bit, that would be excellent. A lot of our troops have supply who did not have supply before. So I'm gonna just keep with it for a sec. Why is your third general some German dude? Because he's a German dude. We did work with the Germans as part of our focus tree. These guys are getting wiped out doing Last Stand. Last Stand gives them a ton of defense and entrenchment, but they take strength damage. So they're taking orange damage, which is their hard, like their unit's actual composition of people and items. So they're running out of guns and manpower, probably. We still got 13k guns to burn through here. And a bunch of divisions coming out of the oven in a sec. I'm not sure how much pressure I should be putting on the west. It seems like it's going to be a we're winning, but at what cost type of thing. We just have to keep moving them back and moving them back and moving them back. Can you flank on the west side of Korea? Nope. It's on the other side of Seoul. Disconnected by river. We're losing most of these battles. But I have to assume that Minkakuo is gradually getting weaker. But this might be a case of just need to do some manual pushes after maybe we take this tile and then hold off on the attack for a bit. We're on the doorstep of Seoul. Our Cav General, the Princess Yoshiko Kawashima, is ready to become a cavalry expert, plus 10% cavalry defense. Sure, why not? I was gonna take the motorized mechanized, but we're actually using horses. So go for it. I'm just waiting to hear the first naval invasion sound, because I know it's coming and I don't know where. This is my nightmare. That coast over there. That's my nightmare. Logistics companies, if we had the ability to add them, would be useful. It's August 1941. We've actually been researching and building some tanks. I'd say let's research anti-air. Automotive manufacturer trucks. I do not want 7% less reliability. How about just breakthrough up? I don't know. Doctrine available. Ooh, we have a 50% off a land doctrine. Max planning plus 10% and daily command power. Probably worth... kind of running low on light tanks. I'd like to think that the light tank recon that's inside my horse divisions is helping over here. All right, we've lost how many? 137,000 casualties so far. And we've inflicted only 95. So we're falling behind in our aggressive pursuit of victory. However, we definitely have more people. Why don't we just go ahead and go straight up to... No need to go to extensive yet when it doesn't save you any political power. Let's just do limited. And then... some base war support up. Radio propaganda. Helped the Chinese fight Japan until Germany threatened his family and forced him to resign. Yeah, he's an interesting dude, the Dark. How many casualties for the Chinese puppets? 60k. So actually we're doing okay. We're at like 100. We've inflicted 155 and taken 137. But if we keep... Hang on, is this just open? Did we find an opening here? Oh man, we found an opening. It depends on if there's any other troops down here. And our cavalry divisions are so fast, they're going to be able to fill in as we go. Oh, they screwed up, dude. This is where Cav is king, right here. Now, supplies, never heard of them. We can do trucks here. Actually, it'd be easier just to do this by field marshal. We'll change the motorization of the field marshal. And then he'll handle it. I think we should have enough trucks for this. But we can check our logistics. No, we don't. We have negative 437 trucks. Okay. In that case, I'll handle it myself. And that's why it can be dangerous. Now we have 500 spare trucks. The reason why changing your motorization level on a field marshal is dangerous is because even if trucks here alleviate the supply issues, they'll do trucks at all locations within their reach. Does that make sense? And it'll end up using more than you actually need. All right, they did end up filling in one of the gaps, but it weakened their position in Seoul. So to get supplies here, we're gonna have to go... Well, actually, getting Seoul alleviates our supply issue. It's just gonna take a minute for the supplies to get connected to the capital. You don't get them immediately. But yeah, that's gonna fix all of our problems here. Okay, cool. You guys keep it up. That's huge. The Germans have arrived. Lol. Oh no, have they? I only see Japanese troops. Okay, what about down here? Is this just an open space? Am I crazy? It was an open space. We're having to fight across a river and into a fort here. It's like level 3 fort. So it's pretty tough, but they're out of supplies. I wonder if 2 cav units alone will be enough here. When do I get the supplies? 6 more days? Dude, once we get those supplies, I think it's over. Possibly. We're also backing them into a corner here. The question is, how much longer will our supplies hold out? Because we had 25,000 infantry equipment, and now we don't. So I'm probably just gonna, like, save my infantry equipment and not do, like, another full round of training. Well, I might do it for the reserves, but not for the big... these guys. There's another nice little gap here. We need to keep just filling in the gaps. Now that we have won our freedom, it is time to carry on the war against the traitors and rebels and the rest of China. We will rule this country or perish in the attempt. We have now cored, what, the rest of China? And we can create factions, and we have plus 10% war support that's going to give us even more division attack bonuses and defense bonuses? Hell yeah. Next, we can take either Imperial Divinity for stability and war support, or we can either assert our authority, annex war goal against China, or offer vassalization, which has no effect because China absorbed all of the vassals. Okay, maybe don't get the war goal with China yet. But we have to have Beijing to move the capital. Let's just take the 10% stability and war support, because I think that's big. Oh, come on. This is so close, dude. I can't tell if I should stop or keep putting the foot on the gas. Denmark took 7 states. Norway has capitulated. The war against Norway. Sweden and Denmark kind of, well, you know. I don't understand why a democratic power got to declare war on another democratic power, and then all the other allies were like, yep, yeah, it had to have been a focus, but it's crazy that it dragged the allies in. All right, I'm gonna tell the horse boys to like stop being quite so aggressive and be a little more balanced. However, some of these dudes are just weak. Denmark declared war on the Norwegian People's Republic again? You guys didn't you just end the war? Denmark is a warmongering nation. What is going on, bros? All right, let's focus on taking like this tile, and then I would say like Holg on the attacks momentarily. Like, let's just get organized. Let's entrench. Let's get supplied. Oh wait, I forgot to turn Team Purple. There we go. Let's just catch ourselves here. I'm sending the cav in back here for sure. I gotta keep trying to take this port. Okay, we ran into resistance. They're starting to fall apart. They leave it open, but then they come back and fill it in. Make 1B, thank you for the 2 months. Sorry if I missed the sub. Big Sorry, who's back for 52 months. What's up, dude? Thank you, Big Sorry, for the 52 months. And Make 1B says, here's something for the war fund. Yo, thanks for the 2 months. We're taking some losses, but we just upped our conscription. So as long as we can keep them supplied, we're starting to run out of guns and support equipment. But our factories aren't quite done spooling up, and we're trying to make as many light tanks as possible. I kind of put a halt to the plans on the west until we get a nice planned prep bonus and can try that again. These guys up here really don't have that good a supply. But we got the supplies in the south. And then over here, I think a balanced attack is still warranted. We just... Oh, I do see German troops now. Oh, a tank. I'm sorry, where do you think you're going, tank? Tank on the flank. I got 23 divisions moving around here now. They're not very big. They're like 12 combat width, and some of them don't even have support. I can't quite squash them. Can't quite do it. Why are these guys out of supplies? Are you telling me trucks can't reach over here? Maybe there were just too many people in one group. I think there were just too many people in one tile. All right, are we gonna send it again? He said, this is a bad plan. Oh, here it's happening! Oh dear God, they're here! It has begun, chat. Dangerous naval invasion. They're choosing this little pocket with all of the, I think we have someone in every spot, don't we? We have coastal forts. No, yeah. They have an intel advantage, and they have shore bombardment. Oh, dear God. We got more people coming out soon. It seems like we're actually holding off the first naval invasion, which is amazing. Thank God they chose our best defended shore. Well, probably when we had, like, let's put it like this. It takes time to save up for a naval invasion. So they also want a port. Ports are desirable. So the only ports we have are in this area. If they don't have a port, it is much harder. Let's go guns and then support equipment. Did we take another spot over here? All right, let's hold the offensive. This one's fine. This one's also fine if you just commit more people to it. Okay, 3 more divisions popping out. I'm gonna augment Team Purple over here. And there should be more after that. We're still making slow progress down Korea. Which I'm kind of surprised that they haven't reinforced even more. I see lots of German troops starting to appear, which is very unfortunate for us. This is where it's going to be even nicer that all of my horses, like 9 of these divisions, have light tanks that can at least put up something against their tank divisions if they bring any over. Attack with the purple boys? No, we're not attacking with red or purple. I'm just doing manual. And you can only have so many people in a battle anyways because of combat width. So when these guys get tired, we do this, and then that. Okay, we're getting a little closer, because if we can encircle these guys, that'll reduce their power by quite a lot. And then down here, the cavalry is impressive. There are some tank divisions here, a little bit. We're so close to taking the damn port. And we did hold off the first naval invasion. That's huge. More divisions? Yeah. Well, it's Coast Guard, but yes. Okay, and there should be more that follows. But we're running out of guns. So we're just gonna have to stop training quite. I might cancel a couple of these just to regurgitate some guns, actually. Because we're down to like 4K infantry equipment, down from 25K. Which is a little harsh. But look at this flank on this one single spot, man. but they have an intel advantage and air superiority, which has given them some help. And I'd like to open this up a little bit more. And reinforce our new pocket, because we're surrounded by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 flanks. How bad would it be to buy the guys from the market? What do you mean the guys from the guns from the market? They have to be selling guns from the market. So if I needed to, then I could buy some of those, yeah. All I would have to do is give up some factories. So we might end up doing something like that if we need to. But I wouldn't be able to buy too many because I don't have that many factories. So what's the best way to get supplies up here? We just don't. Unless we built. Maybe that ooh, that motorization actually hooks up you. And we still have some trucks. Okay, all right, okay. Yeah, these guys get supplied up here. The Socialist Republic of Finland joined the Bolivarian Alliance. The Bolivarian Alliance going ham, man. I can't believe streamer ignored GDB. Listen, we've been pracking all day, practicing, getting ready for this war, and now we're here. We might actually be able to push in here. This dude's gonna be completely encircled at this rate. But trying to find some weaknesses manually is not the worst idea. Listen, Maria, we're doing our best, okay? We got supplies up there to everything except one tile with just trucks. Those trucks are driving across this whole jungle. Look at this, a forest. There's not even any roads out here, and they're somehow doing it. All right, 3 more divisions. I think the tanks are being squandered. But then again, attacking with them would require even more tank production. But putting them in Team Perp makes sense. I think I'm gonna put these dudes in Team Green. And just have them sit in spots that I don't want a naval invasion to somehow take over. Like ports. And just reinforce those ports. Because they're going to do more naval invasions and we don't know where. And if we get back capped, it's over. Okay, so we're back to being out of supplies. But there's no way that these... What if we can encircle these dudes? If we can encircle these 4 dudes, that would be actually amazing. Alright, they're trying to reinforce right now. And suddenly we're losing. Did they succeed in reinforcing? Or did one of our guys leave for no reason? I think he just left. China was the first nation I played way back at release, and it was such a slog. I hated the game for years. Oof. You hated it for years? I came back, but the point stands. Sounds like you needed to, Get good, Maria. Also, Chad, we got totally stagnated by German reinforcements here. So we may as well just build up maximum planned prep attack bonus. 2 more pawns for the Coast Guard. And we can do another doctrine soon. The Norway just joined the Bolivarian Alliance. Okay. Sure, yeah. Let's get that guy, dude. We just gotta reinforce before they reinforce. This actually could be a masterful encirclement. Eta will miss this. I'm seeing it right now, as Eta Minifin. Thank you for the 9 months. Oh, just popped a helmet. Oop, just popped the helmet. That's 4 divisions that we're just clearing out. Another one. Show me another one. They're getting overrun. Clearing out 4 divisions here is massive. That's probably like 20% of their army over here, to be honest. And they're out. Huge. All right, they took the spot. We got military factories. We might be claiming factories that they're sitting on right now. That might be the case. We're -8 steel in the hole. Since we're only getting... This is about the time where we just stop trading with France and close our markets up. Go limited exports. So we're going to lose some construction speed, some research speed, and some factory output. But we're going to get control over... Why did we only get 2 steel? But I stopped trading for... No, we didn't get just 2 steel. I stopped trading for 16, so we actually just got 18 steel. And we're still exporting the same amount. So now I can trade 1 factory to France and be positive instead of 2 factories to France and be negative. There you go. Is Manchuria asserting itself? Qing Dynasty China is trying to assert itself, but Germany is here, which makes things more difficult for sure. But we're working on getting rid of Minkakuo, and then things will look up for us if we can consolidate the front. And we just encircled a bunch of divisions. We're 250,000 casualties in the hole. We've inflicted 14k German casualties, 111k Qing casualties, and 125k Minkakuo. So we're close to 1-to-1. But we have a lot of people. What we don't have is a lot of resources. Naval invade Korea. I'll just do that with my navy real quick. Why is Germany here? Because Japan joined the Axis, and I went to war with Japan. I couldn't go to war sooner, though, because I wasn't ready. I wasn't ready. Can we not just sneak in here like this? Sometimes you gotta manually suss out the weaknesses. Now, they're reinforcing. And you can sort of intervene. I don't want to overcommit too many troops. I just want to buy my troops some time to try to get in there, but it's not enough time, is it? Yeah, they're probably going to reinforce. What about this mountain? Mountaineers. If we put pressure on multiple points simultaneously, maybe. These guys are really, really out of supplies, but I can't seem to finish them off. I'm trying to buy you guys some time, but you're fighting way too slow. My worry is that they're going to bulk up on this side and counterattack, and then I'm just going to be out of luck. However, we did focus on entrenchment. I took static warfare for max entrenchment and entrenchment speed. We also took defensive doctrine for 30% bonus max entrenchment, and we took grand battle plan for another plus 10 entrenchment. So we got that. In times past, the emperors of China were revered as living gods. We must reconnect the current emperor to this ancient tradition, plus 10% stability and war support, giving us more of everything, including attack bonuses. It's time for that research slot, maybe. Yeah, let's get another research slot then. We got this dude to retreat. That's good. You guys are definitely winning over here. What about on this side? We're kind of stuck now. In my opinion, start building forts. Just in case. Too spoopy. Why are you guys all going there? That was weird. All right, advanced tank chassis. If we wanted, we can make 1941 light tanks. It's almost 1942. You know what else we could do? We could do excavation. I like thinking toward the future, so let's just get advanced computing machines, is what I would say, except this 5% defense offense breakthrough is better. So I'll take that. Let's focus on the ground combat. Let's focus on winning this thing! I can't believe they have air support. Japan's cheating. Four more divisions. Let's go to Team Purple and try to finish off the West. Got a good amount of guns, decent amount of artillery, decent amount of trucks, decent amount of support equipment, decent amount of tanks, actually. If we did more artillery, we could start getting line artillery in. But for now, we have 1.3 million troops. Guns. Guns is the easy one. No divisions in basic. It's because I'm afraid of running out of resources. Bro. It's not that hard, dude. Also, this song is very much definitive of what we're actually doing here. Their troops are just annoyingly concentrated. If you could take that airport, they would fall. Yeah, that's why they got 4 divisions on it. We're so damn close. Because if we push these guys out, we encircle these easy. This flank is kind of like questionable. Like, it's possible that we can take this tile, and that's about it. Or if I attack, we lose our entrenchment and we get counter-pushed. Those are the two options. Because right now we're sitting at 42% entrenchment. Maybe we give this another shot with our mountaineers. Light tanks in the mountains isn't good, right? Let's give it a try. Uh-oh. The bad noise. Uh-oh. The bad noise. Dude, they can attack so many beachheads from here. Like, it's actually kind of insane. We're losing this one. I'm gonna try and reinforce it. It's begun. Coordination plus 1% is helpful. We got 1941 artillery. All right, I'm just gonna start on industry because I think industry is the key in getting that 1.3 million manpower fixed. We are so lucky that we're able to barely hold off these naval invasions, because if one of these naval invasions succeeds, we might be dead. Oh my god. Oh my god, we might have done it, chat. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 divisions encircled over here. And then we can go to the airport. The problem is I can't even with this encirclement, we still can't get these dudes. We also have too many divisions committed to it, I think. Here's the thing, even though we're losing the battle, all we have to do is defeat a single division at a time, and because they have no way to reinforce. So if we can just use if they use coordination and pop one, it gets easier, then the next one gets easier, and you kind of just have to keep sending bodies at this until they pop. I feel like they're getting a lot. I'm just gonna keep making forts for now. They sit on a bunker, but it'll run out of supplies. Yeah. So it is just a matter of time. See, these tiles worry me. Like, that can be triple attacked. They're not going to attack the ones on the edge. They'll attack this one for sure. Those are the two weakest. All right, they're down to 4 divisions here. Which means it's working. Slowly. We have a lot of reserves. But it's working. Yeah, we're a long way from anti-tank. We're almost out of fuel. It's So we'll probably need to trade the Soviet Union, ironically, for some fuel so we can keep our light tanks up and running. We have light tank recon with some of our horses. All right, I'm gonna go to 3 times speed because we just need to muscle through this. What do I do here? Just build. That's a lot of divisions, bro. No, I don't want to join your stinky faction. All right, they're down to 3, and now we actually have green number. Give up! This is the power of a level 3 fort inside the mountains. It's too powerful. All right, we are starting to learn how anti-air works. So we can start manufacturing some of that once we get an extra factory. We're barely breaking even on all this right now. All right, they're down to 1. And then it's time to crack open the airfield. Uh-oh, chat. It's happening. Shit. We got problems, boys. Question, is this last stand energy right here if they're doing force attack? I'm throwing it in. We can't afford to lose it. I can't afford to lose it, Chad. I knew they were gonna go for these tiles, man. Uh-oh, they almost wiped. They're about to wipe this division off the map. The one time that I use defense, and this is what happens. I'm never using it again. They're dead. Are we gonna lose any other divisions? That one just got hyper-focused. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna take... I know the Mountaineers are good, but we're gonna bring them over here. And then because we need reinforcements, I'm bringing more friends over. This isn't good, chat. This is not good, bro. I need you guys to hold until reinforcements can arrive. Okay, we did finish this little encirclement here. We really just need to finish up in Minkakuo, dude. All right, we're gonna try taking the airfield now. I'm gonna need the boots on the ground to hurry up and get over here because I'm losing like 3 battles. Their force attack is over. Oh, did they do another force attack? These two are on force attack. Reinforcements are a little slow to arrive. I'd rather you just take the train, bro. If I didn't build the forts, this would be bad news. Well, the big bad news is that it's bad news anyways. Because they're about to get forced out of here, and then they're gonna force me out of this spot. Yeah. Just like that. Now they have the forts. Alright, General. Entrenchment speed plus 50%. You're gonna need that while you're on the back foot, getting pushed back. Some of our infantry recruits are arriving. There are a lot of German troops there. Yeah, now they have the fort. We're about to have this airfield in Minkakuo. Make new forts at Seoul? Yeah. As a fallback line. We're losing here too. They're also attacking in the winter, so they have snow debuffs. And we're still losing. We took the airfield, so there is no air superiority over here. I believe it's time for one last hurrah on this side. Let's go. Send it, boys. Send it! Eliminate them! No more air support for you. Yoshiko Kawashima is level 4 now, has 5 defense. And unfortunately, cavalry's just not good at defense. We have engineer company, support arty. We got most of the things that we can got. And we had max entrenchment, so. At this point, I think all we need is the capital, and we should win. Is that all? Just the capital? But yeah, if we just let them keep pushing, keep reinforcing. We still have a couple more, two more divisions coming in for reinforcements. They're doing a last stand to try and hold me off. We're still running a little low on infantry equipment, 5K. We got enough for now, especially if we're not attacking on the east. But yeah, I just have to keep bringing the cavalry back in here to reinforce this line. Our reinforcement rate's being tested. Ooh, we have 123 army XP. kinda huge, because guess what? Prepared defense is our next doctrine, and it gives us plus 10% defense and plus 10 organization, which is pretty big. Doctrine makes a huge difference over time. The Empire requires bright people to further its cause. We should create a plan, a place where the best and brightest come together to teach and learn. Another research, we got 4 research slots. Let's make it 5. We have more than 50 factories. we're about to snowball a little bit. It's 1942. Chat, why did I start dispersed industry? Yeah, let's, I didn't mean to click that. I thought that was 1942 tech. I think I thought it was this. Let's do the research. That's what I thought it was, the research buff. Let's get the Type 2 rifle grenade for the infantry buff to hard attack and piercing. Will help us against Germany a lot. Research that quickly. How we doing over here, boys? Poorly, but all you have to do is get to the capital and we win on this side. That's all you got to do. Just get to the capital. I see their weakness. This is the weakness right here. We started winning over here. Now if we can get entrenched again. Ooh, our field marshal has a trait. Oh man, we got some choices, dude. Isenjoro Zakia. 3 attack, 5 defense, 4 planning, 2 supply consumption, plus 10% planning speed, 13% defense, 30% max entrenchment, and 10% division recovery rate. He's kind of goated right now for level 4, and now we can add supply consumption down, faster planning, higher max planning, attack, plus 5 max entrenchment and a recon bonus or reinforce rate. There's a lot of great choices here. Entrenchment and entrenchment speed up for everybody is awesome, but attack is also awesome because we are trying to be offensive in this as well. But reinforce rate's awesome because we have a lot of people who are less than full fighting strength right now, but supply consumption is always fun. Ding, 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 ding. Chat, it's your favorite time. It's a field marshal. You want 3rd column. Psycho Seal, did you know that any traits that a field marshal has are 50% effective for all of their generals' armies? I didn't know that. Scripts, you didn't know that? So if I take 10% infantry attack, it's 5% for all of my generals' armies. And if I take max entrenchment plus 5, it's plus 2.5. How powerful is the planning bonus? Plus 10% max planning is... it's okay. Like, it's basically an extra doctrine. One of them is plus max planning and one is plus planning speed. What does a planning bonus do? It's just a raw attack bonus. So if I have my troops on a front line and I give them an offensive line and let them sit there, they will start to get planned preparation bonuses. So the higher that number, the higher their offensive bonus. So 42% planning bonus is a 42% attack bonus when you initiate your attack. So you initiate your attack by hitting the arrow to launch the attack, but they also get a small bonus. They get an attack bonus without doing that, even if you manually move your troops just for having plans. So you always want to plan an offensive line no matter what. Does planning not benefit defense? No, it's for planning for an attack. The defensive bonus is entrenchment. I like max planning. Planning is busted. I think that there are a bunch of good choices here. I think I'm going to try max planning plus 10% just stack since we're going grand battle plan. I want to try it. I want to give it a shot. Okay, look at this, dude. I wonder if we can just push in and take Zhengbei. Or is that too greedy? It's a little greedy. It's a little greedy, I guess. So let's get rid of one of the lumps. And then try and defend here. Okay, we're on the doorstep of the capital. We've almost got him where we want him, chat. Oh dear. This is not good. I don't know if we can get over there in time, bro. Bulgaria declared war on Yugoslavia. Uh-oh. This sucks. This sucks. I just need you guys to hold it down. France has called Yugoslavia as our ally. Oh boy. A new front for Germany, but they have Bulgaria at the back door also. You want to give me some stuff? Appreciate it, France. I'm doing my best over here, bro. Who would have thought I would be your ally? Build more forts. I'm building them, man. I'm building forts here too. We also got to repair infrastructure and stuff. But we'll be fine. I got it. I'm holding it down, dude. I'm just annoying the hell out of them because my cavalry is reinforcing really fast. Oh shit. Saw that coming. And the naval invasion? Is it 2 naval invasions or 1? It kind of seems like we're holding... We're barely holding it off. The reserves have Ingies and support already in 8 combat width. Monkus. Come on, boys. We're at the capital's gates! We are at the gates. We're right there, bro. Negative 200 artillery in the hole. Oh, dear God. Chad, it might be having a little problem here in a second, dude. Logistics lines are running out. I know the music in the background belies that. We have too many light tanks. Only 437,000 casualties. Damn, dude, this is getting... a little chaotic. All I see is green, that you're not looking hard enough. Because the number is indicative as well of how well the battle's going. And we're losing here. And we're losing here. But not for long. The United States just joined the Allies. Well. If only the Allies actually went to war with Germany, wouldn't that be something? Instead, they're at war with all of South America. And, like, Finland. They have so many divisions right here, dude. Okay, we're about to have 3 flanks around Zhengbei, around the capital. However, we're very low on arty. I added another factory for what that's worth. Let's forget about anti-air for now. And just go all in on artillery. The United Kingdom of Portugal and Brazil joined the Bolivarian Alliance. If they could just stop attacking for a minute and let us stabilize, we could entrench, we could dig in, we could build. The numbers are starting to get a little better for us because look at their orange bars. They're running out of fighting power. They're literally just grinding it into... Okay, we've inflicted 132,000 casualties on the German Reich just from sitting here and letting them run into us. 169,000 from Japan, so that's 300,000, and then 214,000 from Minkakuo, so that's about 500K, and we've lost 473. Do you do any spies? I don't have spies because I only have 12 civilian factories, and I need to build forts right now. Forts are the only reason I'm alive. No convoys. Correct. I have no convoys. Greece wants to move in. All right, Greece, you want the keys? I'll give you the keys, bro. Listen, we just have to run a deficit just a little longer because we're right here. I'm right here! I know it's February and we shouldn't be fighting right now. And it's winter and we got all these debuffs. They wanted to send you convoys. Doesn't it take convoys to send convoys? Wait, I have airplane. Not a lot, but it's enough that it would make a difference here. They're pre-war planes, but they're planes nonetheless. Oh, I need fuel, huh? How much do I need? Daily consumption is 1.8k. Current... Dude. We need to research some oil, man. Alright, we got a regular amount of fuel for the tanks. That'll probably help us on defense as well. But yeah, I've only got 100 Chahar KI-10s that we stole. And then these 49 close air support. They're doing great, I'm sure. But guess what? It's battle bonuses we didn't have before. Now I got air superiority and air support. I'm about to steamroll through these mountains now. Are we actually breaking even over here? Slowly? Because they're running out of, like, materials, I think. They're desperate to take Korea back, man. This is a relentless offensive. Though they probably think the same thing about me and Minkakuo. They probably think it's a race against the clock, and it kind of is for them. If I can finish taking Minkakuo, then I can send a whole bunch of troops over here to relieve. The Coast Guard has been doing pretty phenomenally. Okay, this is not good. They finally found the hole in my defenses, man. I'm trying to reinforce, but I won't get there fast enough, I don't think. We're too slow, even with the horsies. Anti-air upgrades. It's 1942. We're gonna need fuel. We're already getting the infantry buffs. We need engineer company. We need that 50% entrenchment. All right, well, this sucks. I can't believe they're pushing us out here, even with these reinforcements, dude. I'm just gonna let these dudes get reorganized here. I will desperately need that 5% defense and breakthrough right now. And then let's get the recon upgrade also. Guys. We're short infantry equipment now. All right, we need to hold. This is gonna have to become a manual thing. All I need you to do is hold out just long enough, get some org, get entrenched, Defend Seoul. I wish the mountaineers would go to the damn mountains. We got level 3 fort there. That'll give us a little bit. The river will help a bit, yeah. Okay. All right. How the hell am I gonna take this? We have air support, we have air superiority, we have 3 flanks. How am I gonna take this? Mexican Soviet Republic has capitulated to Venezuela, Greater Portugal, Denmark, and the British Raj. What? Okay. Would an airfield in Seoul be possible? No, but also even if it was, I promise you that the combined Japan-German Air Force is going to be better than me. Than my 150 interwar planes. For sure. Denmark declared war on Norway. Leave Norway alone, man! Why do they gotta keep going back? This is something else, dude. Denmark declared war on Finland. The United Mexican States joined the ally. Denmark declared war on Norway. Liberia joined the allies. That's the third war with Norway. I don't even understand. How do I get in here? The Anti-Soviet Pact. The German Reich has offered states under immediate threat from communism a chance to form a pact against the Soviet Union. Any country in the pact will be committed to fighting a war against them, should there come a time when a member is attacked. All right, here's what I think we should do. We should take a quick gamer death break because I've blown past GDB. Too much, too far. Let's do heart attack for the infantry equipment. We're 2,000 infantry equipment in the hole. This is about the time where I want to go to the international market and just buy whatever. So if I give them 1 factory, 2 factories will get 348 guns. This is 7,000 guns. Let's go for like 2,000. I have 14 factories available. I'd like to just get rid of it and just take all of this. Just give them the factories so that I can just go ahead and lock this in. The oil trade with the Soviets was terminated because of a lack of factories. Oops. My bad. All right, so they're gonna start transferring over. It's gonna take a bit. 30 days until the next delivery, but we're gonna get some guns. Okay, all right, no, I said I was gonna take a BRB. Let's take a BRB. Portugal. What is this abomination, dude? Why? Exiled in the Amazonian wasteland. That's one of the worst ones I've seen. Chat, I'll be back in just a minute. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for watching. Thanks for waiting. Wish me luck. I'll BRB. Listen to this. Okay, what's up? How are we gonna pull this off? Here's what I'm wondering. Do we need all these troops on this border? These are the 12 and 6 combat. Oh, some of them are 6 combat width. That's why. It's hard to remember. And they've taken so much damage that the volunteers have become green. They were like experts, but they've taken so many casualties that their experience has dropped. Now in this squad, these are almost all the juicy divisions, like 12. Nah, I mean for us, there's some 30 combat withers in there too. But here's what I might do. I might take all the 6 combat width. I might do this, add these guys to Team Red. Then take these 5 and put them on a track to the east. Because I feel like we are struggling the most over here. This area feels like where we're getting the worst of it. Why did I turned on? Strategic redeployment, and I swear they're not using it. Anyway, how are we gonna take the capital here? I'm reading here that you have lost the mandate of heaven. I have the mandate of heaven, but I have to get it on my focus tree also. You know what? There's something else. The game said I can create a faction. It would be awesome if I made a faction with China. Who could I make a faction with? I could just join the Soviet bloc. It's not the worst idea. They're just at war with Spain. Just join the Soviets and let the Soviets come reinforce my borders. They're almost done squashing the SSSR, which is sad, but now I'm glad I didn't go with the SSSR because I had a feeling that was going to happen. I wish, is there not a list somewhere of people who will join your faction potentially? Just like click. I know we can join the French faction, but joining France seems bad because actually they seem fine. Do you think if I joined France, they would send troops over to me? Maybe not. We have military access. They're getting, Bulgaria's getting eaten. The good news is that the German front is open on Yugoslavia's border, and they're about at 1 million casualties now from France. They're grinding up on the border, which is crazy. All right, well, let's just hold it down over here. We just gotta lock in, bro. We got some guns coming from a trade. We can restock. Yeah, Maginot Line is working. We could get like a max planning bonus here and then try. I don't know. They're running out of supplies because we have all their damn factories. But we're running out of supplies too. They're not the only ones. Okay, some of the reinforcements are starting to arrive. Maybe too slow. Research and Education Department. As our nation grows, we need to ensure that our education and research facilities grow to match. Greater efforts must be made. +1 research slot. Sick. Do any of these matter? I can't. Oh, no, this is funny. I can't get combined arms warfare. I should have picked this before going to war with Germany, but I didn't know I was going to go to war with Germany. They joined the Axis. So maybe now we do need a mission to the US. Mission to the US. Simultaneously start improving our relations with the US. Do you have to beat Japan also? We're gonna find out. I think there's a chance that once we take all of Korea and all of Minkakuo, we might get a white piece, but I don't know. I have never done this before. So we might have to beat Japan somehow. It do be 1942. I don't think I'm gonna be able to pivot to that artillery though. Maybe just upgrade logistics and plan on getting a logistics company for the future. Come on, boys. Hold the line! Grind them down. You're doing good, actually. I mean, all things considered. You know what? You know why you say you're doing good? Do you see any Japanese troops? There's like 15, 16, 17. There's only 17 Japanese divisions. There's 8, 9, 10, 11... 22, 30, there's 31 German divisions. In my heart, we've already beaten Japan, you know what I mean? We've done better than anybody could have thought. We're still making 100 guns a day. The Germans have nowhere else to fight thanks to Poland and the neutral country wall above France. Yeah, I need the German front to expand. That's what I need. I need like Italy to get dragged in, Poland to get dragged in, and then we live. You know what I mean? These numbers look a little safer over here. Okay, never mind. Hold on. Y'all about to lose this point, bro. Be careful. Reinforce Seoul as well. That would be good. God, this is annoying. They just keep moving me around so we can't get entrenchment. Surely they'll go around eventually. What's funny is they kind of can't, because the Netherlands has already joined the Allies, and funny enough, the Reich is not at war with the Allies. So if they decide to go through the Netherlands, they also de facto declare war on the UK, Denmark, Sweden, and Poland, Romania. So they're in a bit of a pickle, actually, compared to normal games that we've been able to see in the past. Oh man, what did they just do that, like, cracked that from 30 to 21 or whatever? Can you build AA? I can't build shit right now. I can build 0 things. I have 0 factories. We're trading. I can build nothing. I could take some of the Coast Guard and try to shoehorn them down here, but... I'd really rather not lose this spot if I can help it. But we might lose it, and there might be nothing I can do about it. Where did the rest of the dudes go? We're still waiting on some of you. They're just choosing not to take the rail. And that might be the death of us. Holg. I'm sending reinforcements, man. They're coming. They're just slow. No fuel again? Yeah, the reason why we're not getting fuel is because I'm waiting on the gun trade. So that's not helping, but I don't have any factories for trading, so you just get what you get. At least until the gun trade. Soviet Union annexed the SSSR. The Soviet Union wants us to join the Soviet bloc. The thing is, if I say yes, they actually do exclusively help us. Because they're already at war. And then I just leave afterward. Do you think? That's so funny. We're down, we just joined the Soviet bloc. We're down 547,000 casualties, which is crazy. That's more than the Soviets. But we've been hitting back pretty well. Now the question is, are they going to move off my border now? Japan gets German help, we get USSR. Yeah, for sure. They do be moving. Because they get to move all these troops off the border. At least we get plane and ship help now. Yo, that's kind of true though. Lend-Lease, 3 convoys and 6,400 of whatever that is. SVT 38s? Hell yeah, they're giving us guns! Guns! Oh, they took the spot. RIP. They took the spot. Bro. What are you guys doing back here, man? Get on the choo-choo train. It's all your fault that we're losing these time. A naval invasion? I think it's safe to move over. We're losing ground. But we got Soviet reinforcements coming down along the coast. This is what I'm more concerned with. But yeah, this is kind of huge, actually. All right, my factories are back. We have positive infantry equipment. I can't take the artillery, even though that's a good offer. One thing we need to do is... maybe up the forts to level 4. Okay, gamers. We got Soviet reinforcements who need to get organized in here. I don't know where they're going. They just went in a big circle. I don't know where they're going. I love how they've got the forts now. I hate when that happens, but it happens. All right, are we going to launch an offensive over here? We got to give it a try, right? We just need one big push into Zhengbei. And we're getting a 60% attack bonus. That's the big thing. I was waiting until our grand battle plan doctrine could give us like a huge 60% is insane. This could be it, actually. Speaking of grand battle plan, bring it in. 10% breakthrough, 5% soft attack for the whole army, and give us a new well-planned attack card. Sure thing. Perfect time for the breakthrough bonus. Lock in, boys! This might be it for Minkuko. Minkuko. Why can't I say it? I can't say it now. Oh my god, my brain's not working, dude. I'm a little zapped. We're moving into the capital. How is that not capitulation? How is that not capitulation, dude? We got 3 factories out of that, though. $12 on guns. We got enough support equipment for now. Let's go 13 on guns. I don't want to... We're -5 on trucks because we don't have materials. Let's go back to trading. Let's go oil with the Soviets. There they go. They capitulated. Okay. We got some fuel. Let's get some steel as well from France. And then that'll up our production of trucks and artillery. Okay, we did it. Dude, these Coast Guard are doing some absolute work. I gotta give credit to the coastal forts as well. How are you land trading with France? From there to here? They have territory down here. So probably here. Through China. Okay. Now that Minkukuo is gone, and we're responsible for taking them out, now it's showtime. So I have to do this. I have to move these dudes out. This is about to get real chaotic. We're gonna create a shift left click singular line for all 68 divisions and give them a singular purpose here. Then move the other boys back who are on the area command. We got him. Now we just have to hold out in Seoul. Help is on the way. It's just gonna take them a bit to get there, because they're, even though they have strategic redeployment on, infrastructure's a little wonky. China has long had strong allies in the US. They represent the best chance at getting the support we need. United States unlocks decision to support the anti-fascist war. I don't think that they'll be able to because this assistant is from communist China. So I don't know. I can hire this air doctrine dude. Let's do investment into shipbuilding, dockyards. At least we can make our own convoys with those, so it's not all bad. All right, let's go to 3-speed, since we're only having to focus on this one area. As war has come to the Republic of Finland, many hunters, Suojaskunta, I don't know how to pronounce that, militiamen and shooting club marksmen have taken up arms to fight off their oppressors. The Finnish sisu flows through them as they stem off enemy attacks, utilizing the Finnish nature to their advantage, something that has come to be known as the White Death. The White Death. All right, guess what, nerds? I got reinforcements on the way, dude, from across the map. Minkukuo's gone! And we have no, like, unless China declares war on us, we have no problem on the west. Granted, I don't love not having anybody on the border with China because there's no guarantees. I could at least take, like, my 6 combat with division and take them out. Move the tanks over. Yeah, I might take the weenies, put them over here, just to have some people. Better than nothing. Heart attack plus 25, piercing plus 100%. That's helpful right now. All right, we're working on both of our existing support companies. I don't know what else there is. Maybe excavation? Get some resources? We have 5 research slots now. Get a non-aggression pack with them. Yeah, it's not an option. I'm gonna send some more dudes on the border. Bulgaria has capitulated to Yugoslavia and Luxembourg joined the French alliance. Why would... Why? France, why would you allow Luxembourg to join the French alliance? Now you've cursed them to die. The Kingdom of Italy just joined the Soviet bloc. Oh, damn. The soft German underbelly just opened up for attack from both Yugoslavia and Italy. And they're still not at war with the Allies. Where's Luxembourg? It's right there. You can even play as Luxembourg, believe it or not. The German, oh, it's over for the Axis. The German Reich just declared war on the Netherlands right after Italy went to war with them. So guess what? The Netherlands is in the Allies, and the Allies were not at war until now. The UK has just been called into the German-Dutch War. The United States is called Liberia and the Kingdom of Poland, Romania against the German Reich. Okay, well, that helps us out in a big way because I don't know if you notice here, chat. Is anything missing on this border? Have you noticed anything that's absent now, by chance? Now, granted, I'm still gonna wait until everybody else shows up, but I am gonna divert. We're gonna wait until everyone's here. Because they might vacate the front. It kind of looks like that's what they're doing. So let's just let them... Dude, because think about this, right? Japan joined the Axis with Germany, and Germany's just like, yeah, I suddenly hate the Netherlands. Which means that Japan, by virtue of the German aggression, has to contend with the US now. So the US just got pulled into war potentially against... Actually, Japan is not at war with the UK. They managed to keep it separate. Okay. Finland just joined the Axis. Are you saying democratic Finland just joined the Axis? Why did democratic Finland just join the Axis? Okay, well, the UK wants to go through our territory. We got a non-aggression pact with Sweden. We're actually catching up on our artillery and other supply shortages. Yeah, Japan is gonna be screwed in a minute. Sinking of the SS Tolton. You never see this event. This is a interesting one. The neutral Chilean convoy SS Tolton was traveling unescorted from Baltimore to New York City when she was hit near the bridge by a torpedo from the German submarine off Barnegat, New Jersey. The ship sank in 6 minutes, and it was only after the sinking that the U-boat crew confirmed the ship Chilean. This could be a diplomatic disaster for the Germans. Dude, I promise you, they have worse problems right now than Chile, okay? They have bitten off a lot. This is abnormal even for this. Like, Poland, Romania in 1942 means they've had time to industrialize. Yugoslavia, all of Greece, because they capitulated Bulgaria. Italy, France, the UK, Spain. Oh man, they are super dead. Belgium joined the Allies. They declared war on Belgium. They just declared war on the Swiss. Because why not? Who's even left? Who on your border have you not declared war with? You have war with literally everyone except technically Latvia. There is no one else you can declare war on. That's everyone. 100%. In ahistorical, you rarely see it this lopsided, dude. You rarely see it. Normally, like, Italy is on Team Germany, or they take over Poland early, or they go through France pretty fast. You never see 1942 Germany like this surrounded just because the AI did it without any input from the player at all. Japan is their only friend, and Japan refuses to get into the war with the Allies. They have just been like, no. We already have the Soviet Union, and the Qing dynasty is enough for them, I guess. All right, I'm gonna put some more of my troops on the border. Kind of relieve some of the supply issues over here. In fact, we don't need all these generals, but it is nice to kind of have them separated. Oh man, there's so many troops on the border with China, it's crazy. All right, do we want to see if we can push in here? Or we wait until we have a better attack bonus? The South American Socialist Republics join the Axis. Argentina's feeling particularly evil. Chile has joined the Axis. Wow, after their boat was sunk by German torpedoes, they just like, can't beat them, join them, I guess. British Malaya is our ally. Dude, if China declares war on us, we are so dead. I have like 1 troop on the border versus them. It's like a token force. The South American Socialist Republics are our enemy. All right, good for them. All troops are now in position, ready to push back. Now I have to go through their own forts, which is hilarious. Like, I made the forts, and now I have to go back. The Turkish Socialist Republic joins the Allies. Even Turkey's in the Allies? Okay. This is an ally-centric game for sure. But there is a Soviet bloc to contend with, so it might be Soviet bloc versus... We might get pitted against the Allies. Alright. I say... General says that's a good plan. 69% inferior enemy. Let's see if he's right. Now, we don't have that many supplies to be making a huge push. Okay, if they use Last Stand, what I like to do is just halt. The Soviets are still attacking. They didn't even get the message. Luxembourg, shut up. The US wants a non-aggression pact. Dutch East Indies. Iceland, you don't have any ships. Liberia, get out of my DMs. The UK, yeah, I'll send a non-aggression pact with you. Anyway, if they Last Stand, that costs command power, so I like trying to get them to do that. Let the Last Stand go through. Wait for the Last Stand to end. So they don't get the defense or entrenchment bonus. They've got a lot of troops here. I don't know if we'll be able to push in very easily. There it is. Now it's gone. Counterattack. Okay, not looking good. Not looking good. I'll just chill here and entrench. Time for naval invasion. Yep, the famous Manchukuo Navy is ready for a naval invasion against Japan, who I think, if I remember correctly, is they don't have any ships, right? I'm pretty sure Japan doesn't really have much of a navy. I think I saw that on Netflix. Basically the Byzantine army in terms of navy, yeah, for sure. Now, if they start moving to reposition, I'm gonna just keep like poking, because maybe it gives up their entrenchment a little bit. I'm just gonna keep poking. It gives up my entrenchment when I attack too, but I'm just kind of feeling it out. Because if we can take even one of these tiles, then things start to change. But we're crossing a river into forts. Ooh, we are taking a tile over here on the left. They're doing Last Stand, but if we have an advantage, I'm not going to stop attacking just because they did Last Stand over here. Because that'll severely weaken their actual fighting power if they take enough losses there. Though it could be having the same effect on us. The Philippines wants a pact of non-aggression. Yeah, for now. The United Mexican States wants to resupply. Okay. Switzerland wants a pact of non-aggression, and South Africa wants to move troops through our territory. South Africa is quite large. Germany is finally starting to cede some ground after pissing off literally everyone in the game, except for Finland, who joined the Axis for some reason. How close is this front line to the actual North-South Korean border? I don't know. That's a good question, actually. That is a good question. Yo, what's up, Sim? How's it going, dude? Thanks for 68 months. We are in Manchukuo right now. We're reforming the Qing dynasty. We've already defeated Minkakuo, which was hard. We just did it. Now we're eyeballing the mass of troops over the border with China, who has... AI China has united the warlords, and now we're trying to get the last bit of Korea. And it's tough. We're not moving very far. We've had a hard campaign. But I'm gonna keep up the attack since we have 1 million manpower, and I really would like to even taking one tile here means we can flank the next one. So I want to see if we can make some moves. We got a lot of units here. We got at least 48 divisions, lots of cavalry. Oh yeah. This one should be ours. We got 2 actually. Nice push. Well, we would have 2 if they didn't reinforce all this. I don't know where those reinforcements came from. Investment into shipbuilding. The US has helped us build 2 dockyards and got some Navy XP. And we gotta take destroyers so that we can get... We're trying to get down here basically for later. And we kind of screwed up the first chance because we were doing it with Germany, but then we went to war with Germany after Japan joined the Axis, and we did a war of independence against Japan. So we sort of got led into war with both Germany and Japan, and I'm proud because we held our own, dude. We held it down. Let's start making some convoys. Happy to be here. Sim, I'm gonna pretend like you inspired me because you said your last campaign was like in China. I think you said it was like the Guangxi Click, maybe? I was like, you know what? China sounds fun. And we tried Manchukuo before, and I got absolutely slaughtered. So I decided to give it another try on ahistorical, and we've been holding our own. We've lost a lot of men, a brave 654,000 troops. But independence doesn't come cheap. And also, we sort of got screwed because we play ahistorical, and Japan decided not to go to war with China this time, which does weaken Japan quite a bit for the Manchukuo player. So we were playing on hard mode, and Germany got involved. Okay, they pushed us back. Maybe, yeah, I guess they pushed us back out, which is kind of obnoxious. They're counterattacking my counterattack, which I'm pretty sure is illegal, chat. I don't think that should be allowed. And I've got, what is all of this? Belgium wants to move troops through. Do you really? New Zealand wants to resupply. Liberia wants to resupply. Denmark, I don't have 107 convoys, bro. I don't have 86 convoys. British Malaysia wants a pact of non-aggression. I don't have 105 convoys. I don't have 300 convoys. Do I have 43? I have 3 convoys, guys. Turkey wants to resupply. Kingdom of Romania wants a pact. 1 convoy. Shut up. That's an insulting number. World War II email spam. But actually, though. Okay, I'm starting to think that this push is going nowhere. They did well, their divisions are about to... Their last stand is going to be their actual last stand, because we might obliterate 1 or 2 of these units. But I'm also obliterating my own units. July 1942, we got all of our infantry buffs. We're gonna get logistics companies at some point. I'm taking a bunch of attrition, presumably from... Supply? Supply is limited to 20 from level 2. Oh, I am so stupid. I was looking at this supply hub, not this one. What have I done? That's our capital. This is the train track that's limiting us. Well, we'll fix that. We'll build those up as fast as we can. I might also just do construction engineering real quick just to try and make that go faster. Guys, what is this spam, dude? I'm just gonna start ignoring it. It's crazy. If we're winning these battles on the left flank, I want to keep fighting and then we can stop and regroup after we take those spots, but we're hemorrhaging people. And I know something about hemorrhaging people from the Byzantine battles. Oh man, you are way in here. That I did not expect that at all. Maybe we let it ride now. But we're negative on guns. But we're making big pushes on the left. Is it worth the sacrifice? Probably. Because if we can just take this, it's a... Oh, dude. Italy is fighting Japan? Did I just hear naval invasion? Or is that because I clicked on that? Did I click on this? Is this all of the Navy? Is this the American is America at war with Japan? I thought that they did go to war. The U.S. went to war with Japan. They managed to stay out for the longest time. They must have just jumped in. This is like everyone's navy, dude. Japan has 33. They have at least 30, 40 destroyers in here. 4 battleships, 4 carriers. Half the U.S. Navy is just operating around coastal Japan. Oh, I'm hearing it because we're zooming in on the battle. That scares me. It's the naval invasion noise. Also, we've got them on the run, dude. This is where our cavalry shines. When we actually do yeet them out of their tiles. Because they have no time for entrenchment. Like, once we broke open their entrenched line, we started crushing it. And now we just let it ride. And we trust in the admiral. I mean, we trust in the field marshal. I want to see who died in that naval battle, dude. I want to see like who got wrecked in there. Once we broke through it wasn't just our own forts. Because they were only level 2 forts. They're not like the most, but they just had a lot of divisions in like 4 tiles, and now they're spread over 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, like 7 or 8, and they have no entrenchment. So cavalry are really good at just keeping up that offense. And then while we're here, we can go in and get a land doctrine. So we're gonna do assault or infiltration under Grand Battle Plan. But yeah, it was a massive naval battle. Anyway, Sim, thanks for jumping in and joining us again. Appreciate it, dude. We're not even close to winning this campaign, but getting control of Korea would feel like a win. But then we have to become the actual Emperor of China. But Sim's been playing some GeoGuessr, some Ticket to Ride, and so, how's Darkest Dungeon been treating you? Jumping back into a classic. I appreciate that you have replayed Darkest Dungeon 1 and not 2, because that's how I feel about Darkest Dungeon as well. But yeah, toss him a follow if you're in chat. And maybe if you're lucky, he'll play some Hearts of Iron one day again. I would love to watch that. That'd be fun. But yeah, I feel the same way about Darkest Dungeon 1 versus 2. Completely agree. Infiltration on the right has infantry breakthrough and org, +1 to brigade size, so you can make large groups. It has some tank org and recovery rate. We actually are going to use tanks this go around. We've already got light tanks, in fact. We've been using them as recon. Infantry get a +5% soft attack and minus supply consumption. Bonus night attack. Bonus to organization for infantry and tanks. Bonus to reconnaissance and reinforce rate versus motorized and mechanized, which we don't use. Max planning +10%, which we do use, pretty strong. Org for tanks and infantry kind of cancels out this one. These are like the same. Breakthrough +10% with a new tactic. Defense +5% with 10% max planning, so it's kind of similar. And this one has some tank, org, and some infantry. They kind of have some similar ones. But this one has more recon, the night attack bonus, some soft attack. This one has breakthrough. Defense. And I think it has more max planning on the left. This one has a little bit more tank bonus, I think, on the right. This one has more max planning on the left. But the left one has 1 dud. This does increase your brigade size globally, though. And Blitz is a strong card. So is Elastic Defense. But this one has more. I think I'm gonna go left because I want to super stack max planning to go through China. Plus I like the Blitz and Elastic Defense cards. So might help us a little bit. All right, can we actually succeed here? Field Marshal Isenjiro Zakia. Sorry for mispronouncing your name. I believe in you. Plus 8% research speed for the rest of the game. Oh yeah, I gotta clear some of this notification spam. Luxembourg, Iceland, Denmark, Sweden, the United Mexican States, Hellenic Republic just wants to give us stuff. Belgium, Dutch East Indies just want to give us stuff. South Africa, Turkey, New Zealand, Ecuador. Turkey just wants to give us... Dude, everyone's giving us stuff to fight the Axis. Dominion of Canada wants non-aggression. I don't have 52 convoys. Netherlands. Kingdom of Poland, Romania. You don't even have any ships. Don't lie to me. British Raj wants a pact of non-aggression. I can make a temporary promise. Like, I don't know about that one long term. You're kind of close to where I want to be. You're a little close. Okay, chat. So, I'd say we got 1 in excavation already. Let's keep up with radar. We got a lot of research here. They're doing Last Stand again. We're 2,000 infantry equipment in the pit. But people just offered to send us a whole bunch of stuff. We just lost another 100,000 troops. It's worth it. Don't let them get settled. We just need to take the port, and then the reinforcements will stop. Chat, is Busan the straight as Busan? Like train to Busan? Train to Busan? One of our generals has become wounded. We're gonna take a look at how the generals are doing here in a minute. Oh, every time we're like 99. There we go. Dude, this little pocket that we're in right here would be really dangerous if we weren't like also putting a lot of pressure on the sides. It's the historical spelling, that makes sense. Inji Company gives us another 50% entrenchment. We have bonus attack across the rivers. I like it. Let's go ahead and catch up on artillery. because we'll want to start making this once we have some spare resources. Got another tile. I'm just trusting the field marshal with this one. I think that they just got to keep attacking a bunch of different spots. Why'd you guys let them come back? I said I was going to trust you. Now you make me regret that trust because you just let them walk in. Recon Company 3 coming in at a nice time, plus 200% recon, and let's do another excavation, just try to get double up on resources. Do we have anything that we can do with our political power? It might be a good time for war bonds, actually. Consumer goods factories factor minus 20%, so we go from 13 factories to 15. We're building up the railroad so we can have some more supplies here. All right, we've almost got them backed up against the coast, which really means it's almost only a matter of time before we find a pocket somewhere. The cavalry is keeping it spicy, but we are running out of troops. 786,000 dead. I honestly am surprised we've been able to support that much. We're responsible for 267,000 German casualties plus almost 500,000 Japanese. So that's like 770K plus 240 here. So yeah, it's 1 million. So we've done 1 million in casualties back. So it is evening out, but France wants to give us some MAS 36. I don't know what that is. Question, chat. Somebody that works at Paradox can tell me, why does 2,500 M1 Garands need 400 convoys? Okay, are you telling me that they can't fit more than 6 guns per boat? Explain yourselves. This is some embezzlement. You know what I mean? Like, this is someone hoping that I think it's a rounding error, and they are taking me to the bank. A convoy is multiple boats. That's true. A convoy is multiple boats. That's not even one boat. Absolutely not. Ecuador, Australia, free guns. Thank you. You guys are keeping us stocked. Oh. It looks like the field marshal may have found a crack in the defenses. Maybe. They have air superiority, but we have multiple directions. That's all we have. We just have numbers. We're just throwing numbers at it. We have no intel advantage. How many tanks do we have? We have 500 spare light tanks. For me to change to armored recon, we would need more than that. The neighbors have armored recon. Once we get this, we're going to consolidate our forces and stop using all the crappy divisions. We're gonna make only the good divisions that we can support. But breaking this hole open right here it's over at that point, I think, because we'll have encircled 3 divisions. We'll have a flank on the port. Every time we get close, though, they reinforce it somehow. What about the bandits? I'm gonna have to let them go. Man, and they're doing last stand again? Shameful. Shameful. I gotta keep attacking though, otherwise they'll get entrenched. So it's either trade lives and we're losing guns. We are starting to lose guns. How much longer do I want to keep this up for? Are we getting like thousands of guns monthly though? Maybe we have to wait till the tick of the month. Maybe we have to wait till the month ticks over. Have Navy patrol port. Acetaminophen, bro. I don't know if you knew this, bro, but I'm playing as Manchurian. And I don't have a boat, man. I got 3 convoys. Everybody in chat keeps being like, just use your Navy, man. Just use the Navy, dude. It's easy. Oh, they're trying to break out of Busan. We've got a border with Busan. Oh, yeah. Who cares if we don't have guns? Just throw your bodies into them. We just need the port. You've almost got 7 divisions on the run. They have no organization. We have the manpower. We just lost another 50K. We're about to lose our first 1 million casualties. But like, the thing is, it's a trade-off because I'm throwing bodies in now because if I stop attacking, they'll reinforce, possibly come back, and then I'll have to deal with a counterattack. So more losses now might save losses later. If that makes sense. We're just making it harder on ourselves if we don't finish the job 1 spot away from the port. All right, resource gain efficiency up. It is almost 1943. I'll do 1 more excavation. Just in case it opens up. Yeah, iron deposit. 16 in the Altung. That's beautiful. Let's go get that steel. 16 is a really nice number right now, too. Because we are trading for 16. Here's the thing, the general thinks it's a good plan. Estimated plan value 70%, chat. Okay, he says this is a great plan. He agrees with me, all right? Ignore the fact that we're down to 700,000 troops and we're at 900,000 casualties and it's growing. But so too are their casualties, okay? Maybe. Oh, damn. We got 2 flanks on Busan. Okay, maybe now we hold back. Wait, do we hold back or do we keep going? Keep going. We need an encirclement. I need you guys to figure it out. Or do we Hulk? We're down to under 700k manpower. You know what time it is, chat. It's gonna be time to up those conscription laws soon. We're only on limited conscription. They keep spamming last stand. I know, I see that. We've already got... We got everybody going in. They're taking their turns. They're taking their time. I think it's working. They can't hold for much longer. They're down to 5 divisions. They are reinforcing. I'm gonna attack here just to stall a little bit. They keep bringing people back over. It's very annoying. But they're doing the same thing that I was doing. How are they able to retreat with last stand on? I don't know, dude. I haven't figured that one out. Cannot retreat while defending. They should be just dying when they lose. But yeah, they're just straight up retreating. Second to last stand. It's different. All right, we're approaching our first million. Chat, I can't tell if we're just going around in circles right here or not. They're chewing through all of my stuff. We're barely staying positive on artillery. We have a lot of light tanks, actually. We have okay support equipment, barely staying positive on trucks, minus 2.5k infantry equipment. Oh my god, I can taste it. 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 99. Yes! We got the ports! Cut off their supplies. Encircle all of their divisions. We cycled through their reinforcements. Yeah. All right, now we turn on the juice and go hyper aggressive here. Yeah, this is a lot. A lot of divisions here. 14, 20, 23, 30, 31. Looks like 31 divisions to me. And they just keep spamming last stand. And they still retreat anyways. They are cheating, I see it. Many units rely on the element of surprise for their efficiency. Development of decimetric radar allow us to deprive them of this advantage. Maybe if we just had more coordination this whole time. I'm just gonna keep doing that for like the 1% coordination. Didn't get in too much trouble with the Navy, yeah. Somehow. I think, well, initially, I'm surprised they didn't do more naval invasions. Now, of course, they're busy fighting a war against everybody. And we're gonna have to come back and hold these ports. With, maybe I should start building some forts over there, actually. Let's build like a level 4 port. And then we'll start at 3. And then guard the tiles next to it, because I think that's where they're probably gonna attack. Navy was busy with the Soviets. Yeah, I don't know. They're not... The Soviets shouldn't keep them that busy, though. But maybe, I guess. At least they were at war with someone who wasn't us. All right, let the helmets ring. Oh, we've got... I forgot about this little island over here. Okay, maybe stop being so aggressive. We're gonna have to... How am I gonna get over here? I didn't really think about that, huh? All the Germans are over there. Last Stand Island, I guess. All right, now the helmets are popping. Let's see the casualties right now. We've inflicted 268 German and 619 Japanese. Let's see how that changes here in a minute. Yeah, we're gonna get some good war score for sure from this. Dude, there's British troops over here pushing the island. All right, this pocket's gone. Boom. And they got 8 divisions here holding out. Pop, 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 pop. Pop, pop. A... Okay. So... Wait, actually we should have this inverted. It should be the horsies that plan. Also, look at this goddess! Yoshiko Kawashima is our princess general who's up to level 6 now after succeeding in taking all of mainland Korea. Only lost, you know, 1 million people in the process, but it's 6 attack, 6 defense, 5 skill, 3 supply consumption. And we're about to add something to their skill set. Fortress Buster plus 15% attack with siege artillery. Spicy. Equipment capture. I never do equipment capture, but maybe I should start doing that. Infantry attack plus 10 or max entrenchment. It's got to be the Fortress Buster. It's got to be Fortress Buster. No, wait. That's just attacking forts. It's still good. Maybe we just want straight up 10% attack under all circumstances because they're the cavalry leader anyway. You want my help? Sorry, I don't know what you want. I'm not going to war with everybody that you're at war with, okay? Anyway, we're gonna take this army and go to the border with China, for sure, because we are outnumbered. Heavily outnumbered. And then I'm just gonna send in the horsies to do what the somehow the cavalries are crossing the water. These are not the ring race in the river situation. Finnish troops have begun implementing Mahdi tactics in the Lappi area. A devastating technique in which Finnish forces encircle enemy troops and cut off their supply lines, leaving them vulnerable to attack, making invading forces highly vulnerable to the Finnish offensives. Why are you telling me this? They will be able to prepare Mahdi tactics on other core states. Why are you telling me this? Also, let's get area defense here. And we need to start training. I don't trust the water. The water. Actually, let's just do 12. I'm gonna start training some garrison troops. Okay, Logistics Company 3, I'll be with you in a moment. We don't use logistics companies right now, but we will. And it's almost 1943, so I'm gonna get started on Dispersed Industry 5 for the more space for factories. We're gonna get back on the factory building train as soon as this is over. And we can stop doing construction engineering. We probably want assert our authority, gain annex war goal against China. But I also was doing this before with the US. We're not ready to fight China. We need to build up a little bit. And China's completely united as well with the warlords. Max planning plus 10% is nice. Overwhelming fire is nice. Oh yeah, okay, finally started popping some helmets. And then we got it. Yeah, we're guarding Vladivostok for them, which honestly isn't the worst thing. Do you have annexed Mongolia? Maybe, but I think it would be weird if we did that. I guess we could do it with... I think annexed Mongolia is down here, which I have to go down this list to access. We did it, chat. We freaking did it. Korea has been liberated? I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Is it time to release the bandits? I don't know. Either way, we got a lot of stuff to guard down here, and I'm kind of worried about a naval invasion just re-kicking this off again. The issue is not manpower, the issue is they're taking up space, and they're bad units. But that's going to be a problem for future me, because this is where we'll pick up tomorrow. Assuming I don't decide to play something else tomorrow. We'll definitely finish this campaign this week, though, regardless of what I end up doing. But yeah, securing the mainland is huge by 1942. I didn't think that we were going to be able to do it. I thought this was going to take multiple attempts. So this ended up being very hard, but also going our way, which is nice. And then we still have a long way to go, though, because not only is Japan still a thing, they're alive, we have to somehow conquer China to become the Emperor of China. So that's going to be its own. They have 1 to 4 million deployed manpower. We're down to 600K, and we need to recruit. And we need to recruit. So that is what we'll do. Hopefully this will be a simpler campaign than the Greek campaign, but we'll see. We shouldn't even be close to the top of the list here, but we're working on it. All right, Iron Man mode. GG's. That went really well. All right, gamers. I'm gonna go get some food. I'm hungry. And I will be back again tomorrow, probably around the same time. Should be 2 to 3 p.m. Pacific. It was about 3 today. And I will catch you guys again for the next one. All right, let's do this. There we go. But cool campaign. Manchukuo is interesting because it's kind of like a puzzle that needs to be solved. It's not the most dynamic campaign, but a historical does add some spicy. I did not see myself being put into a faction with the Soviets. That one wasn't on the bingo card. So I'll catch you for some more hearts probably tomorrow unless something else catches my fancy. And I'll tell you guys good night. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for watching. We liberated Korea to ourselves. Yeah, that makes sense. It was fun to see Korea being the primary front for the Germans in World War II. It kind of was that for them, yeah. We held our own. We had to make, you know, about 1 million casualties in the process, but had to do it. I think it was the only way, because the more time we give them to set up, the worse it gets for us. Just had to push it on in. Now we just have to hold the coast and build our forces and prepare to open another front against China. Which, scary. That's scary. That's a lot of, they have a lot of troops massed at our border already. I probably need to build some forts as a precaution, just in case. In case they're like, hey, actually I am the leader of China and you bow to me. All right, good night, gamers. I'll catch you for the next one. Have a good sleep. Good night, goodbye. Thanks for hanging, thanks for chilling, thanks for clicking. Now you gotta click the X.